Good morning, everyone, and welcome out to our regular board meeting of Tuesday, November 5th. And for the record, it's 9:10. If you'll call order, roll, please. Present.
Present.
Good morning, everyone. Present.
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 Mr. Whaley, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? If everybody would stand.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll remain standing for a few minutes for an observation of a moment of silence. I know that one of the loved ones of our county has lost one of their brothers, and moment of silence for the family and friends. Thank you. Commissioners, approval of the agenda. I know, Commissioners, there was an item that was requested to be on the agenda. It didn't make the agenda for some reason, but I understand we can hear it under the citizens' concerns. It's referencing to the D.H. Lawrence Ranch, so we will hear it under that item. If there's any other changes to the agenda, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I will move to approve the agenda for today's meeting of Tuesday, November 5th, as amended by yourself.
I'll go ahead and second, but we have discussion. Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, under item 12B, staff is requesting that we pull that item. Request for consideration approval of a contract with Taser, with the Sheriff's Department and Mr. Lopez. That is not ready yet, and so we will bring that to the next commission meeting.
Okay. So we kind of moved a little premature on that, Commissioner.
Friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Friendly second.
Friendly second, or motion, I say.
Friendly second. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we'll go on to our citizens' concerns, discussion, consideration regarding the following. Citizens wishing to speak shall limit their comments to 5 minutes. D.H. Lawrence, we will allow you a few more minutes because I know we did miss it on the agenda. So is there anybody before D.H. Lawrence? We have a couple of people. Please step forward and just state your name for the record, and we'll continue.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Jeff Northrup, and I have one issue I want to address very briefly. As far as I can tell, the former home of the E911 dispatch on Civic Plaza Drive is the ideal location for the new home for the E911 dispatch. Among its advantages, it continues to be the home base for the radio dispatch tower. There's been a great deal of problems, ongoing problems with the communication between the present location on Gusdorf Road and that tower, causing safety concerns for the entire community. That building must remain under government control as long as that tower is there, and I see it as being just an ideal location for safety reasons, if nothing else. It is a safe, sturdy building that has served as a bank, post office, and dispatch center for over 40 years. Some remodeling would be necessary, but the cost would be minimal compared to the cost of any other site. At over 5,000 square feet, there is room to set aside an area to be used in times of local emergencies, such as the natural gas outage in February of 2011. I ask each of you now to make a brief comment on your willingness to consider this site. So I would ask each of the commissioners to speak to it for 15 seconds or 30 seconds, if that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Commissioners, you have any comment on?
What I'm asking, Larry, is are you willing to consider this as a site for a new E911 center if you decide to move out of the Gusdorf location?
Mr. Northrup, with that, I will direct it to our attorney, to legal. Mr. Malone? I know we're going to elaborate on that later on in our agenda that's coming up.
What Mr. Northrup is referring to is not anything that the town attorney and I have been discussing, so it would not be included in my presentation.
Okay. Well, if it's going to better our communications for our constituents, yes, I would consider.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would consider it.
Okay, and you'll pass that along to Mr. Malone and let him know that you might want that as being part of the discussion with the town? Yes?
Depending on what they want us to pay also.
Well, that would be a part of it, of course.
Sure, it's all available to us if it's workable, sure.
Okay.
Jeff, if you can reiterate your question.
I ask if you folks are open-minded enough to consider the old spot on Civic Plaza Drive as the new home of the E911 dispatch. It seems as though, as Mr. Malone said, it's not been part of the discussion yet between the county and the town as to where they're going to go on this whole issue. So would you ask Mr. Malone if he would include that as part of the discussion with the town as far as where the dispatch center might be moved to, if it's moved at all?
Chairman, also after Commissioner Romero comments, I need to add something else so that Mr. Northrup understands the context of my discussions with Mr. James.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I guess at one point this entire commission, I for myself, after visiting numerous times that particular building, did in fact want 911, the dispatch center, to remain at that old facility. I have no idea what the condition of the building is at this point. I know that it would be probably very cost prohibitive to move to that location. And in fact, our current proposal of continuing the move someday to the new or the old planning department might be in fact the better way to go at this point, since it would be under complete control of the county. And
Okay, well, if you were to lease the building or the E911 dispatch, it would be under your control as well. But at least if you'll give it a strong consideration, that's all I'm asking for, to revisit the whole issue and do a chart and see, look at all the pros and cons of any of the locations you're considering.
I thank you for your advice.
Thank you. Tom?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. This is a decision, the ultimate location of the E911 is a decision that will properly be made by the new governing body created by the JPA. And so at that point, when there's a JPA, which includes the county, the town, Taos Ski Valley, Cuesta, hopefully Red River at some point, and BLM, that board, that voting board, will also have an auxiliary board to advise them of experts in the field. And it's going to be, my hope is it's going to be their decision to make.
Okay, well...
But I'm sure that they'll look at all of their options.
All right, I hope so, because it seems like up till now it's been ignored. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman. And that
sorry about Mr. Malone.
That's okay. Commissioner Blankenhorn started in the direction of what I was going to comment on, then that is that my negotiations with Mr. James are for the structure of a JPA, not for where the location is going to be. And so it just wouldn't be covered in the general category that we've been discussing to focus on deciding up front where it's going to be, which is essentially what Commissioner Blankenhorn said.
Thank you. Again, your name for the record.
My name is Judah Boetzer. Gabe, it's nice to see you. You weren't here when I was here a couple weeks ago. I didn't think I'd be back so soon, but I want to share two events that happened recently. Thursday night, after making by the way, I want to repeat that this is 1 month of police following me 2 years ago that I prepared, and it's been going on ever since then. I had a little grace period after my last visit here, And then Thursday night, at around 10:40 at night, after my phone has been monitored also, and I want to emphasize that I know my phone is monitored. I've had exactly one phone call for work in 17 months. I had Verizon verify that my calls were routed away from me before that. And so Thursday night, when, after making a phone call and knowing the time I'm about to approach a certain direction, at around 10:40 at night, I'm heading to Seco. As soon as I pass the blinking light, two state troopers turn their lights on right in front of Pisano's. One is on the shoulder and one is on the highway. My reflexes pulled me into UNM-Taos, and I wanted to watch what was going to happen with the state troopers, and they were letting cars pass through. I want to also say that at least 20 times troopers have pulled in immediately after my car when I have passed them on the shoulder. So that's why I pulled into UNM-Taos. So about 4 minutes after I'm watching the traffic, the sheriff pulls into UNM-Taos with his spotlight on and drives straight to my car. I actually turn towards the gas station, which you can't exit, so I can follow the sheriff out rather than have him follow me. And he turns left to town. I still need to get to Seco, so I think I'm going to try via the Cuesta direction. And as soon as I'm about to make the turn, there's a sheriff waiting on the shoulder with his lights on. So I go straight through the light to Tres Piedras, and then end up making it to Seco. By the way, at that Halloween party, there was loud music all night long. A good Taos party. Saturday, I'm back at the very same house. It's a shamanic workshop. I'm parked with my car visible on the Ski Valley Road all day. And at about 12 o'clock at night, when I'm in the back of the house sharing tea with a few friends, two sheriffs come straight into the house. Straight into the house. No warning, no nothing. And they weren't met with a welcome sign. People were saying, "Why are you here? There's no loud music." There wasn't even a boombox going. It was an all-day seminar of Native American teachings and all kinds of Tai Chi, Qigong. Very quiet, meditative atmosphere. At midnight, all of a sudden the sheriffs show up. And I just want to say this is something I've actually been going through for more than 2 years. I can give you I would love to give you countless explanations of how the police pull in after my vehicle, try to catch me. I'm sure they walked into the house hoping they would find illicit behavior so they could round everybody up and put a little record on me. And one reason I want to say this too is, you can disregard me as just another individual. Eventually I won't be alive here any longer. But if anything, Edward Snowden has showed us how this government is spying on all of us. Now imagine if your children or your grandchildren can't go anywhere because the law is behind the uniformed people who are rounding up and arresting and making sure that people can't get work, you can't cut your business deals. So anyway, what I really want to ask you is, the sheriff said they were there because they got a call of disturbance. But I can assure you that that house was completely quiet at midnight, and it was quiet all day long when the sheriffs walked right in the room. So I would like to actually find out if there was a log of a warning call sometime between 11 o'clock and midnight. I don't know exactly when it was. If you keep logs of that, I would very much like to know. And I would like to also express that I don't expect help from you, but if I do get help, would highly be appreciated. And you could be saving your children and your grandchildren the nightmare I've been going through for the last couple of years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judah. Anybody else? Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. I am Michael Young. I live in the Pinabete Mountain area, northeast of Cuesta. I'm here to speak to you today because I'd like to express concerns that our neighborhood has in regard to emergency services and the nature of the roads in that area. Late this summer, lightning struck a house 600 feet from mine. By the time we've discovered the fire, the house was totaled, and that was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Fire departments did respond, but only because they could see the fire from down in Cuesta. First response was about a half an hour after we made the phone call. The issue, 4 different fire departments responded, actually, but the first one did not arrive until 30 minutes after the first phone call. The issue appears to be 2 major problems. One is the addressing in the area. There are no street signs, or there were no street signs, and the addresses are substantially skewed. I mean, you can go from 50 to 130 to 290, all within the space of a quarter mile. A lot of the addressing issues are being addressed. Rick Bellis actually has a meeting scheduled with our neighborhood on Thursday night, and we're looking forward to getting some resolution on those issues. The other issue, which is the reason I'm here, has to do with the quality of the roads. And the fact that the fire trucks had serious issues in terms of getting up the mountain to that fire is largely because of the nature of the roads in that area. Last winter, a neighbor of mine suffered pulmonary defects. The ambulance refused to go to his house. We had to gather him up, put him in a truck, and take him down to a position where the ambulance could pick him up. About a year ago, a neighbor friend of mine had a heart attack, and it took over an hour for an ambulance to show up. And the main reason given, in addition to addressing, was that they did not want to drive on the roads. Now, I know a lot of Taos people live on roads that are not satisfactory, and indeed, we don't buy a place up in the mountains expecting to get paved roads and full government services all the way to our driveway. One of the reasons we buy up there is for, and build up there, is for a little bit of wilderness kind of nature to where we live. But when it affects our ability to get emergency services, then I think we have a right to step in and ask the county to look into it. In that regard, I have a petition where I've collected signatures from well over 50% of the people who live up there, not necessarily the people who own property, because a lot of the property is undeveloped. But I have 26 signatures, plus an additional 8 emails from people who own housing up there, but were not here this weekend. And I'd like to present the petition to our Commissioner, Larry Sanchez, and have the Commission consider this as a request for county maintenance designation of the portion of Llano Road from where it turns dirt to about, it's less than a mile up to where it heads north. It's my understanding that this is the 3rd time we have petitioned the Commission to look into this. There are a lot more people up there, and there's a lot more risk than there were 10 years ago. So I would really like the Commission to consider our petition. If anyone has any questions.
Commissioner Duran?
Where exactly is this at, sir?
Llano Road is 2 miles north of the stoplight in Cuesta. It heads off to the east. There's currently a half-mile segment that is maintained by the village, and it is paved. However, at the end of that half mile, it turns north, or veers north, and then heads east a little bit for about a half a mile. That part is the part that we're asking the county to adopt.
Is this like going up to Cabresto?
No, what you're talking about, the road to Cabresto, is another dirt road, and that heads off towards the south. That's actually, the official name on the sign for that is Llano South. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about Llano proper, which heads east and north.
And how was that subdivision created? I mean,
Well, it was privately owned and subdivided, but that was done well before I moved in, so I guess I don't know the history. There are people who have lived there for 30 years.
okay. Commissioner Romero?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. That was exactly going to be my question as to whether or not you had bought property in a subdivision that has been approved by Taos County. As you know, Taos County has a policy now that when we do approve a subdivision, that subdivision applicant has to make sure that those roads are brought up to certain standards of the county. And so my question to you was, did you buy into a subdivision that was previously approved by the county? And if so, when was it approved?
I know the subdivision was divided, or it was actually subdivided at least 20 years ago. I'm not, I've lived in Taos County now for about 2 years, so I don't have the history that far back. I can't answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Young, thank you for coming down today. You know, I know we've been talking on the phone there, and I told you to get us the petitions, but you just got here. And I've been trying to work on that road. I think it's been brought up to our Public Works, and it is a subdivision. But we're trying to see what we can do to better that road. It's like Mr. Young just stated. You know, the fire department can't get up there. The ambulance can't get up there. We've had three of my constituents that really needed the services, which we couldn't do. So I'm trying to see how we can work this out. It's probably a little over half a mile, Mr. Young, that we need to take care of. And if I could read this letter of support, I did talk to our EMS personnel in Cuesta and our fire department, and I asked them for a letter of support. I think this is what we're looking for, so we could get some services for my constituents in that area. Mr. Chairman, if I could read this into the minutes?
Please.
Okay, this is dated November 4th, 2013. To whom it may concern. After a recent fire at a cabin in the Pinavete Foothill Roads, conditions and road signs have become a concern of mine. The roads are in poor condition, and it is very hard to get fire trucks to the houses in the Pinavete Foothills. It is also very confusing as the street addresses due to the lack of road signs. And this is signed by Deputy Chief of the Cuesta Fire Department, Mark Ortega. And that's another thing that we've been talking about, and I talked to Mr. Bellis on it, is the rural addressing, which we will have a meeting up there on the 7th in Cuesta to address these concerns. And that's one of my biggest concerns that we've been working on. I've been on the commission for 4 years, and we still have not gotten there. I think it's something that we need to act on, and we'll be up there on 6 o'clock on the 7th, correct, Thursday, at the fire department? Yes. Okay, so I'm encouraging people, Mr. Young, tell those folks to show up. I will be in attendance, and I will support you on that. I think my constituents deserve that safety. It's a safety and welfare for my constituents. So with that, I'll leave this here, unless you want to take it, and then I'll take it to that meeting on Thursday, Mr. Young. And I think at one time I was able to get a grader when I first came on board, just to do a safety, and we cleared that road. But since then, I haven't been able to do it. So I'd like to see if we maybe can get that. It's less than a mile. If we could get that over to the county, so we can maintain it for the safety of our constituents. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anything else? Oh, Mr. Bellis?
Commissioner, I believe the road signs are already up, are they not? At the intersections?
There are 6 road signs
We have them in a box upstairs, and we'll distribute them at the meeting at no cost to all the residents.
Thank you, Mr. Bellis.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Bruce Weatherby. I've spoken to you before regarding the issues that District 1199, which represents, it's a union which represents many of the hospital workers over at Holy Cross Hospital. We just wanted to thank you all. We understand that there is an effort to get this committee together to do a study that's involving the hospital administration, the workers, you all, the town council and such. And Francis Trujillo and Martha Adamillo asked me to extend their thanks on behalf of their members for your participation in this. And we look forward to working with you. We have done some research which we'll forward to Mr. Bellis and Mr. Archuleta relative to some of the economic issues which we think are important for you all, and we'll make sure we copy everybody on that. But that was it. If you have any questions of us, we're happy to respond. So thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, just if I could add to that.
Please.
We're doing this in a joint venture with the town of Taos, and as you have heard some of the PSAs out there, we're actually asking for volunteers who want to be on this board. We'll also have 2 councilmen and 2 commissioners on the board, and so those haven't been set in stone yet, but we will bring that in front of the commission once those committees and the delegates are put together.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else? And then we'll get to D.H. Lawrence. If not, we'll go ahead. Please.
Good morning, Mr. Commissioners. My name is Stanley Rivelis.
Stanley, first of all, I'd like to apologize that this wasn't solid on the agenda. We had talked several times. Well, I understood it was on the agenda, but proceed.
Well, it gives me an opportunity actually to tell you about our efforts to save the D.H. Lawrence Ranch for Taos. I'm sure you've all been to the D.H. Lawrence Ranch, but not recently. It's been closed for 5 years. Frida Lawrence, D.H. Lawrence's wife, gave the property or deeded the property to an organization to be created and sponsored by the University of New Mexico, provided they succeed in making a perpetual D.H. Lawrence Memorial or Foundation. Now, so that was in the mid-1950s, and for many years it actually functioned as a very robust educational and tourist facility. But over the last 10 years, it's deteriorated. In the last 5 years, it's been closed. And over the last several years, there have been people in Taos who have been scratching their heads and wondering why it's been closed, have been trying to talk to the University of New Mexico to try to put together support for this ranch. Now, we had submitted a resolution. We hope it still can be considered today. It's basically modeled on a resolution that was approved by the town council a few weeks ago. So we'd like you to take a look at that. So who are those people who are speaking on behalf of the ranch? We've created a group called the D.H. Lawrence Ranch Alliance that has broad representation. It's supported by the Taos Community Foundation, and Elizabeth Palacios is here today. It's supported by the Ed and Truly Healy Foundation, and they have been generous supporters on behalf of the ranch. We have a number of community groups represented on the Ranch Alliance, including the Friends of D.H. Lawrence. Bill Haller, who's the president of that, is here today. And a number of others, including Richard Archuleta, who's a member of the Taos Pueblo. And as you know, the Taos Pueblo has cultural activities which take place to a certain extent on the ranch. The important thing about the ranch is that this could be a very important community resource. It could be an economic generator. If you go into the Chamber of Commerce or Moby Dickens, people ask about the ranch. They want to go up there, and it's been closed to the public for many years. We think it can be revived. We have made a specific proposal to the University of New Mexico. We have met with the new president of the University of New Mexico, Robert Frank, and he has said, and this was just since we talked to you, Mr. Baroni, in the last 10 days, he has said he thinks our proposal is viable, but he's got to bring it back to his people and work on it with his lawyers and with his administrators. So we're keeping our fingers crossed, but we want to reach out to you, as we've done with the town council, to get your vocal support. We're not asking you for money. We have raised money privately. The Taos Community Foundation has already contributed $30,000 to the maintenance and upkeep of the ranch. And we have told President Frank we believe there are more resources would be forthcoming if we can get a way of involving the community in some sort of joint partnership to get the ranch open, administer it. We know the Friends of D.H. Lawrence here in town are willing to develop a docent program to take the responsibility off of the shoulders of UNM. So we're just asking you to give us your rhetorical, political support for our efforts so that we can go to the University of Mexico and say the community is behind us. So thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you, and we hope that you will consider our resolution.
Thank you, and I applaud you for bringing the town, the county, and the pueblo together. It's awesome to see you guys already gone out and you've raised funds for this situation and you're moving it forward. Commissioner Sanchez, you had to come?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Sir, I'd like to thank you for coming up here today. And that does fall in District 2. And I've been up there in the past several times. And I think it's something, like you just said, an economic generator. It's going to bring in people. They leave money behind. How good is that for Taos County? It's great. And I think it's something that the Lawrences would like to see that, keep going. So you got my support on it. Thank you.
Mr. Archuleta, did you have anything to add?
Sure.
I know you would love to.
Gentlemen Commissioners, thank you very much for giving us this time to present our cause to you. As you have heard, this is a very important cultural property, and I'm here before you as a citizen, not necessarily as a Pueblo representative, but someone who has looked at the property, has visited there several times, and I became friends with the late Mr. Bachrock, and we were trying to do some restoration work up there too, and apart from that, we do make cultural trips through there at least once a year, and they've been very generous in sharing the resources there as the party of travelers passed through that area. But before that, it was also a hunting area. People have used that area for eons of time, and our grandfathers and forefathers traveled into the San Luis Valley via that route, and it's still used today by our tribal people, and we're actually looking to create a perpetual easement for our tribal journey up that way. But importantly, we're looking at the possibility of establishing an educational venue through the University of New Mexico. We see the opportunity to create programs in conjunction with the university. It is 160 acres of very beautiful, pristine land up there. It has not been upkept, and the outcroppings, outbuildings are fallen in disrepair. And there's so much that can be done, and we are looking to raise funds from the private sector to address these crumbling conditions and provide an educational venue for generations to come. I believe that it would be a wonderful facility that can be hosted by the university as well as by those that are concerned. As you heard, we're looking to create a docent program where we would have trips up there from time to time on an ongoing basis. If people want to go up there, they would just be able to make arrangements and visit the area and spend time up there. And eventually, over a period of time, if this plan works out, it can become a place where people can spend a sabbatical, spend time working on projects, an education outreach center, so to speak. So we appreciate the time that you've given us, and if you'd give us some consideration and your support in this endeavor, we would certainly appreciate it. I am not speaking on behalf of tribal government. I'm speaking on behalf of as an individual with concerns to preserve this wonderful property. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I applaud all of your efforts. D.H. Lawrence Ranch really is a valuable asset to the community and can be of great value to members of the community, of interest to our visitors, and I'm sure we'll get a resolution on the agenda next meeting that we can address and put our official stamp of approval on it. So, thank you.
So, thank you. And Mr. Archuleta, before, if we could get a letter of support and then bring this resolution back also, if we could get that done.
Will do, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Anybody else in your group that would like to speak to us?
Always take the chance to speak into a microphone. Good morning, gentlemen. One of the things that we...
Name for the record,
excuse me, I'm Elizabeth Palacios, Director of Taos Community Foundation.
Yeah, I knew you were, but nobody else.
Well, that's all right. I could have said I was someone else, but you wouldn't have believed me. Anyway, one of the things that the Community Foundation noticed when we first started on this project, and it's been about 5 years that we've been working on it. Has it been 4 years, something like that? Was when we first put out the word that we were concerned about the decaying buildings on the particular ranch area, the 15 acres where the buildings are, we received contributions and letters of support from around the world, from Australia, from Japan, from England, and many other countries. One of the things that we did receive was that 2 people passed away in Japan, and they left legacy gifts towards this project. So it really demonstrated to us as an organization concerned about our community that, and this particular ranch, is that this is not an isolated ranch in northern New Mexico just by itself. It has an international group of people looking at it and wanting to come and see it and visit. That shows us that with small activities that we as a community can do to move this ranch forward, broaden it to be more of a community project and part of our economic engine, that I believe that it could be a large contributor. One of the things that we've been told is that it's the second most asked place to visit after Taos Pueblo, even before the Gorge Bridge. So I just thank you for your support for this.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So we have some direction on that, correct? Mr. Archuleta?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead and move on to our public hearing. Discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following: request for approval of a transfer of a liquor license application 882821 Sipapu Ski Area and Summer Resort. Somebody here for that presentation?
I'm Bruce Bolander from Sipapu.
Morning, Bruce.
Good morning, Commissioners.
So, go ahead. Did you have a presentation you wanted to make?
Not really a presentation. We just have the transfer request for our liquor license. It's basically staying in the same location. We've had a change of ownership in the partnership that operates the facility, and state law requires a transfer of application for the liquor license based on that principle.
Mr. Malone, everything legal and proper?
It is, Mr. Chairman.
Publications have been met?
They have.
Thank you.
So move to approve.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, do we not have to have any input from the public?
Yep, we sure do. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. It is a public hearing, so we will put off the motion for a second until we
Everyone
close.
stands, but
Yeah.
we can have discussion.
Yeah. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on this item? If not, then we'll go ahead and close the public session. We do have a motion on the table. We do have a second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Romero?
Mr. Chairman, so Mr. Bolander, you're the new owner of the of the ski area? Maybe you can tell us a little bit.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
You're the new owner of the ski area?
No, I'm still a partial owner in the partnership or the corporation that operates it. We just changed a very small portion of our ownership stuff in it.
Okay.
Any further questions?
No further questions.
Not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bolander.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And we are continuing to try to work through that. I know you guys, your general manager has a request into the NCRTD to follow up on possibly some blue bus service into that area. There is a, we are trying to work through the town of Taos to, we have some duplication of services that are happening in the town of Taos with the blue bus. And if we can free up some of those a duplication of services, we will be able to then have some, we will see some savings and the possibility of then the blue bus actually servicing for employees and skiers that are wanting to go to the area. So we're looking into it. So.
Well, that's very appreciated. I knew you guys were working on it, and I knew it would certainly help us out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Commissioners, we'll go on to the minutes, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following October 1st, 2013 regular minutes. Commissioners?
So move to approve.
We have a motion to approve as presented.
I'll go ahead and second.
We have a second. Any further discussion? Not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Abstain.
Yes.
Yes. October 15, 2013 regular minutes.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'll go ahead and abstain from this particular meeting.
Okay.
I was not present.
I'll make a motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Commissioners, we have a second. Just before we take the vote, I'd like to applaud your staff. You know, we continue to move forward through the minutes. There's less and less things that are being found, so thank you. So, call for the vote.
I'll abstain.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we'll move on to presentations, discussion, consideration, and decision regarding the following. Mr. Trujillo, I'm going to turn this over to you. There's a two items there. Commissioners, if we would go down to the bottom, and Mr. Trujillo will take the opportunity to.
Audience, today we have a presentation to Miguel Gabaldon, our District 5 engineer for the New Mexico Department of Transportation, and we have a platform. I'd like to read it for the audience. And it states, presented to Miguel Gabaldon, PE District 5 engineer, in recognition of your relentless efforts in helping Taos County District 2 acquire a caution light between Highway 522 and Highway 196 at the intersection of Costilla and Amalia, the assistance provided to Taos County in keeping various roadways clear of vegetation and overgrowth, as well as your continued support maintaining drainage flows on State Road 68. Without your efforts and those of your staff, Taos County would not be able to provide the much-needed services to its constituents. Presented on this 15th day, actually, presented on yeah, what's today's date? Presented today, October 2013, Taos County Board of Commissioners, and I would like to say Daniel Albarón, our chairman from District 1, Gabriel J. Romero, our vice chairman from District 3, Mr. Joe Mike Duran, our commissioner from District 5, and our commissioner from District 2, Mr. Larry Sanchez, and our commissioners from District 4, Mr. Tom Blankenhorn, and of course our Taos County manager. I think a round of applause is in order for Mr. Gabaldon. Thank you very much, sir. And if you could stand over there so I can take a picture. If you'd like to say a few words also.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I'd like to thank you for recognizing the Department of Transportation and District 5. I want to accept this on behalf of the employees who actually take care of the work that you're recognizing today. Extend, first of all, my apologies for not being able to make it the last meeting, which is the date on the plaque. But I would like to introduce some folks who are here and ask that they be able to participate in this recognition as well. The New Mexico 522 Speed Display Beacon was a project that we started a few years ago with studies and then acquisition of funds and materials. And we have a representative here who worked on that project. It's Kyle Bunch. He works in our traffic section in Santa Fe. And then that work was completed by a few crew members from Cuesta Patrol, which is the supervisor is Harold Herrera and Francis Vigil and Norbert Gomez. Those gentlemen are up pushing snow in Red River. We had about 6 inches of snow up on New Mexico 38 in that area. They also were assisted by our structures crew who built the foundation for these devices, and that's Nelson Terrazas, who's a supervisor, Harold Sanchez, Martin Rodriguez, and Kenny Lovato. Those gentlemen are also dealing with snow removal down probably more in the canyon area or in Los Alamos where they're detailed. And then lastly, regarding work in Taos, in the Taos area, New Mexico 68, a portion is maintained by our Taos Patrol, and we have a crew out of Taos which is fully staffed. And I have a few gentlemen here today from that patrol who haven't gone out to deal with snow yet, but they will be soon. And that is the supervisor, Walter Sandoval, Gary Gonzalez, and Adam Vigil. So new faces in the crowd who came today to be recognized. So I'd like to thank them for their work.
And ladies and gentlemen, members of the commission, I would be remiss if I did not thank Mr. Gavaldon for his assistance in giving us a letter to get our parking lot paved for the Housing Authority in Cuesta. Without his assistance, we would never have been given the money from HUD to do this. So, Mr. Gavaldon, again, thank you and your staff for all the hard work. And also, Mr. Gavaldon is going to be assisting Taos County in providing a crosswalk in Ranchos de Taos from St. Francis Church to across to Martina's Restaurant. So, again, thank you, Mr. Gavaldon. Everything. Appreciate it.
Light or roundabout that has been discussed right here on Albright?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you for the additional time. I'll bring you an update on some projects in this area. We do have the intersection of Albright and New Mexico 68 and Tewa, I think on the other side of the bank. We have a design established for a traffic signal, but what we've done now as well is we've funded a corridor study on New Mexico 68 and US 64 that's going to start at La Posta on the south end and go up north to Camino de las Placitas. Now, that study is going to be conducted. It's ongoing now. We have a consultant, and it's being, data's gathered, and it's going to be analyzed. We want to make sure, as that study proceeds and we have public involvement, that the decision that comes for the treatment of this intersection of New Mexico 68 and Albright is consistent with what we have designed. Right now, it's an intersection with a traffic signal. If the study shows something else to come out of it, then we'll have to modify our design. We're going to look for constructing what's determined or decided upon at this intersection in the spring, summer of 2015. So we're prepared to move forward on that intersection. We also will be working on some things, as Mr. Trujillo had mentioned. We'll look at the New Mexico 240 down in Ranchos, near New Mexico 240 and New Mexico 68 to address a crosswalk request. And so we'll be looking at that as we head back to Santa Fe today. And we're going to bring back the project that was developed a few years ago, something like 8 to 10 years ago, on New Mexico 68 from County Road 110, south of Ranchos, up to New Mexico 518. We're going to bring that study, dust it off the shelf is what we call it, because it was done, and we're going to bring it to a design phase, and we'll have to get together with the RPO to get that project into our program. Right now, it's not in our program, which goes out to 2016, but we'll start looking to see when that project can be put back on the program. So those are a couple of updates on what we're working on.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Thank you again for your recognition, and you have a great day.
I also want to thank you. We were having some flooding issues. I guess you guys got a vector up here and got that changed.
And Mr. Chairman, you do have a letter coming up later on for ratification for requesting Mr. Gavalu's help in District 5 for that crosswalk in Ranchos. So that'll be later on your agenda. And again, Mr. Galadon and your staff, thank you very much for your hard work. And now we have our Employee of the Month. And first of all, we have Ms. Cheryl Lucero, who's an employee from the Treasurer's Department who was selected by her peers Employee of the Month. And I would like to read a little paragraph regarding Ms. Lucero. And Taos County congratulates Cheryl on her achievement of winning the Employee of the Month award for October 2013. Cheryl is being recognized for her outstanding efforts and dedication to her position as Deputy Treasurer 2. She began working for Taos County 10 years ago. Cheryl is an outstanding customer service employee, always going the extra mile for customers as she goes out of her way to accompany customers to other departments to make sure their concerns are addressed. Cheryl is a team leader and meticulous when completing her daily duties. Thank you, Cheryl, for all of your hard work. You're greatly appreciated. And with that, Cheryl gets an award, a certificate, and she also gets some gift certificates to Walmart and to other areas here. So again, congratulations, Cheryl. And I'd like to take a picture of you with the Board of Commissioners. Oh yeah, she does get 8 hours. Directors that they honor their employees, because management is a reflection of staff. Without the employees, we wouldn't do what we could. So again, thank you, Cheryl. Thank you. And now, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we have another Employee of the Month for October, and her name is Ms. Elsa Vigil. And again, she gets a certificate and some other goodies that come with it. And of course, a day off.
Thank you.
So I will read a little paragraph for her. Elsa Vigil, who works for the Finance Department. Taos County congratulates Elsa on her achievement of winning the Employee of the Month award for October 2013. Elsa is being recognized for her outstanding efforts and commitment to her position as purchasing officer. She began working for Taos County 10 years ago. Elsa always has a positive attitude and provides excellent internal customer service. She is always willing to explain how things need to be done, and when asked for guidance or assistance, it's the most important thing to her, no matter what the task. Elsa is always willing to help, going above and beyond her duties, and she does it all with a smile. Thank you, Elsa, for all of your hard work. You are greatly appreciated. Thank you. I'd also like to thank the Employee Action Committee. They're the ones that pick the Employee Action Committee is the one of the month, and they work hard in determining who gets it. It's not an easy job, but we thank them also. Okay? Yes, no? One more.
I get to disappear now. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner?
If I may continue on thanking our staff for all of the work that they do, our staff and elected officials and their deputies on a daily basis. They do an awesome job. Also want to continue thanking Mr. Gabaldon and the Highway Department for all of the work that they continue to do. And of course, being a board member of the MPRPO, we are able to enjoy a really good relationship with the staff and those that lead the New Mexico Highway Department. And, you know, all we have to do is ask, and they are able to follow up on a fairly quickly basis. And so, thank you very much.
And I like to echo Commissioner Romero's sentiments. You know, it's great for our community to be able to work together with your department, with our employees of Taos County. You know, we can sit up here, but we can't do anything alone. It takes effort from you. It takes effort from our employees to make these things happen. So thank you. Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Gabaldon and staff. You ought to see the difference up there in my district, you know, in that intersection there, 522, 196. I've gotten a lot of compliments on it, and I told them that I would bring that back to you folks because you guys made it happen, and thank you so much. Appreciate it. I know we're at the bottom of the totem pole, but you guys were able to move us up, and you probably said, man, that commissioner keeps fregando, pero thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and move on to item C, a presentation of a summary of the findings contained in the Taos Historic Courthouse. Mr. Bellis.
I just wanted to introduce David Henry, who conducted a wonderful study. The town, the county, and State Historic Preservation Agency jointly funded this, and it was an important stage for us to determine the structural status of the building, what type of work would be done. But David has held a great community input process. And I want to also thank him for the work that he did in his former life with Living Designs Group when we put in the Recovery Act money for the heating and ventilation. I know in every job he's taken on for the courthouse and for the county, he and his firms have put in far more than we really paid them to do. And we thank him for that. I think it's done partly out of his love for the building and his wanting to see it revived. I think this is an interesting presentation, and it was a key to us being able to go on and get additional state and federal monies for the restoration of that building. So I will turn it over to David and thank him again.
Commissioner Sanchez, you had a
Yeah,
comment
Mr.
before?
Chairman, Commissioner, Mr. Bellis, Mr. Henry, I'm hoping that the findings were maybe a pot of gold.
Oh, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
It is a pot of gold out there, Commissioner.
But the
I don't like to talk too much. I'll show you some pretty exciting images, hopefully, here. See if this works. Yeah. Okay. So I'm David Henry. I'm a local architect, been a county resident for 20 years, married, 2 kids in the public school system. I'm a county resident, and proud to say that you really have a jewel here on the north side of the plaza in the historic Taos County Courthouse. It's actually the third courthouse that has occupied this parcel on the north side of the plaza. The image that you see here, and I think you have this full report. I'm just giving snippets today. It's about a 200-page report. If anybody is really interested, I can email this document to you, but it's my understanding that the commissioners, as well as Mark Flores and the Facilities Department, have been provided a digital copy of this report. I'd like everybody to read it, to get a copy if you'd like. It's an important and an exciting study of a very important building that the county does own. This study, as Mr. Bellis mentioned, is a great example of collaboration between town government and county government, as well as some state agencies. The county was really the town was really the fiscal agent for this study, with some matching funds provided by the county. Did I say that right? I'm confusing the county and the town. The fiscal agent was the town, even though they do not own the building. You guys own the building, but it's a county building that is within town limits. So that brings up some issues as well. Many of you may know this building better than I do, and I'm probably, that's probably true for some members of the public. I've only been a county resident for 20 years, and I'm sure there are people that can correct me on some of these dates. What you see here is kind of a summary of the timeline of Taos Plaza, which this building really anchors. Efforts to establish the Taos Plaza really began roughly 1796. And by 1830, there was a very crude jail on this property on the north side of the plaza. By 1880, there was a second building on this site. It was also a government building that contained a jail. And the 1880 jail stood on this site until it burned down in 1932. The site that I'm talking about here is the plaza. The 1880 structure is the county building that acted as a jail is right there. That's the second building. It burned down in 1932. We have images of that. Sanborn maps were issued by the insurance companies to document buildings that existed. The county building, the jail and the courthouse, are on the left side of the plaza there, center of the screen, just off to the left. The government complex occupied the facade that faces the plaza, and behind that, jail. The well, the hand-dug well from this building still exists in the building that is there today. If you walk into this building, there's a little trap door in the wood floor. Lift that door, it's not locked, it never is. You can see the well that existed from jail. This is an image from the Santa Fe Reporter in 1938. It's an article about the fire in 1932. So the building burned down in 32. Taos County hired an architect out of Albuquerque, Louis Hesselden, to design and build the third courthouse and jail complex on this property. The interesting thing about this article that came out in Santa Fe is that there was a bit of controversy back in the day. Here we are in 1938. Taxpayers were complaining that they were still paying for the old jail complex from 1880. They were still servicing the debt from the second jail that was on this property. And there's also some grumbling about their brand new building falling into the earth or settling. Part of my scope with this project was to assess the structural condition of the building. And the good news is that this is a very stout building. It is a two-story adobe building, but it sits on modern concrete foundations. Fortunately, we were able to locate the original 1932 construction drawings. They're in the archives of Zimmerman Library down in Albuquerque at UNM. We were able to scan those drawings, and they are in the full body of the report. It's kind of a rare thing as an architect to find the original drawings of a building. So I was pleasantly surprised when we were able to locate those. This is the first floor plan of going back to 1932. This building housed the superintendent of schools, the assessor's office, sheriff's department, county district judge, district attorney, as well as a jail. The jail is on the north side of the building, and it still exists today. Second floor has an open courtroom that has 10 WPA-era murals done by 4 prominent Taos artists. If you haven't seen the murals, I'd encourage you to visit the room and see the art that is on the walls. It's very well preserved, and it's spectacular. It's one of the main reasons that this building should be preserved is that it has historic WPA era art. This is the exterior elevations going back to 1932. Notice that there are windows on the ground floor on all 4 sides of the building. This condition doesn't exist today. The east and west alleys on either side of this building have been infilled with 1-story structures, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. It's really my intent, it's my recommendation in the report to restore the building to its 1932 condition, which it would become a freestanding building. I'm recommending that the additions in the alleys be removed. This is an artist's woodblock print from opening day at the courthouse. In 1934, Regina Cook was a local artist who worked for the paper. This is her rendering of what the building looked like on opening day. Not that different than what it looks like today. The biggest difference is these little portal elements on the east and the west have been heavily modified. The vigas have been removed from the portal. But otherwise, the building looks largely like it did in 1932, that's good. That's a very good thing. Photograph from 1934, 1937. The building that is there today is in the photograph. It's on the upper right. You can see that the roads aren't paved, and the plaza is a fairly crude, muddy mess. It's not the plaza that you see today. We have paved roads, we have curb and gutters, we have continuous portals, covered portals all around the plaza. But this is an image of what the plaza looked like in mid-1930s. Moving on to the 40s, you can see how this building was well-loved by the public, used for special events. This is an image probably taken during fiestas in the mid-40s. People occupied the roof deck of the portal to view the festivities that are happening on the plaza. The Fiesta Court is actually up on the roof often. You'll see that in another image. Here you go. So it's a very ceremonial building. It's important to the citizens of Taos County. Many people have fond memories of getting their driver's license or their marriage license at this building. County business took place here up until 1970. When the county government complex was relocated south of the plaza. This is an image of the second floor courtroom from the 1950s. You can see the judge presiding below the mural of Moses, the lawgiver, on the east wall there. I'm sorry, this isn't a color image, but if you look at the full report, you'll see extensive history and color images of all of the murals in the courtroom. Originally, there were a total of 10. In the mid-90s, Taos County was smart enough to hire a conservator And this gentleman from Albuquerque, Frederico Vigil, I believe, he's a well-known artist in Albuquerque. He came up to Taos and restored the 10 murals in the courtroom, and he added an 11th mural. So we have a modern mural in this room, and there's room for one more. If you walk into the room today, there's one blank space left. So there's room for future expansion of the art in the historic courtroom.
So there was never anything there, there's been rumor that somebody stole it or had.
No, that's an interesting point. Taos County originally commissioned 10 murals. Those lasted for 70 years, and then we added an 11th mural, and there is room for another.
Thank you.
This is a diagram of what has happened to the building over its 80-year lifespan, beginning in 1930. Right off the bat, in the late 30s, the West Alley was modified with small structures. There was a jail addition, some retail space added to the south side of the building. The same thing happened on the east side of the building. So the building was very quickly modified to be no longer a freestanding building. It had its alleys infilled. Not the architect's intent. It was probably done for business reasons, for income. The county probably needed more space. However, the additions and modifications to the building that are illustrated in this diagram were not done to the same quality as the original building. Modifications to this building happened slowly and haphazardly over the course of 50, 60 years. Not always the wisest thing to do. Some of the materials that were used to make these modifications to the buildings are non-historic. Some of the building is actually concrete block, which does not move and it doesn't act the same as the adobe walls of the original structure. That's actually causing some problems. So it's my recommendation that these non-historic modifications to the building actually be removed. This is the building as it exists. In the mid-'80s, this was the photograph that was submitted to the federal government to get historic status for the structure. Notice the portal is greatly simplified from its original 1932 condition. In 1932, the portal had massive stucco open rooms on the east and the west, and as you see it now, it's just an open wood portal. Not unpleasant. It's a very nice portal. You can walk all the way around the plaza in a continuous loop, basically sheltered from the sun, from the weather. That's a good thing. But I think the building has lost some of its original character. You can also see that the vigas, the viga ends, the exposed viga ends, have been removed from the first floor portal. The canales are not original. They should be restored. But the good thing is that all of the second floor window openings and windows are original. They're there. They've been screwed shut for security reasons, but the original windows on the second floor are there. Very few of the original doors exist, especially on the first floor. The front entry off of the plaza is really a residential style glazed door. It's something that was purchased from Randall Lumber or Ace Hardware. It's not really fitting for this building. There's, as part of the comprehensive study, there's documentation on every single window and every single door in the building. So if you really want to dig into the nitty-gritty of the doors and windows of this building, it's in the appendix of the full document. This is the floor plan as it exists today. You can see the alley infills on the east and the west. They are on the left and right side of the building. There have been extensive modifications that I'm recommending be removed. Currently, the building houses retail establishments, local artisans, And the tenants that are in the building now are largely on the southern edge of the building, the portion of the building that has direct plaza exposure to tourism, to people strolling the plaza. That makes sense. That's where you can have a viable business in this building. But the interior of the building and the northern portion of the building are largely vacant and have been so for many years. Since the county moved out in 1970, this building has seen many different uses. It's been an office building. It's had retail tenants on the first floor. The second floor has largely been office space, and the historic courtroom has seen many, many different uses, from theater groups to special event space. Now, during the day, it's usually locked up. The county doesn't have staff to run this building as a tourist attraction. That's part of the purpose of this study, is to make recommendations for adaptive reuse. How can the county put this building to a better, higher use? And I'll show you a slide of what I think that may be here in a minute. Second floor of this building is largely the way it looked in 1932, with the exception of a small series of additions off to the east, off to the right. But other than that, the layout of the offices and certainly the historic courtroom they're intact. They're there. The bones of the building on the second floor are really well preserved. These are some black and white images of the current condition of the building. The lower right image is the jail addition from the north side alley. I call that Juan Largo Lane. Some people call it Terracina Lane or the North Plaza Alley. It has many names. From the plaza, the building is a very attractive building. It's a Spanish Pueblo style building with exposed vigas, a portal, earth tone stucco. It fits in with the plaza. It's a great building. From the north side, it's a bit of a dog. It's been cobbled together and ignored. You can't get into the building from the north side. If you were at the John Donne shops, for example, or the Alley Cantina, the retail shops that are on the north side of this building, there's no way to get into this building. There is a staircase, but when you go up that staircase, the building is always locked. And on the left and right side of the building are poorly done additions that are in far less stable condition as the main building. And that's really the crux of my report. Strip the building down back to its 1932 condition, remove the alley infills, and you would have a really great historic building. These are some drawings illustrating current conditions. There's a lot of exposed conduit, non-historic lighting, cracking stucco. If you really dive into these keynoted drawings, you'll understand the condition of the building. That was part of my scope, identify the threats to the building and the condition to the building. But the good news is that it's structurally very sound. It's a two-story adobe building that sits on modern concrete foundations. That's how it was built. This is not an ancient building of the era of Taos Pueblo. This is only an 80-year-old building. There are many buildings on Taos Plaza that are much older. This is really only an 80-year-old building. It's actually quite new, all things considered, for buildings on the plaza. This is a good example of how the east and west sides of the building were heavily modified with additions. You can no longer see the windows on the first floor. They're obscured by these alley additions. Same is true on the west. This is Juan Largo Lane on the north side of the building. The town, I believe, funded pretty extensive hardscape and landscape improvements to the historic zone around the plaza. You can see new brick pavers here on Juan Largo Lane. And yet when you hit the property line, if you will, of the county building, there's gravel, there's railroad ties, but there's not a lot going on at the building. You can't get in, you can't look in. The historic murals are on the second floor. And it's really my recommendation to heavily develop the north side of the building to allow for pedestrian activity, more retail activity, promote business. Use the north side of the building for special events. You could have street fairs on the north side of this building. You could put a stage here. But it really needs to be developed so that people can pass from the plaza through the alleyways and on to the businesses that exist as you head north, the John Dunn Shops and Bent Street. This is a conceptual drawing of what that might look like. Restore the building back to a freestanding structure, landscaped, I call them pocket parks. They're very narrow. The alleys on either side of this building are 14 feet to 20 feet wide, but that's about the same width as Terracina Lane, where Twirl, the alley Cantina, Kimosabi, if you walk down that little pedestrian street today, it's a very successful example of a quaint walking street where you can do shopping. There's, the town has put a lot of effort into landscaping that area. There's historic lighting. It's a safe place to go at night. I'd like to bring that same intent to this building, and that's what this drawing represents. What does it all cost? I've done some conceptual cost studies. We've broken it down into two distinct phases. Phase one would bring an elevator, public restrooms, and interior renovations to the building for a rough cost of, I think, about $860,000, if I have my figures correct. And these are conceptual costs. This is not the final document. My scope is complete, but my scope is preliminary in nature. I was only hired to do a conceptual study of this building. So these are not hard costs. These are very conceptual in nature. Phase one would get an elevator, restrooms, and interior elevations for $800,000 and some change. This is roughly a 10,000 square foot building.
Let me ask a question. You said public restrooms, elevator. Weren't the elevators here $1 million?
Way too much.
What did we pay over here for the elevators? $1 million, weren't they?
No, elevator. Hydraulics, electric, and by the time I put the chase, so probably about $100,000.
Putting in an elevator to.
I guess, taking out those two strips on either side in the alley, is that due to the fact that they're causing deterioration of the building, or they are deteriorating, or what is the reason?
The condition of the main building, the original 1932 structure, is very sound, with the exception of the roof. The roof needs to be replaced. But if you look at the alleys as individual pieces, they've been cobbled together. You know, the county added 200 square feet. 5 years later, they'd add another 400 square feet, and it was probably done with internal labor, internal resources. The quality of construction of the infill additions is way substandard. It does not meet code. It's structurally sound. It's not dangerous. It's not falling apart, but it is separating from the main building. There are weatherization issues, water infiltration. The electrical is far from being up to code. That's true for the whole building. It's just substandard construction for large portions of the additions.
Thank you.
Yeah. So phase two, which is really the big chunk of the work, for about $1.5 million, would be a comprehensive renovation of the structure. Renovate or repair or replace all of the windows and doors, stucco the building, modern electrical upgrades, bring in modern phone, data, IT, high-speed internet, code-compliant lighting, egress lighting, a comprehensive interior renovation of the space. As Mr. Bellis said, the county received some ARA funding, some American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funding, about 5 years ago. That money was about $150,000, and it was put into mechanical upgrades for the building. So the building does have a modern boiler. It used to have a steam boiler that would be hissing away in the basement of this building. The boiler is still there. It's just been abandoned and replaced with a modern hydronic boiler. But the boiler that's in the basement, it's probably the original boiler from 1932. And it belongs in the Smithsonian Institute. It's that archaic. It's really it looks like a diesel engine from a Civil War era locomotive, and it's still down in the basement. It's actually very interesting if you like old mechanical objects. But the good thing is we were able to install a new boiler to keep heat on in the building. That's pretty much a summary of my findings. The good news is it's structurally sound. The bad news is we need funding to renovate the building. This is really just step one. This is a preliminary study. This is not a shovel-ready project, although it's kind of heading that way. If the county can find funding to put into this building, I think it would come back tenfold in increase in tourism, plaza business revenue. And this building is really kind of the jewel of the plaza, and it's been largely overlooked for the past 40 years. Understandably, the county's efforts have been put into other projects. The county complex has moved south on Paseo, and we're now on our 5th county complex. This is the 5th building that has housed a county jail. We've made the wise decision not to tear this building down on the plaza. It still exists. It's in pretty good shape, but it does need to be renovated. A lot of people call it the lady in waiting. Not much has happened to this building in the past 40 years since the county government moved out. Seen some tenants come and go, but by and large, it needs that big vision to come back to it, and it needs to be funded so that it can live on in the public eye and serve the public, serve the constituents of Taos County for the next millennia. And I stand for any questions.
Mr. Henry, in your eyes, what would make this building shovel-ready? As we continue to look for funding and that's part of the criteria nowadays. It seems like is your project shovel ready? What would make this project shovel ready?
It's an excellent question, and Commissioner Baroni, as you know, a contingent of county representatives went down to Albuquerque earlier in the year and requested $500,000 in HUD funding. CDBG grant funding, which comes from HUD, for this project. We were denied that request, but that was prior to this report being complete. It was prior to this report even being commissioned. Now that we have this document, which meets federal guidelines, it meets the State Historic Preservation Office guidelines, it proves that the county has done their homework. We've studied the building, we've identified the issues, we've done preliminary cost estimates. We're now ready to take it to the next level, hire a team of engineers and architects to do complete construction documents, bid those documents out, and renovate the building. So this is the homework that was necessary, the research that was necessary to make the project shovel-ready. The next step is to commission a team of architects and engineers to do construction documents. That of course, takes funding.
Right.
My question was, Mr. Chairman, architects and that's not included in this almost $2.5 million?
It is not, no. What is included, though, in these figures, and they seem like very large figures, if you do the math for a 10,000 square foot building, these numbers represent roughly $200 a square foot. Seems like a lot of money. A lot of people would say, well, you could build a brand new building for that amount of money, and you could. You just couldn't build this building at this location. So what is in these numbers is a 20% owner's contingency. I've padded these numbers by 20%. There's a slush fund contained as a line item It's the owner's money. It's 20% contingency. That could cover A&E fees, architect and engineering fees. It could cover the grit that you owe the state. You got to pay gross receipts tax. There's just 20% inflation attached to all of these numbers. And as the project moves forward, if it does, that 20% contingency would go away and be designated to pay for other things, A&E fees, taxes, unknown conditions, what have you.
How much would you say architect to design and all that would cost?
Roughly 10% of a construction budget. So if you're looking to renovate this building to the tune of $2 million, an A&E team typically would charge between 8 and 10% of the construction funding to complete construction documents and act as the owner's rep during construction, be involved during construction. That doesn't get you a contractor on board. It just gets you an architect, an engineer, biddable documents.
Commissioners, let's go out for another GRT and get the building fixed.
That's one option,
because,
right?
you know, if not, it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah,
You know what I
it's a
mean?
lot of money to
Yeah.
put into a historic structure on the plaza.
If you don't do it that way, it'll never happen.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Henry, also, I'd like to acknowledge the Taos County employees, Anita helping us on grants, and we got Mr. Flores and staff, and Richard Sanchez. They've done a lot of work there.
Absolutely.
And it's, I guess maybe that's something that maybe we can look at, to save some costs, because, these guys have gone out and did a great job on.
County staff that I have worked with over the past, not just the past 6 months, but the past 3 years, 5 years, they've all been excellent. Mark Flores and all of his staff at the Facilities Management Division, including Richard Sanchez and Wayne Chavez, those guys have all been great. Richard Bellis has been a great advocate for this project. I know it's a hard pill to swallow in tough economic times to dedicate money to a non-essential project, which is really what this is. The county can continue to manage this building as they have, keep it from collapsing, do repair and maintenance as needed. And yet at some point, you got to pull the trigger and renovate the building or it's only going to get worse. Yeah, and the county has done a great job of maintaining the building over the past 40 years with limited funding. It hasn't been a priority for our county government, and yet I think it should be. If this building isn't renovated, it will continue a long and slow decline. And there may be a point where it's reached the point of no return, where you'll never get the building back.
And Mr. Henry, also to add to that, now with that D.H. Lawrence coming on board, that would bring in tourism in with, the county courthouse. I mean, that's something that we can't lose.
Tie the two together.
Traditions. We just got to see how we get the funding and.
Yep.
The GRT.
Better it.
This report really can be used as a tool to garnish additional funding.
Would require the town council to.
You've done your homework now. You've had professional consultants come in and look at the building.
Here comes
I put together a team. It went far beyond just an architect. We had a licensed professional engineer, Jim Hands Engineering out of Santa Fe. He's well known throughout the state for being an expert on how to rehab and renovate adobe structures. We also had a historic consultant, Rachel Prince. She was a former Taos resident. She's now in Albuquerque, but she's an architectural historian. Many of the historic images and a lot of the written history that went into the report were generated by Ms. Prince. It's a pretty good read. If you grew up in Taos, hopefully you'll find some intriguing images within the document. Might bring back some fond memories. Let me know if there's additional input. This is just step one. I'm hoping that the county government will take this report and use it as a tool to get
And
to take
Mr.
the next
Henry, I
step.
know the chairman's always pushing for local employment, correct?
Yeah.
Yep. So
He
that's-
said he would donate the Vigas and everything.
There you go. Eagles are in pretty good shape in this
So that's
building.
10% right there.
So thank you for your time.
We have
it was
another,
a-
before we,
Yeah,
commissioners, we have a couple more commissioners that have some questions. Commissioner Romero, and then we'll go to Commissioner Blankenhorn.
So, Mr. Henry, any recommendations as to where to go for funding and what type of funding?
You know, it's interesting. There are events happening at this, in the space, in the historic mural room, and I attended a 10 meeting a couple weeks ago, Taos Entrepreneurial Network. It's a very active group of local business people that are keen on saving this building and putting it to a better use. And we held a meeting there 2 weeks ago. I think this building is really ripe for nonprofits, especially the second floor. It could accommodate many, many offices for nonprofits. First floor could be used as, continue to be used as retail space, and maybe a Taos County Historic Museum component in the old jail section. And as far as funding that, the former Taos mayor, Bobby Duran, mentioned that the Hilton Corporation, the hotel corporation out of Chicago, they often fund historic buildings like this. That's one option. You know, I think there are many federal agencies that we could apply to, and I think you're in good hands with Anita Padilla and Mike Trujillo. Those guys and gals are both pursuing this. They've been working on it for years. We're not done looking for sources. We're going to continue to do that. This is just the beginning.
And Mr. Henry, I don't know if you're aware, I don't know if in your research, if you ever found a deed from the federal government to the county of Taos.
We did.
That was dated way back in 1935.
Correct.
So how much of that, is it just the old courthouse itself, or is there more to it?
The deed that I have seen, Richard Sanchez actually found it. It was found in county records, which is a good thing. And the deed that I saw is just the footprint of the courthouse itself. It's not the plaza. So it's a very small parcel. I think it's 0.2 acres. It's basically the footprint of the building. It does extend a little bit into Juan Largo Lane to the north. But it's really just, you know, it's an urban lot. The Taos Plaza is really made up of many small, dense parcels of land. And the county happens to own, you know, a fairly large parcel on the north side of the plaza, but it's not huge. It's 0.2 acres. I believe the plaza itself is a separate deed, and it's unrelated to the building.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Thank you, Chairman. David, thanks for the report. I read the whole thing. Really think it's a good report. The history was interesting. Your suggestions are good. The technical details, which give us a much better idea of the state of the building and some good ideas going forward. So I really appreciate it. It is a critical step. This is what we could use now to actually write grants. We kind of got the cart in front of the horse before, but this would, I'm sure, give us a better opportunity, and we can look forward to some of those applications going forward. I also appreciate the fact that you did it in 2 stages. That first $800,000 stage would actually open it to the public.
Yes.
You know, we would meet the handicap requirements, and we would actually be able to have the public use it and rent out some space, possibly. Restrooms and the elevator, and enough renovations to actually make it useful. So that's something to look at. You know, obviously it's a lot of money, and given the state of affairs, we would probably have to phase it. But
Yeah.
800,000 is not out of the question. So we'll just have to ask staff to continue to pursue it and build on what you've given us.
Well, it's been a pleasure working on it. You know,
I want to know what the 6 original placitas were and where they're all at. I want to do a walking tour of the 6 original placitas.
We'll have to get Ms. Prince to address that. You know, I think that's probably the outlying villages around Taos. It's Ranchos, Talpa, Seco, Hondo. All these little villages have their own little placitas.
And again, thank you.
Thank you for your
Mr.
time.
Henry. It was awesome. You know, I attended that TENS meeting also.
Yeah.
And also the next night they had I believe, a training session for one of the local banks, and want to applaud the REA. I know they've had some dealings with getting internet in that building.
Yes.
I think it helps facilitate some of these meetings that are being proposed to take place there. So thanks again.
Thank you.
So, Commissioners, our next item is a road tour, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following. Cajon Road. Commissioners, we could do that right now, or we could do it right before lunch and then go to lunch right after that. It might be the wise thing to do. Maybe we can go on to, maybe we can amend the agenda to take on, maybe we'll see what time constraints we have, but maybe we can amend the agenda to move this road tour to maybe possibly after
Lunch.
either after lunch or right before lunch, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, how long is it going to take? Any
Probably
idea?
a half hour, 40 minutes.
So we're almost there, Mr. Chairman.
Well, was it paid with gold or why?
No. Just want to go by and look at it. I mean, it's a collaborative effort between the commission, and I think it's a good effort that we put forward in moving and getting this road paved for our constituents. And it's close by, and I think it's just a good thing for us to do. So,
You want to put it off then, Chairman?
and we can move it, Commissioners, would you like to move it to hear a few more items? We can hear all of the department matters.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So moved, Chairman.
We have a motion to amend the agenda, and,
So moved.
okay, and we'll hear.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion, and, yes, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we'll go on to, department matters, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following. Public Works Department, Mr. Rick Chavez, Public Works Director, request for eradication of speed humps on Los Rios, Garcia, San Cristobal, and Old State Road 3 roads. Mr. Chavez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, San Cristobal Old State Road 3 is the same road. That's just the way it's named. But anyway, your speed hump ordinance does not address taking speed humps off whenever they are deemed necessary, perhaps. But the reason I bring these up, and Commissioner Sanchez, in the case of San Cristobal Old State Road 3, he's had requests, I believe, from bus drivers that they're an impediment to transporting children. So that's the reason why it's brought forth to you. Also, there's been some discussion with Commissioner Blankenhorn on the ones on Los Rios. There are several speed humps on that stretch of road where there are no residences. There's nothing, children or anything like that. So again, that was a consideration, something that we spoke about that we might be able to do. And then finally, in Garcia, that's the road at the intersection of State Road 196 and 522 that goes to Garcia in Colorado. There are 2 speed humps there, are not to specification. They are in residential, and there's a school, and there's a church in the proximity. So in fact, they're so prominent or short and high that there's a lot of complaints about those speed humps. So I bring these forth for discussion or consideration to see if you would consider we take some or all of these off of these 3 roads that are indicated.
Commissioner Romero?
Mr. Chavez, how many are there all together?
Okay, in Garcia, there's 2. On State Road 3, San Cristobal, there might be 3. And then on Los Rios, I think there's 5.
How long have they been on these roads? How long ago were they built?
I don't know on Garcia. I know that the ones on 007, which is Los Rios, were put in after it was paved, probably in 2000. 2005, maybe, 2007. And then the ones on Old State Road 3, San Cristobal, Old State Road 3, I have no idea when those were.
And so Mr. Chairman, the public is complaining about these, Mr. Chavez?
In Garcia, the public is, in fact, the priest. I guess there was a new priest that didn't realize they were there. He kind of had a hard transit through there. The ones that goes to school buses on San Cristobal. And then nobody's really complained about Los Rios except they don't make sense to be on that long stretch of road.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to hear from the respective commissioners of these roads.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Rick, thank you for putting this on the agenda. On Garcia, we've got 2 speed humps there in there, like Rick just finished saying, they're not up to specs, so they're a little high, so a lot of people are complaining. The mufflers are, losing, it's rough for them, for their vehicles, and we don't want to take them out because we got a school right in that area, so that'll keep the people from speeding through there. But what I talked to Rick on, Commissioner, is to shave them and maybe add them a little bit, whatever we need to do to bring them to the specs. And then the ones in San Cristobal, we have 3 there, and one of the bus drivers there, contractor, is just taking a toll on his school bus. Kids that lived there in the past, it's been a while, have moved on, they relocated elsewhere, so they're not needed, so they stay with them completely. And that's San Cristobal and Garcia.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Oh, yes, thank you, Chairman. B007, I know, Rick, when you and I did the tour of roads and we hit some of those speed bumps in the middle of nowhere on straightaways, it seemed a little redundant. But as you know, the people who live there, they always want speed bumps. People who use the road, they don't want speed bumps. And so I will want to talk with people who live out on B007. Maybe there's a way of eliminating the ones that are really in the middle of nowhere as opposed to ones that are closer to houses. But in addition to these 3, I've got a couple suggestions. You've got Cottam Road, the top of Cottam Road, where it's flat and you just have to negotiate those. I think there's 6 on Cottam Road. Lower Los Cordovas Road. There's speed bumps just out in the middle of nowhere, and they are difficult to navigate. It's little wear and tear in the vehicle. I don't know. I think I commend you for bringing forward the notion of us limiting some speed bumps within our community.
And I just have a question. How were these speed bumps placed? Were they placed because people petitioned the commissioners to place these?
Political candy?
Or how were these,
Well, that's the process in the ordinance is for petition, and that's probably how they were put up. But some of these were put up, like in Los Cordova's, there are some that are not as aggressive as others. The first one you meet as you go in the southerly direction is pretty aggressive, and that's, those folks who insist on speeding, that kind of is hard on their vehicles. But a lot of the speed humps that exist are not to spec. They're supposed to be 4 inches high, 12 foot along the roadway, in a parabolic shape or a flat top, which we call a speed table. But some of them are not exactly that way.
Mr. Trujillo, you had a comment or a question?
I can actually clarify a couple of, in Garcia, where Commissioner, Mr. Sanchez has that, those speed humps were placed at the request of the commissioner at that time. When I was the Public Works Director, they had a meeting and the commissioner during that time wanted those speed humps, and then they had the contractor make those speed humps at a certain height. So that was a decision made by the powers that be during that time. The same thing for Los Cordovas. Same thing happened there. And the other one in San Cristobal was the same reason. Those were decisions made by the powers that be at that time, and they wanted them there because some constituents were complaining. And we just followed directives during that time. So that's how those speed humps came about.
And the
we
ones
paved those roads during that time.
And the ones in Los Cordovas that are near the Placita there, they make sense, it seems to me. You know, it's a congested area. I just have trouble with those ones on straightaways that are in the middle of nowhere.
I think the ones in Los Cordovas, the reason they were placed at that point is there was a death on the road, and it addressed that speed area in that area. So
Those are about four in that area. I understood that that's why they were placed, and I understand their utility there. But then there's another half a dozen on that road that kind of drive me crazy.
So, Mr. Chairman, have they've met their usefulness at this point, dollar-wise, or are we just continuing to throw money at speed humps here and there, and then we take them down a few years later? How do you see that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, you know, there are different arguments. You know my position on speed humps. I believe that people are intent on speeding will go right through those. There are those law-abiding folks who, as they travel at the speed limit, have to slow down slower to traverse these. So it's arguments on different sides. As far as their usefulness, you know, to a certain degree, they're useful, again, to those folks that they're law-abiding. But there are some that need to be redone, perhaps, on Garcia. We could either take them out and redo them or just take them out.
So
we did in Llano Quemado, you know, we relocated some of those to make more sense.
So, Mr. Chairman, not totally eradicate them, but to improve them then so that
Some
they can
cases,
continue?
yeah. In other cases, it might be to remove some and not others. We'd have to look at each one in case by case.
And you'll work with the commissioner in their districts.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, the way I look at it, we're just throwing money away. You know, they were put there for a reason. Leave them there. You know, there ain't no community bank out here. You know, remove and replace. And, you know, that's $3,500 a whack.
But the ones on
$3,500 you can use for the whole courthouse.
the ones on Cuchilla were taken off, and we haven't put them back up in Peñasco. I don't know if you want us to do that or
No, leave those out.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Commissioner, sorry.
On Callejon, are there less speed humps now than there were? It's the same number?
Same amount.
Mm-hmm.
And they serve a purpose, those ones there.
They do. They do.
So, Commissioners, I think we need to work within our respective districts. I think, Commissioner, I know in Garcia, those are a little high. They, at one time, the ones on, in one of my districts were pretty high. They lowered them, or they tried to make them so that they were placed properly. So I think if we can work with Mr. Chavez in our respective districts and move forward.
And Chairman, Commissioners, Rick has been working very closely with me, so I appreciate that, Rick. And yeah, that's what we don't want to take them off in Garcia. Now, the ones in San Cristobal, we can meet with the bus driver if you need to, and we'll
My recommendation in Garcia is to take them off at the next opportunity and then to replace them when there's material to do so.
I think he wants them off completely, is what he's saying. So let's talk to him, Rick. I'll be willing to meet with you. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chavez, are you requesting some sort of a vote from this commission today then?
The
Because
Mr.
Chairman, Mr. Malone, correct me if I'm wrong, these decisions should be made by the commission because speed humps do represent a liability at one point or another. If they're removed, there's a liability. If they're kept, they're still a liability. So just kind of some clarification as to where we need to go with this item today.
Commissioner Romero, there's no legal requirement that the commission act on these. It could be done at a staff level, but it would certainly be appropriate if the commission wanted to act. There's no prohibition.
But nevertheless, by having those speed humps either removed or built, it does create some sort of a liability for the county always, because if they're not there, then people are going to speed more maybe. If they're not there, then they're going to speed anyway, and it creates an accident or something, and they'll want to come and blame the speed hump. So just want to make sure that we have clarification.
There's no question, Commissioner Romero, that anything that has to do with road maintenance, one way or the other, speed bump or no speed bump, is a potential liability issue. That's clear.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Mr. Chairman, is that not a liability if they're not up to specs? You know?
That is an additional liability.
So we got, I'd like to fix mine.
And I think if what we could do is, Commissioners, if you go to your respective districts and you've talked to the people and that's the request that you're bringing back, bring them back in front of the board and we can vote on them at that time.
So, Mr. Chairman, the request today then is for those speed humps on Garcia to get
meet the spec,
built up to spec, and then the 3 of them in San Cristobal to be taken out.
Correct,
completely. Are there any others that are we missing, or the one in Los Rios, is that Los Rios in Garcia, Colorado, or?
No, Los Rios is B007 in Arroyo Hondo.
And what is the request for that? To take them out? Or to leave them on? And
It's not my request at this point, but I will talk to people who live there and may come back with a recommendation to take them out.
Okay, so
that the board could vote on.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and make a motion then that we follow the suggestion of Commissioner Sanchez with respect to those 2 speed humps on Garcia and the 3 speed humps on San Cristobal.
Second.
Go ahead and take care of that issue with our Public Works, correct?
Correct.
Second.
But the discussion, the only thing is, there might be some people that want to take them out, and maybe some might want to, for them to be there, you know what I mean? You're gonna have to weigh this out, you're gonna have to go and ask all the people there, you want them out, or we leave them in, you know? Because if not, we're gonna be back and forth. Well, they're gonna bring another petition and gonna say, hey, put them back in, no? And here we go, like dummies again.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I made the motion understanding that Mr. Sanchez has communicated with his constituents, and so has Mr. Chavez as our road superintendent, and they know what those needs are with respect to these 5 or so speed humps.
Correct.
I'll second the motion.
Back to us, right?
Well, yeah. Well, there's a motion. I'll second it.
There was a second over.
Oh, there's a second?
Yeah. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 I'm gonna have to vote no.
I would say no also. I just don't want to have to, but their motion carries, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, item 2.
We just want to be on the good side.
Request for purchase of Ford 350, Ford F-350 truck for District 2.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is a request to get that particular truck for District 2. It's exactly like the one that's was proposed and approved for District 5. Again, to remind you, it will not have a plow or a salt spreader because it is a crew cab. So I request, and later on in the agenda, you'll see that the money that will be spent on this had previously been in the 399, but in a building repair or something for District 2. So that later on in your agenda will be requested to be moved into this line item. So I don't know.
But the money's there, the money's there.
Yes.
So move to approve.
Second. Have a motion and a second. Any further?
Vote no.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I've got a question. Rick, so I'm assuming that you have some big plan for capital purchases of equipment. Is this in line with your plan for purchasing trucks and equipment?
Mr. Chairman, this Districts 5 and District 2 are really, a lot of our equipment is pretty bad. But these two districts have equipment that is really, really bad. So yes, it's needed. As far as the bigger picture, hopefully in the future, with future budget cycles, we can equip these with salt spreaders and plows, as we should equip the new international tandem dump truck that has neither. And then also, I still propose that we get a roller that has water on it. When we build speed humps, we don't need to be spraying it and walking in front of it, spraying it with soap and water. So there's a lot of needs, and we'll just have to prioritize those, but these certainly are a priority.
And those accessories, the spreaders and plows, can be added to this truck later?
And that was one of my questions too, Commissioner, is that I was concerned that these trucks were just going to be used to haul people back and forth and not really have a purpose. So, but there is going to be spreaders and plows eventually purchased for them.
Yes, well, there is an initial purpose. They have a platform body that is can dump, so at least that'd be that. You can use it for that, as well as transport folks around to do work.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, like Rick said, my district, those guys need something that's dependable. The truck they got, I think it's in the 80s. It's already worn down. It's a good thing we come in from Garrapata so we can get speed to climb the other hill on the other side. So we need a new one. And we're not getting the spreader or the blade. I want you guys to know that, Commissioners, because later on, if we can, we'll do it. But they are in need of a good vehicle for my district. Thank you.
Mr. Archuleta.
Got a promotion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo Tom. Basically, what we're doing is an assessment overall of our capital projects that are out there and our vehicles and the fleet. What's happening is that unfortunately a lot of the vehicles, just to maintain them, is more than, and you guys will see later on in the agenda for solid waste today, that we're going to ask to get into a lease for a solid waste vehicle, because again, it far exceeds what we're actually paying for on maintenance of these vehicles because they're so deteriorated. So we're doing an assessment of all the vehicles in that aspect. The other thing that's happening is staff has sent out the RFP for a financial advisor, which is where the bonding is going to come into place for some of these road projects and also for the vehicles to maintain the road projects. And so that'll be later on in the agenda also. You'll see that. And once we have that, then we'll bring that back in front of the commission so that you guys can make some policy decisions as to how you want to proceed with that. So that's how we're looking at it.
Commissioner Sanchez.
And then, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also to add, District 5 is getting the same trucks. So what we're trying to do is have the same trucks in District 2 and 5 so we can have the same oil filters, air filters, all the parts. We'll save money that way. Thank you.
That'll be easier when you and Commissioner Duran change the oil. You can.
I do it all the time. I'm not like you.
Do we have a motion and a second on the floor? Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Review of a survey for Amber Lane and discussion on future action.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the survey for Amber Lane was completed and presented to the Commission at the last meeting. However, the statute provides or requires that we record that with the county clerk 10 days prior to your next step. That survey was recorded after the Commission meeting, and so it's been recorded. I suppose we'll ask for guidance from legal, but I suppose the next step is for you to approve the survey and then to finally adopt Amber Lane as a county maintained road.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chavez, was any land donated, or how wide's this road going?
That land, the way it's platted, the subdivision is, the properties are platted up to within a 30-foot easement, so essentially nobody owns the land, nobody's paying taxes on it, so it's
So the
just
road
there.
width will be, when we adopt it, what would the road?
30 foot.
So what are we looking for?
So I suppose legal counsel.
Mr. Chairman, at this point, all of the formalities have been observed, and the remaining step is for the commission to either adopt the road or not.
Move for approval of adoption, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So, Human Resources?
Wait, hold on,
Oh,
Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Chair. How much longer you need to haul scoria?
I'm sorry?
How much longer?
I have a report over there, but we aren't even halfway done. We're almost halfway hauling the 9,000 cubic yards. So we have every available truck hauling. And in fact, we have solid waste assisting us. We are also working overtime. We start at 6 and end at 5:30, continuing to haul.
How many rounds a truck making?
Yesterday, 3 trucks made 5 rounds, the rest 4. In the past, before the overtime, it was usually 2 and 3. District 2, for instance, would routinely make 2 because they have to come here and then turn around and go back to their respective district by 4 o'clock.
Let me ask a question just to save a little bit of time. Wouldn't it be wise for you to dump it at the old armory for now? You know, anyway, there's going to be, the winter's already upon us. And there's going to be some days, you know, during the wintertime that are nice, no. Then you can move it over here to avoid, you know, because from over there to this yard, you know, it takes you an hour sometimes, no, to go and come, no.
Well, always, I think that double handling material in itself is an additional cost. So, and besides, the salt is delivered here. If we needed, if we hauled it only to District 4, we would probably ask the salt provider to dump over there as well.
Yeah, but just to, you know, this way, instead of them making 5, they can make 6. You know what I mean? Because 5 in 10 hours and a 10-hour day, I don't know if they're stopping to eat lunch or what, but in a 10-hour day, I would haul 8 loads.
That's, you know, the most prolific haulers during the 8-hour period was, the most they could get was 3 loads, and the others were doing 2 for whatever reason.
4 hour round, that's, 4 hour round, that's not very productive.
Oh, it's 2.5, it's a 2.5 hour round trip.
Chairman?
Commissioners?
How's District 2 on the materials? Have they met their quota?
As I said, District 2 is doing 2 loads per day because they had to get back on time to the district, but now with overtime where they're doing 4 loads.
Are we pretty much caught up and just to what we need for the winter?
Oh, you mean to haul over there? Sometimes what they do, like Penasco, what they do on their last haul, at least one truck, where they dump over here and then they load up with the salt mix with scoria, and then they take it to their district yard. So after we're mixing and, you know, 'cause some of the trucks are left here, District 5, the belly's left here, and they take a small pickup home. But the tandem goes back with a load of scoria. So the big push now is to get all that hauled before we really have to get into the business of snow removal. So that's what we're concentrating on right now.
So Rick, we're stockpiling at what sites? Just here at
We're bringing it here because we have to mix it with the salt. So the big stockpile is here, but as I said, some folks are taking some to their respective districts. District 4 already has a pile from last year, which is an issue also with adjacent landowner as far as seepage or whatever. So we're going to have to look at that in the future and perhaps
at the old armory, we have some stockpile there too.
Mr. Chairman, I got a real quick question. Rick, do you have repairs to Millicent Rogers on the schedule before it gets too cold?
No, I don't, because I could not get any material for Millicent Rogers.
You can't get any asphalt?
Said we will not batch out 50 tons. And then there's what's called UPM, which is, this year only comes in bags, which costs $9.77 dollars a bag. What would cost me $33.50 if there was cold milling, cold mix available locally, would cost me over $19,000 to get from Albuquerque.
Well, that's too much. There's no more batching this season.
Not that I'm aware of. They have, they're going to be batching hot mix at that road between the theater and the Don Fernando Hotel. That hopefully they'll pave today, but that's hot mix, that's not cold mix. And the reason they won't batch cold mix is because they order a tanker load, and they have to make the whole tanker load. And if there's nobody to take it, all of it, then they won't do it.
And why can't we use hot mix?
Because in this weather, it'll get cold on us real quick, and we'll probably make a bigger mess than what's already there.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
Cold mix, there's some at Espanola Transit. 83.50, 83.25 a ton, because I brought some for Joe.
Brought some recently?
Last week.
When did they make it?
I brought them a load. No, they have it there.
But when did they make it last? Was it still?
Oh, no, it's still fresh.
So that might be an option to.
I'd sure appreciate it if you looked into that. It's not a good situation to leave all winter.
Okay, we'll pursue that.
Thank you. Did we have?
I'll bring it if the price is right.
Did we need a call for a vote, or we're already done? Okay.
No.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was an additional question. So we move on to Human Resources, Brent Jaramillo, HR Director, and Rick Ballas, Deputy County Manager. Approval of job descriptions and classification, Economic Development Specialist, Arts and Cultural District Coordinator.
Mr. Chairman, as you recall, the County Commission signed a letter of agreement with the Town of Taos and the State of New Mexico in regards to the Main Street Arts and Cultural District programs. I believe that was about 3 weeks ago. Subsequent to that, those organizations sent a request to the State of New Mexico Economic Development Department requesting that their local government affiliation with the Town of Taos be dissolved as a result of the town not responding to a $70,000 downtown master plan grant, which was rescinded, and not completing their letter of agreement or the JPA with the town. The State Arts Council met as part of the Economic Development Department a week ago and approved dissolving the town as that partner and assigning the county as the governmental partner to those programs. That letter of agreement that you signed is awaiting review and signature by the Attorney General. We've been asked to expedite things if we could create the job descriptions, since we would clearly become the fiscal agent and employer for those individuals. And you have before you 2 job descriptions. The first one is for...
Mr. Bellis, since the town did not respond, then them grants are going to be handled by Taos County?
That is correct.
And this is to pay for this job descriptions?
That is correct.
And when the grant goes away, personnel goes away?
The county commission allocated in your last budget $40,000 as its half to operate that program. The town allocated $40,000. We also pledged use of an office in the Old County Courthouse and some furniture and equipment and supplies out of the planning department budget. The grant itself is not for these staff, but these 2 jobs are set up as at-will grant-funded positions, so that in fact, if for some reason you don't appropriate future money or the state dissolves the program, that you have no obligation to continue.
But does this 2 job descriptions come with benefits and all? You know, because say, the grant sticks around for 2 or 3 years and they accumulate, all this annual leave, and then all of a sudden no more grant, then what, the county takes, community bank pays out the annual leave again?
Yeah, if I might, Commissioner, we have thought of that and addressed your concern because this is the preliminary stage of getting these programs going. The hope is at some point the town would come on board, but we do have the money in the $40,000 since we're halfway through the year to get through this year. One of the positions, the one we actually intend to advertise for the Economic Development Specialist, which is actually the Arts and Cultural District Coordinator, That is going to be advertised as a temporary position without benefits. Again, we have 6 months, which hopefully carries us into the next fiscal year, in which we can make a determination what we want to do.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Bella. Exactly what is the duties of this, whoever gets hired to do this? What's he going to do? What's his role?
Well, to continue the position that was already there for the last 3 years, coordinating the events in the downtown and tourism, marketing, economic development, concerts, promotions, and to obtain more money. The person that was doing the job obtained 2 legislative grants in the last 2 years to operate the downtown districts. I believe it was totaled about $70,000 other than this downtown grant. The other position would be the Main Street Coordinator, which you're not hiring. The only reason we're putting that job description in is we need to show that the county is contributing staff time toward, as in kind, to operate this program, and we need to put a value on it. And the only way we can really do that objectively is we create that position based on the state job description.
And at what hourly rate or what?
The specialist, which is the one we would actually advertise for, is at a pay grade 17, which is $16.44 minimum, $19.97 midpoint, and $23.50 would be the cap, but obviously we can't hire above the midpoint. And that is actually less than the individual in that position was making under the town for the past 3 years.
The only thing is that, that worries me is, having to pay out afterwards, annual leave and whatever. The thing about it is I'm okay to advertise it, but at a temporary base with no benefits,
Is that what you're proposing, Mr. Bellis?
That is our intent, and if the commission would like, I have no problem with agreeing that the HR place a condition on your approval today, that should that be changed for any reason in salary or not being temporary anymore, that we would have to come back to the county commission.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Chairman, Commissioners, okay, let me ask you this, Mr. Bellis. Can we hire within? And then we don't have to go through what Commissioner Duran's saying, and we have somebody within the county, promote them. They've already working for retirement, para, whatever,
I think the state was pretty clear in our being awarded this program that they wanted to see the current director continue as the director of the program and not lose that experience.
Who's the current director?
Cynthia Spray.
Where's Taos or what?
She was previously hired by the town of Taos. Yeah.
But where's she working?
She's not working anywhere right now. The state's paying her in the interim between when the town stopped.
Opening a position for her.
Excuse me?
We're opening up a position for this lady?
Yes.
That's why I'm saying, why can't we keep it within Taos County?
Yes, we could if...
Well, we already are doing that with 2 of the positions. I'm lending the program one of our planning positions, and I'm actually filling in at no compensation as the Main Street Director to make this possible. But I think that the town was clear that they wanted somebody that had the credentials to operate this program. And it had been recognized statewide as the #1 program in the state, and their interest was clearly in seeing that continuity.
But Mr. Chairman, then what's the use of advertising if you already know who you're going to hire? You know what I mean? We're just wasting somebody.
Well, I think if we're advertising for someone that's a Main Street Director and familiar with Taos, or I'm sorry, an Arts and Cultural District, and has experience in it, the credentials, is recognized by the state, and is familiar with the county, I don't think there's probably going to be anybody else that's going to apply. But we do have a requirement to advertise this.
They're going to be
You're gonna cover up the cover sheet, so it just looks nice, but there's the lady you're gonna hire.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bellis, what if someone with all those credentials does come through?
And you pick the best person for the job. I think the answer, Commissioner Sanchez, is I'm not aware of anybody in the county that would have these credentials. In fact, as I say, the only reason we're getting the program is because I'm lending my credentials to this on top of that of having done one of these programs previously. And it would take someone, I believe it's a 2-year process to get the certification to do this program. Now, that doesn't mean we can't train someone. That was my intent, was to take someone in through the planning department slot we have open to train them to eventually take over this program, and that would be an existing employee.
Mr. Bellis, I understand what you're saying, Chairman. I understand what you're saying. You got somebody who's trained, but I guess my thing is I'm here to try and promote within our county employees, and we got the knowledge with a lot of the individuals working with the county, a lot of the knowledge in this area, and I just don't want that let go. I guess we should do it within. That's my concern.
And Mr. Chairman, I guess that I'm a little curious here. Why didn't you just come forward and say that you're wanting to hire Ms. Spray and, be as direct as possible and have that ratified by the commission instead of kind of going around, I guess, in the hiring process? I'm not sure. I don't understand it completely.
Thank you, Chair.
Considering all the questions that are being asked.
I guess I can't imagine that anybody else is going to qualify for the job. And I'm expressing what the state's preference is.
So why not just ask for it?
If that's
that way, instead of having to go through this process of posting the position and advertising and
I don't have a job description currently.
Conducting interviews and all that.
We don't have a job description to hire someone to do this, so we have to create the job description. That's really what I'm asking for.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, if I may, first of all, under our policy and procedures, we have to advertise the position. That's first and foremost. Second of all, this is an exempt grant-funded position. I think it would be difficult for a Taos County employee who is a full-time employee to apply for a position that's one exempt, second grant funded. If the funds are pulled, then the position's pulled. And so it would really put that employee in a particular situation. Mr. Bellis has mentioned the state was going to pull this position completely from Taos for whatever reason. Their issues were with the town of Taos, and we stepped in and said, please don't pull this because it brings some economic development to Taos County. We want to see what we can do in the downtown area, and at that point they agreed to allow Taos County, or our hope is that they will sign a contract with Taos County to do that.
And so, Mr. Chairman, that is the importance of it, is to be able to create that economic development.
Yeah, if I can, Commissioner, connect the...
Elaborate on that a little bit more. I'm trying to make a decision here.
If you don't have the Arts and Cultural District, you can't get the Main Street. If you don't get Main Street, you can't get the funding to do the downtown master plan. If you don't do the master plan, the state Economic Development Department gets $2 million it gives out to Main Street programs every year to implement those master plans and for infrastructure. The town clearly doesn't have that money to address parking, traffic, cleaning up Kit Carson Park, doing all those other issues, promotions, more events. So having someone to do that program, getting the state designation leads to both capital grants, clearly, as has happened in the past 3 years, directly from the legislature to operate the Main Street, but it also entitles those Main Street programs to automatically get infrastructure grants. And beyond, I could make a long argument why we should do this, in that it improves the plaza and the businesses downtown. My hope is that once we have this program, to extend it to the Ranchos Plaza, to El Prado, and that they would be entitled to these benefits. It also then gives the county more control over what the State Highway Department does with the roadways. And that eventually we could extend it to Cuesta and Red River that are too small to qualify for the program.
I just got to ask a couple questions.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So which program have we been awarded?
The Main Street and Arts and Cultural District.
Okay, and we've been awarded that program by the state?
Yes.
Does it come with any money with the award?
No.
No. And the 40,000?
No operational, but it makes you eligible for the capital.
It makes you eligible for the capital. When will we apply for capital?
Probably in January. That money has to wait till the end of the cycle for them to make it eligible for us again.
Okay, so we can apply for capital in January?
Yes.
If we fill this position?
Yes.
And we cannot if we don't?
Correct.
And how much will we apply for?
$70,000 to conduct the downtown master plan.
Okay.
Which will be matched by State Economic Development Department with their staff.
How long does it take to create the plan?
6 to 8 months.
And then the following year, will there be another cycle that will apply for more money once the plan is complete?
We would apply for actual capital money to implement the plan. That's correct.
Okay. And the 40,000 that we approved recently, what does that go towards?
The 40,000 was originally intended to do exactly this, to pay the personnel and administrative costs for the program.
And that's still the intent?
That's it, yeah.
And the 40,000 from the town, did that go away?
40,000 was from promotions, and I'm presuming at this point that will go away. However, the program has been awarded money through Bobby Gonzalez directly for promotions from the legislature for the past 3 years.
When the town was conducting it?
When the town was conducting it, but that was...
But they lost it, now we got it, and you're assuming that this flow of money is going to continue?
It was awarded through the director to the district, not to the town. So I'm presuming if the program is still in place, and Mr. Gonzalez, as he has indicated in writing in a support letter, as Mr. Cisneros did previously to those, very strongly support the program, that they would continue to appropriate money to it.
All right, well, I'll support it, but I'm going to ask again in January to see how that $70,000 is coming.
Is that the form of a motion, Mr.?
It wasn't. I don't know if there's any, it could be.
Commissioner Sanchez, you had a question?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Rick, I know I see the importance of it. Can this be done like in a year, trial?
I think that's what Commissioner Blankenhorn was alluding to, is that, we started now, and then he's going to ask the question in January, are we getting any money from this position that we've opened up?
I mean, basically, we've already allocated $40,000 to pay for this position, and the whole purpose is that then we'll get $70,000 in January. The plan will be finished in 6 to 8 months, and then we can apply for money that actually makes improvements in our community. I love the plan. I got to say I'm a little skeptical that it's all going to roll out as proposed, but I'm willing to give it a shot. We've already said yes to the 40, something that Rick's been working on for a long time. So for me, I'm willing to give it a shot, but I do want to see the timeline met as described today.
Commissioner Duran?
Some other thing is, you said 6 to 8 months. If the plan ain't completed in 6 to 8 months, you want to include that in your motion? Because I ain't about to give. He stated it takes 6 to 8 months to do the plan. I ain't willing to pay this lady for a year and still not have the plan.
Okay, so if the $40,000 runs out and we haven't gotten the $70,000 yet, then what's going to happen?
Then it goes away.
Well, yeah, obviously in June you have a new budget, so it doesn't even get a full year. You're going to get another shot at it, and it's a program that has to prove itself. There's no question about that. It'll have to identify money, it'll have to put on events, it'll have to show you that it's increased lodgers tax, GRTs, in addition to coming up with grants. It's your first step by the county into economic development. Counties are not usually, well, almost never allowed to do these programs. These are municipal-based programs, so it's going to be a bit of an adventure. But as far as the time frame you're asking for, Commissioner Blankenhorn, that was outlined in the letter of agreement that we were asked to sign by the state, including what this group was supposed to do to perform, what we would do, what the obligations of the town, what the obligations of the state are. I would say at the beginning, so you're not totally misled, the majority of services that come out of this by the state are not cash to the county. They'll provide an architect, for example, that will help store owners do historic preservation and restore their storefronts. They will provide business counseling services and a lot of the things I think that we were talking about that we wanted to do in the courthouse. They'll do how to do window displays. They'll do marketing. We'll participate in the state tourism marketing campaign, in which rather than us marketing dollar for dollar, we piggyback on the state campaign and get 3 for 1. For example. So there's a lot of in-kind benefits, and I have no problem with writing them all out and bringing you a summary of those with a copy of the letter of agreement that we had.
So, Mr. Chairman, what's on the agenda is then approval of the job description, number 1. Classification, economic development specialist, the arts and cultural district coordinator. Move for approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second discussion, Mr. Archuleta.
Rick, just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. Could this be done under a contract by any chance? Is that a possibility?
I would defer to the county attorney because one of the reasons we went this way was it got extremely complicated between what could and couldn't be done according to the state on one side, and that they were doing in other communities, and then our procurement and state procurement on the other side. And so this just seemed to be the simplest way to do it, is we insisted to the state that we wanted to do a governmental model rather than a nonprofit model, and it just came out this way. But again, I defer to council whether that would be an effective means.
I would have to study the job requirements in comparison with professional services. The only way we could do it as a contract would be if it were professional services, or we could put it out to RFP and do it as a contract.
Just,
but
approval of the job
it's an alternative. I think it would be easier to do it as an employee.
To that.
I'd have to study it further to figure out if I could say that that's going to work.
It's just approval of the job description.
I would suggest that I think the employee job description gives you more control over the outcome of the program. If it's a consultant, it's a very tight description, and especially considering we intend to spread the benefits between more of the county communities than just the downtown of Taos. It would give us more latitude that way.
But the benefits now, they're not actual money for capital improvements. There's nothing in this program that allows us to get grants that would purchase new doors for the courthouse, for example.
The original letter of agreement referred to the $70,000 for the master plan study before it got revoked. And hopefully it will be in the agreement when it's sent back to us by the Attorney General's office. If not, we will be allowed to resubmit for that money, not as the town, because they were the fiscal agent, and they actually went out to bid on that. So one way or another, even if it's in there, we're going to have to rebid that contract.
The $70,000 for the plan.
That's correct.
Which then enables you to apply for grants for other monies.
For portions of the legislative appropriation directly to Main Street communities, correct.
Yeah, and those monies do what? Those monies that are allocated for the Main Street communities?
As long as think of it as the ICIP, our capital improvements plan, as long as it's in your master plan, that's one good reason for us to control that, it's eligible for that money. So if the courthouse is in there as a key business incubator and historic tourism center, then it's eligible for that money, correct.
For money that can be used for capital improvements to the building?
Yes.
Not just advice, not just future studies.
Hardcore mortars, bricks, plumbing, streets, parking,
Trees, parks.
trees,
whatever.
landscaping.
And as far as the employee is concerned, when will we get a chance to reevaluate and determine whether or not it's worth it to continue with the employment?
The state program requires that a monthly service report showing all the statistics of volunteers, how many new businesses, how many businesses assisted, everything you can think of is required, and you will get a copy of that as commissioners. I will give you the monthly report.
Okay, and then, but if this commission decides at a future date this isn't working out, we'll be able to get out of the employer-employee relationship without significant costs?
This is at will.
At will.
Anytime you tell me or you tell Brent or Steve you don't want to do this, I would ask you, I mean, this is a program that takes a while to gear up. I'd ask you to at least give it till the budget cycle.
Mr. Trio, you had some comment?
And adopted as part of our ICIP plan, because I don't think it's in there. So it would make sense for Rick to put this project under our ICIP plan, so that when we go to the legislature to ask for money for this particular project, then it's already in the ICIP plan for the county. But it's at least under the ICIP plan for Main Street and for enhancements of the Main Street program. Recommendation.
Yeah, I think we could create an item, for example, the money they applied for marketing and events and tourism and the concerts that they hold. We could put that in there under a Main Street line item, but we're not going to have any bricks and mortar until we get the plan done. So it'd probably be in the next cycle.
Okay. Any further discussion, commissioners? I know there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to hear the recommendations from our county manager on this particular item.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, I think that it's important for us to look at economic development in any aspect that we can. This is something that sort of fell on the county's lap, unfortunately, because of the lack of, whatever happened with the town, and we're trying to push forward in that aspect. I do agree with Mr. Trujillo on the ICIP plan, that it has to be on there, because if we're going to go to Mr. Gonzalez or Senator Cisneros at any point, the governor will veto anything that is not on the ICI plan, even though they give us the money for that. So it absolutely does have to be part of that. And we'll recommend at this point that we approve this, move forward with it, and then the commission will have a chance in June to re-look at the whole process and see if this is something that is viable for Taos County.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, and no further discussion. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So the next one is approval of job description and classification, economic development manager. And Mr. Bellis, this is a job description that is being created. It will not be funded, but used as match. Commissioners?
Yeah, I do want to add, Chairman, this is a position that I can imagine Anita, for example, being trained over the next 2 years. The state has a really great series of quarterly trainings on this, and it's a good certification. But that it is our intention to mentor an existing employee at the county into.
Is that a form of motion there, Mr. Bailey?
Considering it doesn't pay anything at this time, I'm not too sure how quickly she's going to raise her hand.
Someone to approve.
I'll go ahead and second, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not, call for the vote.
Yes, based on what's on the agenda.
Yes.
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 Thank you very much, Commissioner.
So, Commissioners, we amended our agenda. We will, it's getting very close to lunch. I think we can go ahead and go on that road tour and then break for lunch. Mr. Bob, how do we do that so that do we have to come back here to
Yeah, we need to, Mr. Chairman, we need to adjourn the meeting. And the road tour doesn't have to be part of the meeting. Just
Okay.
adjourn this meeting now to go to the road tour.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commission, also, we have 3 vehicles up front for staff and for the commissioners to also attend this road meeting.
Okay, we'll do that first, and then we'll go to lunch. So, commissioners, do we have a motion to?
Sure. So move.
We have a motion, we have a second? And a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 What are we going to
Yes.
do? Lunch?
We're going to go see the road, and then we're going to lunch. Commissioners, we have a motion to come back.
Second?
Call for the vote, please.
C.
Yes.
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 Yes. Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, if we could, Judge Shannon's got the court here. Could we move up 13B1 so we could touch on this before he has to go in to court, I believe, right, Judge?
Mr. Chairman, also, Mr. Gonzalez wanted to say.
We will give him a couple of minutes right after we get this adjustment. Is that in the form of motion?
A motion?
Yes, we have a second to
I'll
that.
second, Mr. Chairman.
Call for the vote.
C. Yes.
Yes.
C.
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Gonzalez, you wished to address the commission. I'll allow a couple of minutes. You got your irrigation boots on? Or?
Yes, sir, Mr. Commissioner. Mr. Commissioner and members of this commission, I'd like to, first of all, let you know how proud I am of your looking at a matter that I brought to your attention previously regarding those pictures that were granted to the county. And I'd like to let you know that they're up there. Thank you to thank our county manager here, and I brought it to his attention. They took immediate action on there, and I'm very proud because that means a lot, not only to me, but to many people in our community. And again, I want to thank you very, very much. And because of this, I got a great inspiration, Mr. Commissioner, and this inspiration has caused me to come up with this little saying. It goes like this: well, I got a friend in Dan Maroney. He's not as skinny as a stick of macaroni. He wants to be the mayor of UNM-Taos, and that's why he's moving his little house. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. Dios los bendiga. I wish you luck. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, boy.
Let's give him a hand.
Judge Shannon? I guess what we need to, well, go ahead.
I won't sing, I promise that.
It's a hard act to follow.
I was invited here today by Mr. Martinez of Solid Waste, and I just wanted to give the commissioners and Mr. Archuleta and everybody else a quick update.
You're going to have to sing it.
On what Judge Ortega and I have been doing. I have in my hand a 3-ring binder, and if you'll see in here, you'll see some legal documents and some Google Maps. And what I had been doing on DUIs is effectively assigning every convicted person in my courtroom a stretch of road to keep clean, and I was tracking them on this folder. But as you can see, the folder got kind of full. It became impossible for me to keep up with all of the names and the maps and the stretches of road. I've had several meetings with Mr. Martinez. I had some discussions with Judge Ortega, who's the presiding judge. So right now in the Taos Magistrate Court, effectively pretty much everybody who's convicted of DUI is being assigned extra community service with solid waste, Taos County Solid Waste. A first offense means 16 hours of extra community service. A second offense means 32 hours of extra community service. And a third offense means 80 hours of extra community service. And we've prepared special orders, and Mr. Martinez has a satchel full of them. And I wanted to let the commissioners know that with the number of DUIs we're averaging per year, it should work out to about 1,600 to 2,000 man-hours of labor available to solid waste for trash pickup or whatever duties the solid waste deems appropriate. So I wanted to first let you know about that. If you wish to see what the orders look like, Mr. Martinez does have several copies of orders on different cases pending. So based upon our math, we're thinking 1,600 to 2,000, probably leaning more towards the 2,000 hours of community service that's available for picking up trash, litter, the state flowers a Bud Light can, and I'd like to fix that. So that's the first part. And the second reason I'm here is this. You see in the signs that say littering, $300 fine? Look carefully at the statutes in front of you. Littering in New Mexico is a petty misdemeanor, $500 fine and up to 6 months in jail. And a person convicted of littering, if their sentence is suspended, must by statute participate in a community cleanup program. So I'm going to interpret that as being working with solid waste and Ed Martinez, although so far I've only had one littering case get charged. But I would love to see the signs that show the penalty for littering changed to reflect the state statute. 6 months in jail and a $500 fine. Whether it gets somebody's attention or not, I don't know. But the $300 fine is a little bit misleading because it doesn't give the full picture. So that's all I have to say. I just wanted to let you know from the perspective of the court what we're doing with solid waste in terms of getting convicted drunk drivers to do community service, specifically with solid waste, to pick up some of the alcohol-related debris that's on the side of our roads. And I'll answer any questions that you may have before I run back next door.
I just want to compliment you on moving this initiative forward. I think, this is, the littering and the garbage in our community has become a problem, and you're helping clean that up, and I appreciate that.
I'm just signing on order, but Mr. Martinez has been very forthcoming in discussing this with myself and Judge Ortega in terms of what we can do. My goal as the magistrate judge is I want people to see when they're out there picking up that trash how much drinking and driving is going on in their own community. I want them to see the beer cans, the beer bottles, the little plastic miniatures, which are everywhere, and they're so small they're easy to overlook. But get a real sense of how many people are drinking and driving right where you're raising your families, where your businesses are, where your homes are. And that's my goal. The fringe benefit of that would be to have some of this picked up. But for me, it's been easy. I drafted an order, I sign it, and then Mr. Martinez and his personnel do the rest of the work. So that's where we're at, 1,600 to 2,000 man hours. Don't have an exact number because it's different every year. But Mr. Martinez, to my knowledge so far, has been trying to put them to work as much as possible. And from the discussions we've had, they've had some success in some of the neighborhoods getting this cleaned up. Anything else?
Commissioners?
Certainly appreciate it, and I'll also appreciate Mr. Martinez's efforts to get this done.
Gentlemen, thank you for moving me up and moving Mr. Martinez up. I'm going to go to court now. Hope you all have a lovely day.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
So, Commissioners, under budget items, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following item B, 1, DFA resolutions. Mr. Cordova, our Finance Director, for number 10, a resolution requesting to adjust the FY 2014 budget for the creation of a job compliance official position within the Solid Waste Department. Mr. Cordova.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, what we're proposing to do with this DFA resolution is to adjust the budget on both the revenue and the expenditure side. The expense is to create the code compliance officer position. We're going to increase revenue based on the fact that the GRT had been under budgeted, and it's been coming in quite higher than what we had budgeted. So they are doing pretty well on terms of just the GRT. They're also collecting all of their fees at a higher rate than we had budgeted. So in other words, their revenues are much higher than we had budgeted, and they will be able to get that compliance officer funded through that. I stand for any questions.
Mr. Martinez, did you wish to address us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Commission, members of the Commission, Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone. In regards to that code compliance, as Mr. Judge Shannon spoke up here, we had to clean up this weekend, and I used 5 community service personnel, and we picked up from Los Cordovas, we picked up all the way to West Romero Road, and we picked up 1,720 pounds between 5 people. We picked up 2 truckloads full of trash, and I'll say 80–85% of it was beer bottles. So I mean, having these community service helping out clean up the Taos County, is a big benefit for us, and I would really appreciate if we get this code compliance officer. It also deals also with illegal dumping of trash throughout Taos County, and, in every district, we've been getting all this illegal dumping, but it's kind of gotten a little too much for me to try to do that and try to run the solid waste department. But with this other code, compliance officer would really, really be a big help to my department.
A recommendation of staff, Mr. Archuleta?
Recommendation for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Edward, I want to thank you and your staff, and I know you're overwhelmed at times, and I think this would be a positive to support you. And thank you, Alejandro, for the support.
Commissioners, Commissioner Duran?
This is then for a new position?
Yes. Yes. Currently, however, the position had been filled as a temporary. So the job had been basically being done by a temporary. That temporary the budget for the temporary ran out, and now we're trying to make a permanent situation for that employee.
In other words, it's like a while ago. They already picked out somebody to do the job. Huh? We're likely? Yeah.
Well, it's going to be put out on the, it's going to be put out on the paper. There's going to be a job listing for this position.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is a full-time employment position with Taos County. It's a position that Taos County has been looking at now for over about the 6 months. We presented to the commission prior to this some of the illegal dumping areas that have happened in Taos County. As Judge Shannon also spoke, we've been working with the courts to try to get people to go up and pick out some of this trash. I know Ms. Padilla has also done some grants with some of the school kids to also pick up some of this trash. And this is just an effort to, again, clean up our community, clean up the illegal dumping that's going on here. But this is a full-time position. It will be open to all Taos County employees, and anybody can apply for that position. And then we will have interviews and move forward in that direction if the commission so chooses.
It should probably be noted that the position itself will come before the commission at the next meeting through the HR process so that you can approve the position. Fortunately, it didn't get on today's agenda, but this is the budget adjustment to make the money available for it when it comes back to you.
And again, Mr. Cordova, all this money would be from within their own budget.
Exactly, that's part of why we pushed off on this. Mr. Martinez had the need way back when I started, and he approached me way back then, and I asked him to wait. We've been holding off to see how revenues are going to come in. They had paid off a previous loan that they had outstanding. They were able to collect a little extra money, and their ending cash balance now is at a point where it seems like we can make this work for him. So the need has always been there, but he's been patient enough to wait to make sure that the money was there.
Okay. Commissioners?
Move for approval, Mr.
We have
Chairman.
a motion to approve. And a second. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you, guys.
Thank you,
Appreciate it. So we'll go. And Commissioners, before lunch, I failed to recognize Abigail Adame in the back of the room there. She's the Assistant Town Manager. Thank you for being here, and there's probably an item that you're interested in, so thank you. So as we move on, we'll move under resolutions, ordinances.
Mr. Chairman, which item is it?
I think it's the 911, I believe is what she's probably, is that correct, Abigail? The 911 is what you're, okay, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's two, 911, and the second one would be the Ancianos report.
All right. So other resolutions, ordinances, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following. Resolution number 2013-55, a resolution for the adoption of requires community development block grant policies and certifications. Anita Padilla, and we've given her a couple of titles today, so.
I know, I'm so confused. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I come to you every year with a, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different policies that have to be adopted in order to apply for CDBG funding. I did find out that the CDBG application this year is not going to be due until April or May. So I've already started trying to get my stuff together so we could do that. I have already held 3 public meetings. I want to hold one more, and it'll probably be at the Ag Center. And after that, then I will come to you with recommendations, and then you can, from the communities that I've held them at, and you can make your decision at that point. So this resolution adopts all of these policies. The citizen participation plan is the one I just told you about. We do have to have community meetings throughout the communities. Fair housing resolution is just as it states. We certify efforts for fair housing. Residential anti-displacement and relocation assistance plan, that usually doesn't pertain to us as we don't do any housing projects. That's usually what that's for. Section 3 plan just states that Taos County is an equal opportunity employer. And the procurement code, of course, just states that we comply with all New Mexico state procurement codes. I stand for questions.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Anita, what kind of feedback are you getting so far?
The majority of the feedback has been for, of course, roads. Most of the roads that the communities are stating, though, are already being worked on. There is some, in Chamisal, of course, they would like to see the senior center either acquire more property because the parking up there is atrocious. They don't have anywhere to park. They're having to park alongside of that state highway. But mostly it's been about roads.
And when will you come back to us with your findings for our decision?
I'd like to come back in January. I should be done with all of my stuff in January.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it would be useful for us to be able to make a decision before the legislative session. I don't know, since obviously we wouldn't have the grant money yet, but just thinking in terms of packaging some requests to the legislature with specific, the knowledge that we were going to apply for a particular project.
Correct. And also just to remind you a little bit about the ICIP, our CDBG project has to be one of our top 5. So we have already picked the top 5 on the ICIP. One of them was Camino de Medio, Pilar Bridge, and I can't remember.
Yeah. And so have you done the second public hearing yet? That's the one that, under this plan here, reviews the past performances?
Yes. When I do my public hearings, there's an agenda, and I go through and I let them know about past projects, what the outcomes were, and then I also speak to them about the ICIP process, and then I ask them for their wishes, for their communities.
Well, look forward to you coming back to us, and we can make a decision on that all-important grant.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blankenhorn, so you would like to see that in December? I mean, that's doable.
Well, I brought it up as a suggestion, for staff to consider.
Okay.
So I'll leave it to staff.
Okay.
Has there been any collaboration with the town on any of these projects?
Mr. Chairman, no, and the reason being is that I know they just received their grant application for this year, so we did not know when the next application was due, and we didn't know if they would be able to finish their project up before the next application was due. That's why I've already started doing what I need to do on our side.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, did you?
Well, that would in fact help to have that collaboration between the county and other entities, I'm sure.
Yes and no. I mean, if their grant application or their project is 100% complete, then yes, it would be. But if it's not, I don't want to drag it out to where we miss out on the funding.
And say, for example, like with El Valle de los Ranchos, the Water and Sanitation District, is there a separate CDBG grant available for that, for just water and sewer implementation, or is It all falls under one umbrella.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, it all falls under one umbrella. So I know in the past, some of the water and sanitation people have come to us and asked us if we would be willing to write a CDBG or if we would be willing to sponsor their CDBG. Again, that puts our funding on a back burner.
I see. Okay.
So you need a motion to
adopt Resolution 213-55.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
And a second. Any additional information or discussion? Not call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution number 2013-56, a resolution designated specific locations and official polling places within Taos County. Ms. Ana Martinez, our Taos County Clerk.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone.
How come every time you look at me now you laugh?
I know.
I don't have my purse with me today.
I'm afraid you're going to hit me with your cane. So this is a resolution that comes up every election cycle. It happens on odd years. Basically, it's just the polling places that we'll be using for the upcoming primary and general next year.
Mr. Chairman, all these locations are ADA accessible, they're clean,
They are.
kept up,
They are, yes.
and nobody has complained about any
Nobody's
of them?
complained.
Move
Yeah.
for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second. Discussion.
Discussion?
Yeah. Chairman, Commissioners, Ana, I agree with you. You know, with the one, Quest of 5 and 6, that was the best move we could have done. I mean,
Right.
it was at the firehouse. It was dangerous, Commissioner Romero, and we were able to relocate it, and it's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Chairman, I just thought of something. I can't remember where in the state of New Mexico I went to a meeting or a conference or something this past summer, and I know that you've done a really good job at making sure all of the inventory of our voting machines is under one roof and under lock and key and security and
Right.
cameras and the whole bit. But it is illegal, right, to have a voting machine that is still being used just somewhere out in the open as a piece of furniture that's being
Right. That's correct.
leaned on or sat on or
Right.
whatever on a
Yeah.
daily basis.
So we
Okay.
try to keep them all together, and we have an inventory, and we go through it at least once a year to make sure that all our machines are in one area, so.
Yeah, you might want to, through your clerk's affiliate, bring that up someday.
Okay.
Because there are some voting machines out there that are being used as everyday furniture. I won't say the county.
I won't ask. Okay.
So we have a motion and a second to call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. So we'll move on to item C, resolution number 2013-57, a resolution authorizing requested participation and funding in the New Mexico Department of Transportation FY 2013-14 Local Government Road Fund Program, Co-op Cap Funding Cooperative Agreement. Mr. Chavez, our Public Works Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'd like to preface this resolutions with to remind you that in the past, when you expressed an interest in participating in this round or this cycle of the LGRF, that certain roads were identified as participating roads. Since then, some of those roads, or one road in particular, has been completed. So therefore, that no longer is viable as an LGRF project. The other thing, and I've taken the liberty to list it this way, is Weimer Road in District 5. We had picked Piedmont, and Piedmont has some drainage issues that may cause problems for us in the future if we did pave that road. So I've included or changed it to Weimer Road. So these are, to remind you, Local Government Road Fund, LGRF, you'll hear me say that very often, is three funds. It's a CAP, co-op, and school bus route. Again, in the past, if you remember that I told you, after you picked all the roads that you wanted to be worked on, none of those roads were identified as a school bus route. Weimer is a school bus route, and if it is approved, the way I'm presenting this, also Mills and Rogers is also a school bus route. So that kind of helps us a little bit in if there was an audit and there were sticklers as far as that requirement. So again, I've had discussions with the commissioner, with the chairman, although he never did give me a final answer on this. So I've included, and I'll go through each resolution and then we'll have that discussion. In the CAP funding, partial, or that funding will go to do Abregadero Road, which is a continuation of the double penetration that we did this year. It'll be another 0.52 miles or so, depending on the prices at the time that we do it. Weimer Road will do, the limits are from Juniper to Juniper. We'll do that, or we'll go as far as we can with it, $58,000.
Are there 2 Juniper streets on Weimer?
It's kind of a circle. So,
Oh, okay.
So, but, on Weimer, the town of Taos has paved up to a certain location past the hospital. Then there's base course, and then our limits begin. So it'd be kind of strange, and we can coordinate with the town, in the future. But I mean, it might be make more sense if we started with the town left off and then continued as far as we could go. So that's a resolution for CAP funding, and I'll go through all of them before you vote on each so that you can give me direction. Under the SB school bus, Mills and Rogers Road, now this is in the assumption that both districts 1, 3, and 4 are participating in Mills and Rogers. And then finally, under the co-op or the SP is the this will fund more of Mills and Rogers because this B will not be enough. If the 3 can contribute, that won't be enough. So you'll have to take some from the SP. And then Weimer will also include some of this funding. So it's kind of difficult to juggle the amounts because they're not equal, because we're dividing by 5 and multiplying by 3 if that's the case. So that's the way I'm identifying these. So I'll go then with the first resolution, Resolution 2013-57. With CAP funding, CAP-5-14-471, and that's in the amount of $90,403, which includes 25% from the county as a match, which is $22,601. Again, identifying Abregadero Road, a continuation of the double penetration, and a portion of Weimer to be funded by this, and ask for your approval of this resolution.
Mr. Chairman, are any of these monies available for land acquisition?
Yeah.
So you could buy additional easement or right-of-way in areas where a road is not wide enough?
If you look at the and this is very specific, if you don't put this language exactly on all the documentation, they kind of throw it out. If you look toward the bottom of that page, it says, plan, design, right-of-way acquisition, design, again, I don't know how they do that, probable cost, pavement rehabilitation improvements, blading and shaping, construction, reconstruction, drainage improvements, and miscellaneous improvements of various kind of roads. This essentially encompasses everything that you can do to a road.
I'll move to approve.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious, do we use package these funds for additional grants? So we could say, well, we want to do this road, it's going to cost $200,000. I'm just, picking this out of the air. We've got $90,000 with this fund. We take that to our legislators and say, we're committing $90,000 towards this road. Will you make up the rest? Is that something that we consider doing with this fund or not?
Use it to leverage?
Yeah, use it to leverage. Our legislators always tell us if you bring money to the table, you have a much better chance of getting what you're requesting for.
I don't know how to answer that, except that this is already legislative money from the legislature.
Right. This is money that's guaranteed, and I don't, I'm just bringing up the question. I imagine that our lobbyer, or Mr. Archuleta, could you help me here?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Commissioner Blackenhorn. Yes, sir, that's exactly what we're doing. You'll see later on in the agenda item today with our lobbyist. Part of the reason that we're hiring the lobbyist is so that he can help us through this packaging deal, so that we take county fund matching funds, we take this funds, which are appropriation funds, and then we take any federal funds that we can also acquire and put all that together in a package. We also have some money in planning and design. 40% of that $1.2 million, which is about approximately $400,000, $440,000, has also been set aside for planning and design for such projects. And so I know that the chairman also asked earlier if there was a possibility that we could also do this in conjunction with the town of Taos. And again, this would be, if we're doing Camino del Medio, again, it would be to our benefit to partner with the town of Taos so that we show that they're doing a certain portion, or at Weimar they're doing a certain portion, and then we'll continue from that portion forward. I think it just makes it for a stronger package. So yes.
So then we would need cost estimates to show that that the amount that we need to complete the project is greater than this fund, and then asked for that additional amount.
Those can be put together easily. Also, I might add, depending on an appropriation or legislation, kind of like the GRIP 2 projects where we built the West Rim, is that any money you had committed to it prior to it, like LGR funds or own county funds, those counted as part of the match.
Part of the match for the grant.
And it depends on the legislation, you know, what the language is there.
So are these projects ambitious enough, considering that we might end up leveraging and getting more money? Should you expand the description of what we're going to do based on the hope that we're going to get more money than the actual fund itself?
Well, Mr. Chairman, as I said just a little bit before, is that this encompasses everything that we can do. Now, to be specific, I mean, we're not going to have any design, planning, right-of-way acquisition, presumably, but we have quantities of pavement, as we did on C-110, Lower Hondo, School Road. I can tell you how many tons it's going to take to spend $58,000 or 3 times that in the case of Millicent.
Right. Well, I mean, my preference is to put some asphalt down, and we certainly have that need throughout the county, and so I'm personally not as interested in widening and expenditures of funds in other ways. You know, I'd just like to see us pick up on that mileage so that we don't have to keep maintaining all these dirt roads, and so I'm always just trying to figure out ways where we can get another quarter mile here or half mile there. And I'm not sure what the double penetration on Abregadero will take and how much Weimar will take. I just want to make sure that we're identifying a sufficient amount of mileage that we don't leave ourselves short.
Well, in the case of Abregadero, that's 1.9 miles long, so we're only going to have completed about a mile, so we still have 0.9 miles to go. Now
Okay.
that could be what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Weimar, I doubt that we'll get through that whole portion of the county, so that also is a logical request to complete that portion. And what was the other one?
Millicent.
Millicent will not be done, even with 3 participating. I don't think will be done in its entire length. However, what I wanted to say in the case of Millicent is that, well, a good example today is Cajon, where we didn't correct any drainage. In fact, the drainage caused some of the issues that were identified there. Not only were the roller back wheels sunk by that Latia fence, but also around the realignment. You know, it wasn't. We didn't have enough time to really make sure that, you know, because even places that we didn't disturb after that rainfall started to pump. And the only way to correct pumping is to sub-excavate it, bring select material, and then stabilize it that way. So what I'm saying is Millicent is similar in some areas to Weimar or Cuchilla, where the road itself is the channel. So, but we can pave whatever you want, you know, it's just an observation for your consideration.
And Mr. Chairman, the reason I'm looking at or asked about land acquisition is because I get concerned, like, for example, Cajon Road, we don't have enough areas that have proper drainage. And as we all know, water is the worst enemy of pavement. You know, and I mean, how long do you suspect that new pavement will last if we don't have proper drainage on it? Maybe a couple of years.
Well, I suspect a little less longer than that, of course, depending on precipitation, rainfall. But the edges of it certainly will start deteriorating. You know, again, volumes of traffic loads will also be a contributing factor. But 5 to 7 years before.
And so the way I see it is, if we're going to build a good road, let's put the amount of money that we have to into it, and make sure that we have the proper drainage and access to that.
And the reason I guess I bring this up with Millicent Rogers is that if you're leveraging your contributions, maybe without first having spent it on something that's not exactly right, that we could get acquisition, get design, and do the project correctly. So.
Well, if that would be your recommendation, I would go with it. Millicent Rogers gets a lot of traffic.
And it does, there's no question about that.
And so, which means even more so that you need to do it right, or else it'll deteriorate quicker, so.
How wide is Millicent Rogers?
It varies through different areas. On the south end, it's
the one that comes out in Ranchitos by the bridge?
Yeah. And then through those curvatures, it narrows
very
down,
similar to
and
Cajon.
it kind of winds out. And
does it go through, or does it have Taos Pueblo land?
yes, it does.
Neighboring Taos Pueblo land? At what area?
Well, specifically, at least to my knowledge, right there by Rio Lucero. Well, even Rio Lucero, I've been told that on the other side of the river, that's all
Taos Pueblo.
Taos Pueblo.
Yes, that's
Past Rio Lucero, after the first couple of houses, there's a big kind of like a meadow, swampy area. On this side going north, that's Taos Pueblo. How long it goes north, I don't know. But we'd have to coordinate with them as well in any improvement.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just so that you know, staff has been working on structural engineer at this point to look at some of the buildings within Taos County. Mr. Mark Flores and the facilities management area has actually contracted out with one of the contractors here in Taos to do that. And then our second step was going to be that we actually start looking at some of the deterioration of our roads and structures, which is also our bridges out there. But again, that's going to take some money in order for us to do that. And so that's part of what we're going to be talking with the financial advisor and also with our lobbyist about of how we can get those in place. Once we have that in place, then we can actually start looking at land acquisition and what's the proper way of actually handling those roads. But the other thing is that Mr. Chavez doesn't want to turn any money back over to the state. And so sometimes we have to take what we have at the time without the proper assessment of that or the proper drainage and do the best that we can at that point. So it's in the plans, it's part of what we're looking at, but it should be a long-term 10 to 15-year plan of what we have out there.
So Commissioners, on resolution.
There was a motion and a second?
Yes, that was on resolution 2013-57. Call for the vote, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So item D, resolution 2013-58, a resolution authorizing and requesting participation and funding in the New Mexico Department of Transportation FY 2013-14 Local Government Road Fund Program Co-op School Bus Funding Cooperative Agreement. Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. In this fund, there's a total of $120,000. 90,000 of that coming from the state, 30,000 being the 25% participation by the county. And under this fund, SB-7807, paren 104, paren 14. Under that, we list Milson Rogers Road, the entire $120,000.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion? No, none. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Resolution 2013-59, a resolution authoring requesting participation in the funding in the New Mexico Department of Transportation FY 2013-14 Local Government Road Fund Program Co-op Funding Cooperative. Mr. Rick Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the co-op, which is also designated as SP, in this case it's SP-5-14, paren 185, for the total amount of $82,208, with $20,552 of that being the county match. Roads identified under the scope of work are the rest of Milson Rogers, or portion of Milson Rogers, and then also the portion of Weimer Road that needed to be funded.
So again, Mr. Chairman, this is the same roads, but supplemental funding.
Same roads, but we need to take money from the other funds to make up the three-fifths that you contributed to Millicent. The entire $58,000 for District 5, of course, $58,000 on the.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? None. Call for the vote. Commissioner Duran, sorry.
The only thing is, and this one's just maybe a reminder, if we could put out the RFP out a little earlier, no? So we're not like, doing all these projects in end of October, no?
The day before it snows?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I did that this year. Unfortunately, we just didn't get it from purchasing, so I was forced to use a state purchasing agreement. So that had been in there for 3 or 4 months, but I never got it as an advertised project. And also, just to let you know, Mr. Chairman, this has to be back with the state DOT for to be encumbered by the end of December. And along with these resolutions, once they're signed, is I will prepare a letter asking to substitute Abregadero, I think I already did that one, Weimer and Millicent for the other roads that we had identified prior to this.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So go on to resolution number 2013-60, a resolution authorizing and approving submission of a completed application for financial assistance and project approval to the New Mexico Finance Authority. Mr. Cordova?
You get the monitors off?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm here today requesting permission to submit the application for a loan for Solid Waste Department. The Solid Waste Department is in need of 2 roll-off vehicles and 2 pickup trucks. Hopefully I can pull this up and I can show you a draft debt service schedule I received from the Finance Authority in the amount of $350,000 for the request. And that was given to me before we spoke with Mr. Martinez about the position. With him bringing that full-time position on, we are probably going to either lower the amount of the request to $325,000 or extend the term from a 5 to a 6-year term. But basically, the interest rate comes out to 2.13%. That rate is actually bumped up by 75 basis points just in case interest rates fluctuate. So what NMFA typically does is they give us a max rate that they'll honor if rates fluctuate by 0.75%, 75 basis points. So chances are by the time we get out to do the actual loan, it'll be lower than the 2.13%. Like I said, we asked originally for $350,000. With that comes a $39,215 debt service reserve. So we're actually borrowing a total of $392,157. And then there's an NMFA fee of $29.41. The debt service reserve, though, is used to pay off at the back end of the loan. So if we have a 5-year term, that $39,000 will take about half of the final year off of the loan itself, or we pay it through the term and we get that money back. As I mentioned, the interest rate 2%. The debt service on a 5-year term at the 350 is $95,416, which comes out to about $79.51 a month. The solid waste department has that capacity within the environmental GRT. I wish I could show you the graph, but I had a graph showing you the last 3 years and, well, actually the last 4 years, and you see a steady decline until this last year where it jumps back up. We went ahead and budgeted on the decline, on the most conservative year.
How much a month, Mr. Chairman?
It's been averaging I'd say over the last 3 months, about $20,000 a month, which is above last year's and definitely above 2 years ago.
You mentioned the figure of 79?
That would be the monthly debt service payment on that. So the balance would continue to go to the solid waste for their operating.
For how many years?
This would be a 5-year term, but as I mentioned, we may extend it to 6 for the cash flow, depending on what they need for their budget. I don't want to overextend the solid waste. They've been doing a really good job of being self-sufficient. Their needs, however, are not going away. And this environmental GRT, in my opinion, is exactly this is the exact use for it, is to leverage it for equipment and hopefully do a revolving every 5 years. We do this again, and we get new equipment for them every 5 years. In this case, it's not a lease, they'll own it. So if they take care of it like they do most of their equipment, it could last 7 to 8 years, and they continue to use it past the payoff and all of it.
Move for approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Just discussion on when are these vehicles that will be possibly purchased, are they going to be on state contract? Or are they going to go out to bid? I don't know what the mileage is on the trucks that you presently have, Mr. Martinez. And somebody going to help you spec these vehicles out, so that we get, the right fit for what you need, Chalmers suspension versus Air Ride or Hendrickson. Chalmers is probably the best on the market right now for what you guys do, but I'm just curious.
Mr. Chairman, my 2 newer trucks have about 235,000 miles on them already. My Ford L9000 already has at least 350,000 miles on that also. And actually right now we're putting in a fan clutch on it, which is pretty pricey. So, I don't want to have to be putting any more money into these vehicles, if we can actually get some that are, dependable vehicles, because, my drivers, they're all over Taos County, and, they need to have a good dependable vehicle to do our services.
And you're not going to retire these vehicles because, I know Commissioner Duran's truck probably has 1 million miles on it already, or 500,000 plus. So I just, these vehicles aren't getting ready to be retired. They're just going to be your spares, correct?
They'll be backups, yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And I haven't gone through specs. I have looked at some specs on some of these vehicles. I've gone up with a Bruckner and a Roberts Truck Center. So we're on, we're working on that.
Okay. All right. I don't know the new EPA regs and stuff, that all of new vehicles that are coming out with, I guess those will all adhere to those.
Right. As soon as I get the specs, I'll present them to you gentlemen, and hopefully we can purchase my trucks.
Yeah.
State
Commissioner.
contract, Peterbilt has it, I think.
Okay. So any further discussion? Not call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate it, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you.
Contracts, agreements, MOUs, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following: a request for consideration and approval of an amendment to contract TCC 213-108 with the North Mountain Contractors, Inc. for paving of Casita de Cuesta housing parking lot. Mr. Richard Sanchez, our construction project administrator, and Mr. Rick Ballas.
Mr. Chairman, you don't actually need to approve this because originally this was a precaution. We thought it would go over $20,000, but Richard and Rick, I appreciate their getting up there and on the last days of Joey being able to bring pavement and get it done. It came in under budget. But given the difficulties we've had with housing and urban development in trying to spend this money, we had to get a written okay from the the Department of Transportation to be able to use the state bid on this. I would prefer that you take a vote on it anyway, if that's okay with the county attorney.
There's no problem with that. If we don't spend the full amount, we don't spend it.
Commissioners, Mr. Sanchez?
It was it. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I want to thank both of you guys. Did a great job. Rick also, you know, it came out really good. I was up there that day, we were laying it down, and luckily we had good weather. So thanks again.
Hey, do you want to make a
Commissioner,
motion?
as soon as we get weather that does permit paving again, we will be doing the rest of that lot. Everything within there is going to get paved by spring.
Chairman, so moved to approve.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So we've already taken care of item 13. Oh, we go to item 13A, fiscal year 2014 first quarter financial report. Mr. Cordova.
Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to do a real quick rundown of the first quarter of this fiscal year for the Commission. We're just going to look at a few of the main funds, our general fund, public works, detention, solid waste, and the EMS today. First, we're going to look at the general fund, and what we're looking at here is just the quarter ending September 30th, and I'm comparing the previous 3 years, and it's all the same. So it'll be from July 1st through September 30th, looking at back 3 years. For this year, you see that we started with beginning cash of $6.4 million. We've had revenues of $615,000 collected so far, and we've expended $2.2 million so far, and transferring out $455,000. So we have an ending cash balance at the end of September 30th of $4.3 million. So you can see, if you look to the previous years, we're pretty much right on track with everything. We had a little bit better beginning cash balance. We're a little behind on collecting revenues so far this year, but we should be able to catch that up. And then the expenditures are a little higher so far. We'll look at public works. Beginning cash balance for public works was in the $251,000 range.
Mr. Cordova, just before you go on, are you concerned about the collection rate?
No, actually, I think the only reason we haven't collected as much as we did in the previous year so far, and it looks like it comes down to prior year taxes. We're about $100,000 less in collecting prior year taxes than we were in the past few years. But other than that, all other collections are right on track. GRTs are up a little bit, and so other than that, I think we are collecting pretty well.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. The public works, you'll see there, the revenue is at about 178, just a little lower than last year. Same thing, the GRT related to that is a little bit up, so you're seeing a little bit more there. But other things are a little bit down in previous years when it comes to the public works. Expenditures so far, 416. That was to the end of the September 30th, so there was a few things here in October that will also come up soon. And then the transfers in, so far we've transferred in $225,000 into the public works from the general fund. And I'm just going to keep going. If you have questions, stop me. Feel free, please. I know you guys have a busy day, so I'm going to kind of go fast. Our detention fund, this is the fund that is probably you're going to see a few times throughout the year, and we may have to come back later and even ask for a little bit more general fund. But so far, we're monitoring this one very closely. I meet with the director of the detention center about every 2 weeks at least, quite often, to see how they're doing. We started this year with a higher beginning cash than we ever had, just under $500,000. The revenue is up a little bit, up to 117, but you see expenditures are way up, $751,000 so far for the year. Unfortunately, a lot of that came from previous fiscal year expenditures that weren't paid in the last fiscal year. I came in late in the year. There was a lot of things that weren't caught up on at the detention center, and it didn't come to our...
Question, sir.
Go ahead,
Why is it that they were not on top of this, paying the bills?
I don't feel I could answer that specifically as to why it wasn't on here. I'll let Mr. Archuleta maybe reflect.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that's why we had the reorganization over at the detention center. Basically, what we had was two administrators down there. One was paying, the other one was not paying, and neither one of them was responsible. What we wanted to do within the county side of the house was to have one responsible party. We wiped out one of the administrator positions. We brought in a chief of security position for both sides, and then we also brought one person in from the purchasing side to make sure that we have an accurate picture of everything that's going on. We did pay those bills out of this year's fund. We're looking at about $100,000 short at this point. We've agreed to meet in December. We're trying to figure out how to bring up revenues. We also have the cost savings from the positions that we eliminated. So we're hoping that we were able to balance those out between now and December within the next 2 months. And then we'll give a report to the commission. The finance director and the director from down there have been meeting on every bi-weekly, and then they've been giving me a report on a monthly basis to do that. But that's why the commission saw the changes that they did about a month and a half ago.
So by December, we should know how much we're gonna be in the hole.
Yes, I will come back to you in December with a whole new.
By December, we might have to increase the price.
We may, and hopefully by then I can tell you exactly what it'll be, and we'll have a good idea of what their monthly expenses are constantly, instead of looking at the past fiscal year. If you see the expenditures for fiscal year 13 of 691, that wasn't accurate either. It should have been higher considering what we ended up paying in this fiscal year so far. So getting a good grasp of how things actually flow out of that detention center is what we've been working on, and I think by mid-year we'll have a really good idea of what they really do need every month. And then we'll come back, ask you for what we need to finish the year, and we'll be really strict, stay real tight on that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissions, when we talk about that month-to-month basis, we're talking about every trash bag that's being used in there to every glove that's being used in that detention center. We have a pretty good list at this point. Our monthly expenditure is about $2,500, I believe, per month, or right around there of what we're reordering from month to month. But we should have it knocked out by the end of December. We should know that. And again, as we stated, we were holding people actually responsible for that on a month-to-month basis. So by December, the end of December, we should know that.
From my perspective, it was a little scary to see all this money flowing out, but working with the staff that's in there now, I feel a lot more confident that they do have things under control. They know what they're purchasing. They're allocating it out as needed instead of allowing the staff just to take the supplies and use them as however they want to. They are checking out the supplies. They're checking out uniforms, everything that they can to save some money for the county. So.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, just a little bit of discussion on this. I know that the commission has also been hearing from staff quite a bit. We went from 12-hour shifts to 8-hour shifts. The reason for doing that is because the detention staff, in my assessment, of being the county manager down there for the last year, has been that staff are not properly trained or not properly qualified to run that detention center. So part of what we're doing is that we went to an 8-hour shift for staff members, and then we're providing 4 hours of training for those staff members so that they can put in a 12-hour shift day. Now, I know that staff is upset and complaining that they're not getting their regular 86 hours, but if they are attending their training and getting their certifications, then they will be getting actually more than the 86 hours per pay period that they were getting before. And so I know that the commission's heard about this. The union has been somewhat involved. We've met with the union on several occasions to explain this whole purpose, but we needed to have some cost savings on one hand so that we can turn it back into training on the other hand, to professionalize that service for the staff down there. And then the other thing that we're doing again is that we're watching their day-to-day expenses and what's going on within that area.
Okay. Going on, we'll go on to the solid waste if there's no more questions about the detention center. You can see that the beginning cash for solid waste is at 127. We've collected revenues thus far of 364, and the expenditures are up 311,000 with an ending cash of 179. One reason that expenditures have been up for solid waste so far is maintenance of vehicles. We've been putting in quite a bit of money to maintain the new 200,000-mile vehicles that Mr. Martinez is talking about. I mean, these new ones are fine, but the older ones really are taking a lot of his budget just to maintain. And so that is another reason we came to go ahead and ask for the money. It's almost the same in repairs every month as it would be for the debt service to buy new vehicles. So, and finally, we'll look at the EMS fund. The EMS fund, the revenue's down a little bit. We are working on getting that back up. I believe some of it had to do with indigent and just getting the funding and the billing in. Their expenditures are pretty well under control as compared to the last year, and you look back 2 years ago and they're back to where they were 2 years ago on the expenditure side. We've transferred in a little bit more money so far from the general fund this year, but we hope that when the revenues catch up, we won't have to do as many more transfers toward the end. So, and that's really all I have toward just the quarter report. Real quickly, I just wanted to show you a quick glance of what the county's kind of looking at.
Mr. Cordova, reserves?
We should still have the same reserves as we had going into, we should have the 5/12, give or take. I would defer to the treasurer for the most part, but we actually are looking better than we have in the past years at this time. This is a low cash time for the county. We start collecting the property taxes here real soon, but this is probably one of the lower points for our cash flow. So, since I have this up now, I'll just go back real quickly if I can toward the solid waste, and you can take a look at the debt service example I was giving you. There you could see the 392 is the total and the sources of uses on that, and then the reserve fund of the 39,000. The next page you see the average coupon would be your average interest rate, and that's where I get that 2.13. Sorry, I can't see anymore. And then there's your debt service for the rest of it with a coverage ratio. They do a very conservative estimate of our revenues as well. They're saying that we had about 177,000 is what they're estimating. That's a very low conservative. So even at the worst year, we still have 1.85 times of the revenue to pay the debt. So, and
that equivalates to what, the 5/12s?
In a dollar amount? It fluctuates depending on the expenditures. I think this year's 5/12 is around the 2 million range. I'll get back to you and give you an exact number. I don't want to give you anything wrong, but
all right,
based on our budget, it would be, it's a 1/12 of the total expenditures that we budgeted. So
5/12.
5/12 would be somewhere around, and there was about 10 million in expenditures.
Susan, did you?
I've shown you guys in the past our GRTs. You can kind of see their things are still looking up for the year. All I have is through the end of August so far in terms of data, but I thought I'd show you that so you can see why I feel confident in what we're actually collecting over what we budgeted. And that's really all I have for you at this time in presentation. You want me to go forward to the DFA?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cordova, real quick, as far as the vehicle acquisition for solid waste, those trucks, how soon will that happen?
The process for NMFA, they have a board meeting once a month where they will approve or deny our application, most likely approve it. From the time they approve that application, I believe the meeting that we would be able to get onto would be November, just before Thanksgiving. If they approve it at that time, it's usually a 60 to 90 day closing period where the funds are actually available. Upon approval, though, we can actually go out, and if we need to special order the truck, a lot of times we can do that, special order the truck at that time, and then usually the funding and the truck kind of coincides around the same time.
Yeah. So we're looking at January, February?
Hopefully early January, we'll get them some new vehicles.
Any other questions, commissioners? Go ahead and proceed then.
Okay. So moving on to our DFA resolution number,
Chairman, someone for a 5-minute break.
Oh, okay. We have a motion for a 5-minute break.
Alone gave me a dirty look.
We have a second.
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's funny because we all look at Mr. Malone.
Yes.
That's incredible.
We have a motion to come back.
Second.
He's even got wrinkles.
Commissioners, we have, call for the vote. Sorry about that.
Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Duran?
Yes.
Chairman Brother?
Yes. They would have caught us for sure if we wouldn't have called for that vote. Number 11, a resolution request to adjust the FY 2013-14 budget and transfer temporary cash to the New Mexico Traffic Safety Division Fund. Mr. Cordova.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this request is to establish the budget for grants that were received for the Sheriff's Department, Operation Buckle Down, I believe DWI grant, and 40 days and nights. This gives the officers overtime money to expend, and they just received the grant, so it wasn't part of our initial budget. So this DFA is just to establish both the revenue and the expenditures for that. It looks like one grant is in the amount of $17,435. Another one is $3,675, and then $4,021. So that's all this is. If there's any further questions,
Mr. Cordova, do they administer their own grant? Or does Anita help with that? The only reason I'm asking is the last couple of years, or the last, I don't know, as when I've been the chairman, sometimes I get a letter saying that something hasn't been turned in, and I know it's in reference to these grants. I just want to make sure that we stay on top of it so that all the...
The Sheriff's Department has been handling their own grant. However, at least since I've been here, they come to finance to reconcile it before they send it out to get the reimbursement. So Ms. Martinez in payroll usually verifies with them that all the overtime that they're billing is correct and that it's going to the right funds. And so they do consult with us, but they manage their own grant.
Okay. All right. Commissioners?
Move to approve.
A motion to approve. We have a second.
I'll go ahead and second, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Vice Chairman?
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Duran?
Yes.
Chairman Brother?
Yes. Budget line item adjustment, Mr. Cordova, for Capital Enhancement Fund.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this is in regards to what you saw earlier from the Public Works and requesting the truck for District 2. What we're doing is just moving the $50,000 that was in buildings and structures into vehicles so that they can make that purchase of the truck.
Well, this, out of Capital Enhancement Fund?
Yes, it was in the 399 all along, and we had originally put that money into the line items of buildings and structures.
Okay. Commissioner? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. So we go to Public Works.
This Public Works budget adjustment, part of it is to correct an area where they had gone negative already in their budget, and another is to add money to their temporary positions. They have an individual who has been on temporary, and he's about to make the determination what he's going to do, and they're just going to finish off the last of this temporary money to take care of him, as I understand it.
Who's a temporary position?
Second.
No, who's?
Oh, I thought you were so moved.
Who's the temporary position?
Charlie Aweo in District 2.
Know him, Commissioner?
This was to keep him on board. Rick, is that?
Commissioner, Charlie was brought on temporary, which means he doesn't get any benefits. The situation is that we have an employee who's been gone since I've been here on military on disability type of stuff. They're trying to figure out disability. He gave us a letter earlier that he wanted his job back now that he's done with his testing or whatever. And we gave him 90 days. It's been over 90 days, 100 and some days. But we still don't know when he's coming back. So that, you know, we put money in temporary to carry Charlie to when we think this person's coming back, then he doesn't. So we have to keep extending it to keep paying him. So we're taking money from the permanent employee budget to temporary to continue paying him.
Chairman.
Commissioner?
Chairman, Commissioners. Rick, that's one of the reasons that Eric Gonzalez left, because he wasn't sure if his job was there. So
that's one of the considerations for Eric. However, Eric was paid on a permanent basis, although he was temporary.
Right.
And that's how I had presented this other position to be paid permanent. But the decision from management, from the county manager, was to keep him temporary. So that's the way he is at this point.
And Rick, let me ask you this. What are the chances, and I've talked to Eric here in the past, and what are the chances of him coming back?
Well, Mr. Chairman, the whole plan was depending on what the decision was to this employee who's been off all this time, because he did give an indication to HR that depending on the outcome of his disability and the benefits provided or derived from that he might choose to just say goodbye. Recently, because we have been uncertain about what's happening, the HR director sent a letter saying, you've expressed this sentiment in the past. Are you going to make a decision? If not, then we will schedule you for an assessment by our own medical group to determine what his capabilities are. Because that assessment might be, well, he can't perform his job as it is now, which means there's 3-tier, as legal may describe it, is he may not be able to do his job requirements now, so then you accommodate him.
Rick, just a second, I guess. Go ahead.
As long as
Okay. We're all right. Okay.
It was mentioned.
Yeah, it was mentioned.
it was a different one, not the one.
All right, we're just checking with our legal to make sure that the discussion, the way it's proceeding, that it's all right. Preferably if we leave names off of titles, so.
So anyway, I was saying that there's three tiers. You know, you get assessed by some group that the county contracts, and if he can't perform his job, then you accommodate him in a similar job. Obviously, if he can't be foreman, then he probably can't be a truck driver. So then the third thing is that you put him in any job within the county, regardless of what salary is. So that's a letter that was sent recently. We're waiting for a response, and we'll go from there. So we'll be in limbo for.
And Rick, I respect that. As a veteran, you know, we got to honor that. I know that. But I guess what I'm saying, if he doesn't, if he can't come back, will you put it out in the open again?
Mr. Chairman, if this person doesn't come back, we will advertise the person who now holds the foreman position temporarily. Will go back to his previous position as operator 2. We will advertise the vacant foreman position and make a selection from there.
Thank you, Rick.
So, Commissioner, you started to make a motion? Oh, you made the motion? Do we second it? Second it? Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Legal matters?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, this budget adjustment is in relation to the contract extension you approved last meeting for Mr. Floyd Lopez, I'm sorry. Basically, this was the shortage of what was in that line item in order to fulfill the entire contract as amended. So we had to add this 6,600 into that line item of professional services. We're taking it out of litigations and judgments at this time.
So moved from second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Go on to county. Thank you, Mr. Cordova. Appreciate it. County Manager's Report and Matters, Discussion, Consideration, Decision regarding the following report on ancianos. Mr. Archuleta.
Mr. Chairman, myself and Mr. Bellis will be sort of tag teaming on this. There's been a lot of discussion in Ancianos with the Ancianos program and whether or not the county would take that over. Staff is trying to make the recommendations to the commission reference that becoming an integral part of the Ancianos program. As we see it from the staff's perspective, there's basically 3 avenues that we can approach. The first one is that we do nothing and do nothing with that program. The second avenue would be that we take over partial portions of the Ancianos program, which would mean that maybe the fiscal management of that program. And the third one is that we actually would bring that program in, and you as commissioners would serve as the board for the Ancianos program. Currently, this week, actually, the Ancianos program is actually having a full audit by the state level in response to some of the questions that we have posed to them as staff, reference where they are in their program, where they are in their audit. One of the things that staff does not want to do is put this commission or put Taos County in a negative light with any of the audits that are from Ancianos. Mr. Ballas will talk a little bit more about that in detail in a minute, but it's my understanding that basically anything that was done prior to Ancianos coming over, if that's the policy of this commission, at that point would then be the responsibility of the governing board at that time. The new board, which would be ourselves as a county commission, would then take over from that day forward. The main area of concern that the staff have at this point with bringing over the Ancianos board is, or bringing over the Ancianos program, is one of benefits for their employees. The Ancianos program did not provide the PERA and some of the retirement benefits and also some of the level of health services benefits that Taos County employees enjoy working for the county. And so part of what the discussion has been around that has been that they would go back to the legislative session. They would look at the 1st of January to make up the differences on that. And then they would also go back to their legislators and ask for additional funding for that. That's the only way that I feel that we could, again, not take a significant hit to our budget, and that we would allow that program to come on board and be able to pay those benefits for those employees that are with the Ancianos program. We have identified about 5 employees over at the Ancianos program that are actually PERA retired employees that are now working on a part-time basis with that program. And so we've been working also with the PERA board and asking them to also allow these employees to continue to work and not have their benefits suffer. It's most PRE employees that are out there, if you're going to come back and work for a government entity, for the county, or for any other PRA paying organization, you basically have to put your benefits on hold, and then that way you're not double dipping, or what they call a double dip on that. But there is some rules and regulations on part-time employees and also for senior citizens program, and so we're asking for an opinion on that. In a nutshell, what the county staff is basically recommending is that we consider taking on the Ancianos program if all these questions are answered. And you saw the letter dated October 28, 2013, that's in your packet. Once those questions are answered, and once the finances have been approved, that the commission consider taking the Ancianos program under Taos County in January of 2014. And I'll defer to Mr. Ballas at this point or stand for any questions.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make the comment. I serve on the board of the North Central New Mexico Economic Development District, and their staff oversees the Ancianos group here in Taos, and there is definitely great concern that our Ancianos are not getting the services that they deserve as they should currently. And so I would like to ask this Board of County Commissioners to look favorably at this decision.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, who's running the program now? Wasn't there a lady that was here?
Current board is running it. They have an executive director, Mona Montoya, who's currently running the program.
My question is, since that lady came aboard, has things run a little bit more smoothly or still the same?
I'm not quite sure. I haven't heard a report for the last month or so, Commissioner Duda.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, just for your information and some conversations with Ms. Montoya, she is also recommending that it actually come under the county commission.
Chairman?
Commissioner Sanchez?
If I could touch on that also, Commissioner Romero also. I did attend a meeting here the other day with the Ancianos. I do belong to that board. And you're right, Manager. Ms. Montoya wants us to come on board as a county. And also, I don't know, that AAA program, it looks like we're having problems there. That's my understanding. So that's something that we may have to look at as a commissioner if it does come under the county.
Well, they would be eliminated. They would be taken out of the picture. And maybe Ms. Adame can shed more light on some of the questions that we have. You are on the board, right? Yeah.
Please, if you would.
Thank you, Commissioners. Unfortunately, I'm not able to shed too much light because one of the problems is that the board, every time we do have a meeting, there is no quorum. I've been appointed since probably April, and since then I've attended 2 to 3 meetings, and ever since we go to the meetings, and every time we show up at a meeting, we have a member or 2 resign. The last meeting we had, the actual chair, Nancy Gonzalez, attempted to put together a quorum, and that failed, and she just announced her resignation as well. So it's only left with myself, Dana Trujillo, I believe is her last name, as well as Beverly Armijo. So Beverly was acting as the secretary. I was named vice chair on an interim basis, and Dana, I believe, is the treasurer. But again, we aren't able to meet because there is no quorum. We're scheduled to meet next Tuesday, I believe, and I might be able to give more recommendations at that point. But something that I have observed in my short time that I have been a board member is that the program is and will be continued to be ineffective because you have board members that show up when they want. It's voluntarily. So, I mean, we've had meetings where we show up and a board member will automatically say, I have 15 minutes, half an hour. So no work is essentially getting done.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Chairman, Commissioner Abigail, thank you for bringing that up. And at the meeting that I stated that I was at here a couple of weeks ago, I believe, I did bring up the point, because I'm one of the ones that are guilty of missing. So what I brought up is that I would like to appoint somebody from my area if I could. And I did talk to this one lady up in Amalia area, and she's willing to jump on board. Because, and all I'm doing is just hurting the Ancianos. I mean, it's not good for me not to be there if I'm not going to be at the meetings. And I'm glad you brought that up, so and I did talk to Mona that day, and the ones that showed up, Mr. Al Gonzalez from Amalia, she's a new member. And I told them that I would step down if we could get somebody else on board to take over for me. That way we're not jeopardizing the Anciano program.
Right, and thank you for that. And that's where I see this going. I mean, unless the board members are serious about participating, it's just we're just going to have the same results repeated over and over. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
So, Mr. Chairman.
Did you have anything else?
No, not for Abigail.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, Mr. Chuleta, when we will know if they come up with extra money for the benefits?
Again, that audit, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, that audit is currently taking place right now. They feel that there's some underfunding or that's happened in some of their other programs. They're consolidating that money to see how much money they can come up with. They're also looking at the Ancianos program here to see how much cost savings they have, if any, and then they'll give us a report. But they're also looking at going back during the legislative session and asking the representative and the senator to support them in some more funding in order for us to accomplish this process. So January would be a good time. It's a good time for finance, and we should have a lot of the answers back by that point of what they're looking at.
And the name of the lady that was here that did the presentation, what was her name? Do you remember?
Oh, from the state level?
Yes.
I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Yeah,
but
because
I have.
she made reference that if there was shortfalls, that they could come up with the money.
Correct.
I think,
No.
No, Diana Rivera was actually the director previously. She does work for this organization, but the lady who came out of Santa Fe, I have her card, but I don't remember her name.
Because if we can make some kind of contact.
Jenny Martinez?
Jenny Martinez, that's correct.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because she did make that statement that, if there was a shortfall, I think this is a program that we need to really move forward on. I think we don't need to let it dwindle. So as soon as possible, I think we need to move forward. Again, we don't want to jeopardize the county's budget, but I think it would be better looked after here.
And Mr. Chairman, one of the things that when this discussion first started, Representative Gonzalez was part of a group that was meeting with the folks from the New Mexico District, Economic Development District, is that they assured us that the financial needs would be met by the state or federal funding from other agencies, that the county would not have to fund any of this from its coffers, and that, in fact, we could probably charge an administrative fee to make sure that our staff was getting compensated properly, or the county was anyway.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, at the last meeting, when they asked to come up and speak with us again, and I think they were looking for us to do something right away, the county attorney, county finance director, and myself met with them. We asked them to bring a series of documents in order to answer questions, but to come prepared to the meeting as though we were taking over that day and that they would have everything for us. Full disclosure, they did indicate at that time that they were aware already that they had spending in several other agencies, that they would have sufficient money. They asked that we calculate and have our finance director send to them what the difference would be in personnel costs. We did feel that in the other areas there would be cost savings. They agreed to the idea of bringing all the employees on. In fact, they thought that was a good idea as temporary employees for at least 6 months to see how they work out. There was a sense that they may have some concern about some of the employees too. They indicated that, as the county manager has said, and I think that was the big one, is that we will get a new contract starting on day one when we take over on January 1st. So there is one pending personnel action, but whatever is left in the audit becomes the responsibility of the prior board, whether they've resigned or not, and will be resolved between the Area Office on Aging and that board, not the county. We come in brand new day one, so I think we learned our lesson with housing that way. So the three of us that were in that meeting saw no negatives, and at the same time felt it was a vital service. And we would just urge that one of the things we were a little hesitant about was that there needs to be a good cutoff, an exit audit, if you want to call it that. And you have in your packet a listing of all the things they're going through. Yesterday and today they will be done. They thought that within 2 to 3 weeks they could have those results to us, but probably could give us a verbal in regards to those, though they didn't expect to find anything new. And we felt for the county's safety, before coming to you and asking you to make a permanent decision, that we should have those results in hand. So we're hopeful that either by the next meeting or the following meeting we would have a formal recommendation for you. The one thing I did want to say is it was very easy for us to come to the conclusion that of your options, the first two made no sense. The one thing we've learned on taking on other organizations is that if we're responsible for the finances and the governance, but we don't have day-to-day control, you're just causing more frustration and work for your staff here at the county. We're either going to go in, straighten it out, or it doesn't make much sense. We're just going to be then part of the problem.
Commissioner Sanchez, and then we'll go to Filkey.
Chairman, Commissioners, I'd like to address this to Abigail, please. Abigail, if you could do me a favor, I got a call this morning on the building, and I believe that's the town of Taos?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. the roof is leaking really bad. And I guess this one individual called and nobody's paying attention. Could we address that issue? And
Sure, not a problem.
try and correct it?
I'll look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. If you'll come to the microphone so we can record your voice.
Neil Thielke. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got an email this morning from Tom Udall, and he's arranging for a representative to be at Anciano's next Tuesday for anybody that's having issues with federal agencies. Thank you.
Thank you.
What time, Mr. Silky? You don't know?
I don't have my computer with me now.
It's during when they serve the meeting, so it's about from 11:30 to about 1:30.
Okay. Anything else,
You can
Commissioner?
see our commission is aging, Mr. Chairman. And we're all going there pretty soon, so.
Would you like us to get that on the overhead so everybody can take a look at that? That was Halloween, and that was our chairman visiting the offices, requesting documents.
Have you seen it?
Any other questions on the Ancianos project? Again, we hope to have something in front of the commission fairly quickly with some of these answers that were outlined in that page as you've seen in your packet.
Thank you. Go on to B, meeting at Cuesta Mine with Phil Howard, General Manager.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, myself, Commissioner Sanchez, and some Planning Commission staff, Jessica Gutierrez and Edward Vigil, Senior Planner, went up to Molly Mine last week to meet with their officials to talk about building permits. As you know, that there's a big reclamation going on at Molly Mine Services, and we were unsure if Molly Mine was actually, or Chevron Mining, shall I say, I'm sorry, I'm still back in the 80s with Molly Mine, but if Chevron Mining was actually part of a lease agreement with Forest Service in which we would have no jurisdiction, or if they were actually a private mining business within Taos County ordinances. As you can see on the letter dated October 31st, 2013, that was written by Mr. Vigil, Senior Planner, they are part of Taos County and they are private property, which means that they are part of the regulations of Taos County and land use regs that we have in place. In discussions with them, there's some things that Chevron Mining is going to do, and I just want to tell the commission that, you know, part of the process of what they're going down is they're looking at a new tailings deposit facility, which would mean that they would take off all the pipes between Chevron Mining and Cuesta, and also over where the solar array is now, where they have some of the tailing dumps, all of that would be erased and taken off there. They're actually going to have their tailing deposit facility within Chevron Mining and within their own facility. So they're doing some earthwork. They're actually bringing in some big pumps to pump these solids, which are about 75% solid. Right now, what they're pushing down to Cuesta, I believe, are about 45% solid, and the rest is water. They're going to be pumping 75% solids back up to the open pit, which is an uphill pump of these 75% solids that are there once they have this done. There's some stormwater management that they're looking at, which again would mean that they would have to be doing some earthwork. There's the Cuesta Water Treatment Project, which is a building proposed, which is about the size of 2 acres of land that will be built on the mill site of Chevron Mining. And I believe those are the major developments. There's a couple of other wetland developments and stuff that they're doing. And so if you read the letter that Mr. Martinez sent out, basically we're asking for direction from the commission, reference how we should proceed with this. I think that part of mining and part of what they do is that they do the excavation from day to day, and part of what we want to do is also make sure that we're good stewards of the county, but we're also good neighbors with somebody who employs a lot of county employees, who is going to bring in some, hopefully, construction GRTs with this renovations that are going to go on, or reclamations that are going to happen in Chevron Mining. One of the areas that we thought would be important to really look at, and what we're asking the commission is, it looks at face value and what we're talking about right now, that there's about a $5 million structural projects that they're going to be doing with their water treatment plants, with some sheds, and with this 2-acre building that they're going to do. And so if you look at the permit fee on that, it's about $18,502. The renewal fee is about $3,700. The commercial fee is about $2,200, and which would give a grand total of about $24,000. In order to work with Chevron Mining, we would look at some of the other things, special use permits. We could waive that because, you know, basically they're doing the excavation. That's part of mining. That's part of what they do. They dig, they go underground, they move ground, they deposit some of the other areas of that. So I stand for any questions on that, but what staff is really looking for is some direction on this as to how the commission wants to go. I think this would be a fair estimate. They are going to be providing us all the plans. They're also going to be providing us drawings of everything that they're going to do up there. But on the same level, we don't want to hold them up either by going through the SUP process or any of those things, so that they can start that moving forward with that.
Mr. Archuleta, one thing that I would recommend in these negotiations, that maybe in their contracts, you know, if they're going to build these size of buildings, I don't know that they're probably not going to build them in-house. They're going to be probably contracted out. Those buildings will bring GRTs through the construction phase of it. Can those people that are going to erect these buildings become a business within Taos County, so that we can actually collect those GRTs in our community? Because if not, if they have an address in Arizona or Texas, that those GRTs go back there.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, part of last week, or 2 weeks ago, we actually had a meeting with Senator Cisneros, and during that meeting, as you can know, which is the next tab on your manager's report back to you, it's my understanding, and we're talking with Tax and Rev on that, Mr. Cordova was also at that meeting. It's my understanding, because there was a lot of discussion at this at the legislative LFC meeting that we attended, was that where the construction takes place is actually where the GRTs, it doesn't matter where the company is from, it's actually where the construction's taking place. And so in this aspect, it would actually be Taos County. We're trying to set up a meeting with Tax and Rev to make sure, because the Secretary of Tax and Rev was there that day when we were meeting and was reporting back saying, and the example that they were giving was that there was a big construction process that was happening in Floyd, New Mexico. I don't even know where Floyd, New Mexico is, but apparently the company was out of Albuquerque, and the company wanted to pay their taxes out of Albuquerque because they were lower than they were in Floyd. And they said that no, where the construction took place is actually where the GRTs have to take place. And that was my understanding as of that day, but we can look into that a little bit
Just make sure that we are eligible to receive or collect those GRTs. I would really make strong recommendation to that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Sanchez was also at the meeting, and during the meeting, Commissioner Sanchez also, and he can speak up a little bit about this also, was very instrumental in saying that he really would want to hire local labor. He also wants to hire as many professional staff from within Taos County, Village of Cuesta, Red River, or any place else that they can. They were advising us that at this point they were in negotiations, I believe, with Medina and Sons. They were setting up a lot, I guess, where they're actually setting up offices. They're going to be transporting the employees so that we don't have all the traffic going up there and they don't have issues with parking. They're actually going to have lots in Cuesta that are now currently being established, and then they're going to have office spaces in Cuesta where they're going to actually transport a lot of the employees up and down from the Cuesta mining. They've also, in my understanding, have erected 3 helipads up in that area, one at the tailings dump in Cuesta that Cuesta has now used. They also have 2 other helipads, one at the open dam site and then one at the mill that they've also constructed so that they can do emergency rescue and those kind of things. So those are things that are happening right now that they've been working on also.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I being a retiree of Chevron Mining for 24 years there, you know, I support this, and it is going to bring in jobs, and they're looking at 2 to 3 years, correct, Mr. Archuleta? 2 to 3 years of employment for our people, and we did touch on local employment. And those 3 pads, helipads, those, I believe it was 25,000 per pad. Is that correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
So they put up 3, and they've already used them. The ones at the tailing site, that they probably used it maybe a dozen times to that. So it's really coming, you know, it's a plus for the Cuesta community, and I'm proud to be of that being my district. So I do want to be a good neighbor with Chevron Mining and support them. You know, like I say, 24 years of working there, and they were good to me. So it's, I think it's going to be good to my constituents in that area. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Blankenhorn?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree, Commissioner Sanchez. It's a great project, not only for the jobs and the revenues, but for the cleanup. You know, it's really going to be a major plus for northern New Mexico to go from those old tailings pipes and ponds to this paste that they're going to use. But this $5 million project is just the tip of the iceberg, right? I mean, there's a $700 million potential project that's going to occur over the next several 5 years, 10 years, based on the Superfund EPA settlement that I think is still in the courts, but it's going to happen. So this is something that's going to come up again and again. I'm completely in favor of cooperating with Chevron, but I don't see any way that we can waive, you know, we can't waive our land use regulations. It's still a major development. It'll have to go through the major development process, which is something that they are very well equipped to handle. It's a reasonable process. They can click off all of the things that they have to. It would eventually come before the Planning Commission, and probably the Board of County Commissioners. So, you know, there is a timeline there. They just need to stay on top of it. And I imagine it's going to be viewed favorably, assuming they meet all of the requirements.
Commissioners, anything else on this?
Is that the guidance from the commission then? I guess the issue for me is on the SUP, and then we also have the excavation, mining, and they were going to provide us with some federal regulations. I've just asked for Mr. Martinez to come in from our planning department, or Mr. Bellis might want to talk a little bit about that, that basically this, because it is designated as commercial, basically it's just a process of them going through in order for them to come in. Part of the excavation issue is, though, that anything on a 20% slope, is my understanding, needs to have a permit, but that's everything that they do on Chevron Mining is past the 20% slope. And so if it's the wish of the commission, as outlined in the letter, I think we need to discuss or at least give direction to staff as to whether or not we want to move in that direction, or are we really wanting to hold them for the permits for the building? I would direct your attention to page 4 that has been outlined by Mr. Martinez, specifically dated October 31st, 2013, and ask for direction on that.
Well, it's not just a steep slope SUP, it's a major development because of the cost. At least under current regs. Now, if we ever get our new land use regs passed, it would not actually be a major development under the new regs. So, anyway.
I think that was a nice way of saying sit down.
No.
Actually, the interpretation after looking at it, and I'd had a brief meeting with the county attorney also, is that under the doctrine of preemption, federal mineral extractions, and that includes oil, gold, silver, anything comes out of the ground. Once it's federally permitted and regulated under the federal and state laws, it takes preemption over local ordinances.
Right.
And because that didn't cover the building, the structures still fall under the state building code, which claims jurisdiction. But the project itself has been grandfathered as an extraction industry, and that as long as they stay within the borders that were defined by their stormwater permit, their federal mining permits, that the moving of earth and materials that were directly related to the extraction would fall within that federal permitting. We also felt that to challenge that, we do not have the internal expertise to be dealing with what's in the soil, nor do I think that the county wants that
Oh,
responsibility.
no, if the preemption doctrine applies, that's excellent. That's great. You can't arbitrarily waive a land use regulation, but in this case, based on your discussions with Mr. Malone, and the preemption doctrine would trump our land use regulations, then there's no reason for us to go any further, in my opinion. Obviously, the building will have to be permitted, and that's, I'm assuming the building will have to be permitted and run through the whatever process. It'll be an SUP, I suppose, because it's commercial, at least currently.
No, since the buildings are actually a replacement of existing buildings, again, and they are directly related to the mining and cleanup operation. They're not buildings in the sense of this. They're really just sheds to house equipment. But we still do, under the building code, have the option of reviewing that or sending it to CID. And in this case, we're saying we'll review it locally. And because they're just prefab structural, pads, and all are going to be engineered, prefab engineered, and certified by architects and engineers, we feel we have the capability to review those.
Actually, Mr. Martinez is here to answer any questions of that. We have asked for actually the plans and drawings on that. We've also asked for the architectural qualifications of them. What they're telling us is that they actually exceed our LUR, but we're still checking into that and making sure that they have that available for us.
Edward V. Hill.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Malone, Mr. Bellis. On October 30th, myself, along with the building official, chief building official Jessica Gutierrez, accompanied Commissioner Sanchez and accompanied Mr. Archuleta, the county manager, over to a inspection of actually to a meeting with Mr. Phil Howard, along with the public information officer and then the local engineer for the Chevron Mining Company. At that time, based on the meeting that we had, we created a synopsis for you that identified what the proposals are that Chevron Mining is proposing. I concur with the statements made by Mr. Bellis and Mr. Archuleta. Our concern or our question is we did a little bit of calculation for you, and we estimated based on the representations that were made by Chevron Mining the size of the buildings that are being proposed. And at minimum, we felt that it might be something that worth exploring to pursue the need for building permits associated with these buildings that are being proposed with Chevron Mining. As you look, I believe this is a handout was made available to you. And again, these are strictly estimates based on the representations made to planning staff when we attended this meeting. We have requested that the official size of these buildings be provided to this office so we could give more accurate representation of what type of fees would be generated should they pursue a building permit application. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Any further questions, Commissioners? None? Mr. Bellis?
Mr. Blankenhorn, I did want to mention, too, that what we would normally consider under the SUP has already been considered and required by federal EPA and state environmental protection. And they are doing the on-site stormwater management. It has to be reviewed by the Corps of Engineers, water quality, steep slope, stormwater management, far in excess of the capability that we would be able to give it. However, we do have the opportunity to comment on it, and those plans have been submitted twice to the county, and we've deferred to the State Environmental Department in regards to that. So we do receive updated reports as the cleanup progresses. If at any point the county commission has an objection or someone from the public feels that there's a problem with it, you would have the opportunity to have input to that.
Great, thank you.
Anything else on this item, Mr. Archuleta?
Just the direction from Commission. We continue to proceed under this, and we'll go ahead and get those plans. I have Mr. V. Hill and Jessica Gonzalez also working on those, and we'll just continue to move forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to recognize Councilor Peralta in the back there. Thank you for being here.
Mr. Chairman and Commission, the next item on the agenda is the Taos County lobbyist. Taos County did go out for RFP for the lobbyist position. We have provided the response to the RFP 2014-2, which is in your packets. I'm here to report that basically the only person that responded to the RFP was Mr. Robert Apodaca. We have met with Mr. Apodaca, and we are in the process of writing a contract with Mr. Apodaca. We wanted to bring this in front of the commission prior to. I can tell the commission that the price is going to be lower than what the commission had actually approved for the lobbyist position in those negotiations, and I stand for any questions on the lobbyist or any of the information provided in front of you.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner.
What was the amount that we had approved?
$50,000.
On years past, wasn't it that we only paid 30?
I couldn't answer that. I know that we had some, when I was here last year, we did 15,000 with, but that was out of the sheriff's budget, and that was specifically for the sheriff only. I don't think that Taos County had a lobbyist prior to that, but in previous years, they have had some with Mr. Cisneros.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Archuleta, thank you. So he will be able to go after both state and federal monies.
Correct. Part of what we're talking about and part of the way that we wrote the RFP for this is that he not only worked during the 60 or 30-day session, but that he worked with Taos County throughout the year. Part of what we're doing, as we've discussed, is that we're trying to do a better job of packaging any one of our projects that we're moving forward so that we can bring in the federal funds, state funds, county funds, and any private donation funds that we may have. So he's working in conjunction with that. This contract through the RFP will actually be for a full year with Mr. Apodaca, with a possibility of renewing that if the commission's happy with his services to Taos County. In conjunction with that, we've also put out another RFP for a financial advisor. That's the purpose, so that the lobbyist, the financial advisor, and our staff from the county can all work together in moving in that direction for any projects that the commission brings forward.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner?
Thank you. Yeah, I read the resume. I was impressed. I'm optimistic about the work going forward. Will there be an opportunity for the lobbyist or staff to give us a presentation of the plan if and when a contract is signed and he begins to go to work on coming up with a plan and advising staff?
Absolutely.
I'd love to see the plan in.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, actually what we're in the process of doing right now is actually finalizing the contract so that we can go ahead and sign that contract. Then we'll take the ICIP list, make our recommendations to the commission for the legislative session, and then how that whole plan will all fit together, what responsibilities are outlined for every one of the aspects that we're doing in the plan. So
great.
You'll have that with the packaging.
Everything, Commissioner Sanchez?
I'd just like to add here that Mr. Apodaca's a native of Taos County, so that's a plus on our part there. And then also, in February 2010, he was appointed by President Barack Obama as Assistant Chief of the West of the Natural Resources Conservation Service with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So we may have some
pull at the federal level?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, does he still obtain that position?
Excuse me?
Does he still obtain that position? Or he got the boot?
No, he came to work for Taos County. He left that so he could.
Commissioner Duran, I believe he that position would have been reassigned for temporary or permanent placement in Washington, D.C. So he went ahead and resigned so he could stay in New Mexico. But the position, he wouldn't have lost it. He would have had to have moved, I believe, to.
Anything else on this item?
Just checking.
If not, we'll go update on the Veterans Cemetery.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we had a meeting here in Commission Chambers last week. Commissioner Chairman Baroni and Commissioner Sanchez both attended that meeting with the Lieutenant Governor and also Secretary Hell. We had a standing room only audience. There was probably, I don't know, it was standing room only. There was people from all over Taos County that were here in support of the Veteran Cemetery. We had made a presentation to Secretary Hale in his office with about 4 veterans and Commissioner Sanchez and myself and Mike Trujillo about a month ago. That actually led to them coming up to Taos County and seriously considering that. We proposed the 25 acres that the commission has given up for the Veteran Cemetery. We actually gave them a tour of that area, showed them where that was, and actually gave them the plats for the Veteran Cemetery. We also talked to them that we had $75,000 at this point for planning and design of that. Mainly that money would be used for fencing and also for the roadway into the area. Secretary Hale, Lieutenant Governor Sanchez were very impressed with the constituents that came out and spoke in favor of. We had people from Cuesta, all over Taos County, Red River. We also had people from Angel Fire, Taos Pueblo, Town of Taos. Everybody was here in support of the Veteran Cemetery for this area. There was a very nice article that was written in the Taos News this week. I don't know if you read that also. And so I stand for any questions on that. At this point, basically, the governor will choose, and her staff will basically choose 4 projects that they want to move forward with. That will be presented at the federal level, and then once the federal level makes their determination, we'll find out. But I think that Taos County has put their best foot forward. We've shown them the land, we've given them the plats, and we've also given them an amount of money, plus we showed the veteran support throughout the area. In those discussions, we've also said that we may want to consider having that veteran cemetery as part of a regional area for the northern region and maybe southern Colorado region, if that would put us in a better light with the federal government in order to have that cemetery here in Taos. The initial request for a veteran cemetery was 1 acre of land. Of course, Taos County gave 25 acres of land, so I think that stood out fairly again in putting us in lead of that pack. Do you have any questions?
Commissioner Romero?
Mr. Chairman, is it possible to get an audience with the governor to talk to her about this?
We can. I had written a letter to the governor. Parts of that letter was put in the Taos News this week. Basically, what the governor has written back and said was that Secretary Hale is holding those town hall meetings across the state of New Mexico, and then the governor and her staff will make those determinations. If you'd like us to set up a meeting for that, Commissioner, we would be more than happy to do that.
I think it would be very beneficial, Mr. Chairman, just to show her that we're really, really interested in this. And taking the same people that have been participating.
That were at
these meetings.
Meeting with Secretary Hale.
Yeah.
Will do, Commissioner.
And, Mr. Archuleta, there were some criteria that the land needed to meet, about rock bed and stuff like that. Is there a way we can see if all our criteria is met so that if we do get an audience with the governor that we can tell her that, and then because we did get $70,000 previously for fencing and grubbing. Maybe this project will be about as shovel-ready as you possibly get.
Will do.
Mr. Chairman, no opposition from the landowners that have land out there?
No opposition at all. In fact, I think that the commissioners were on the radio this weekend, and there was a landowner that called from within the area. She lived at the golf course area and said that they would welcome the veteran cemetery out in that area.
I've got land across from there. I'm in favor.
Commissioner?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also, Mr. Archuleta, I've had a lot of people who are out in the public are very happy with us veterans, come in and want us to really support this. They don't want to go to, and that was mentioned that day, Mr. Archuleta, they don't want to go into Santa Fe. They'd rather just come and see their loved ones here at the cemetery here in Taos County. So it's a plus.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Sanchez, that's correct. Part of the other discussion that was there is that the amount of travel time from the mountain areas, again, if you travel from Taos County to Santa Fe, it's about an hour and 15-minute drive. But if you're anywhere in the outside area, they mentioned Amalia, Cuesta, Red River, some of these other areas, it's a lot longer drive. Plus, it's a mountain area with possibly snow to go visit a loved one at the National Cemetery in Santa Fe. So they've asked them to take that into consideration.
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yeah, well, I just want to thank fellow commissioners who have spearheaded this, especially staff. I think you're doing a great job on it, and keep our fingers crossed, right? It seems like we're in the running here. It would be a great thing. No other county has a higher per capita veterans to population anywhere, I don't think. It's a great tradition in Taos, so
Commissioner
keep our fingers
Sanchez?
crossed.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, may I add now that we just brought that up on the veterans, I'm in the process in Cuesta of putting up a Baton Death March memorial. We got a total of 70 veterans from the Baton Death March. That would include from Peñasco all the way to Amalia. So I'm working on that. What I'm putting together is the bricks with the veteran's name on it, and then what I did also, I've got some contributors that have been given money. I'm also going to put their names on those bricks to acknowledge them for the monies that they've given to me, and we'll be adding to that Veterans Memorial, which we put together when we were on the council. I was on the council back then with the support Senator Cisneros, Representative Gonzalez, our mayor then, Charlie Gonzalez, and council, and we were able to purchase a piece of land there right at the blinking light before you turn into Highway 38, and that one, and may I add, Councilor Brent Jaramillo has been very supportive. We were able to get, was it $1,200 from Chevron Mining to continue that, and that will finish it off. And thank you, Councilor. So
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else on this item? If not, we'll go on to meeting with Senator Cisneros.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, on tab E, under County Manager's Report again, there's a letter dated October 22nd, 2013 that was written to State Senator Carlos R. Cisneros. Commissioner Sanchez and myself, Finance Director, and our Indigent Coordinator actually traveled to Santa Fe for the LFC hearings for the 1/8 GRT that is being proposed, taken over by the state of New Mexico. Senator Cisneros and also Representative Gonzalez have both assured us that they are in contrary to what the state Human Services Department is wanting to do. I have provided you information with what that would mean for Taos County and the amount of money that would leave this community. I just want to highlight that if we lose this funding and the state does take that over, it would basically relinquish all our indigent claims for Taos County, which would mean that a lot of the people from within our community that aren't able to pay for their bills at the hospital would then go to collections. It would have a significant impact on our ambulance service, Taos County inmate medical care, indigent burials, and of course the sole community provider hospitals, which we are now currently sponsoring for Holy Cross, Espanola, Los Alamos, St. Vincent's, and the state-mandated contributions of Medicaid, 50% of the GRT. I stand for any questions with the Commission.
New healthcare, basically indigent fund will become a thing of the past. Is that correct?
Well, that's yet to be decided. One of the things that we're recommending and that we talked to the senator about that is that we ask maybe for a memorial for 1 year so that we can see what the impact of that is. Of course, everybody's been hearing the media that only 6 individuals were actually able to get on board with that, but since then thousands of others have been able to. We don't really know what that impact's going to be, but part of that other issue is that there's things that aren't taken into consideration. Again, ambulance service, inmate care, some of those other things, and that's why we're concerned about that 1/8 GRT being gone. The other issue that comes back, and this is where we've been talking with Human Services Director, basically they will not commit that money come back to Taos County. One of the things that we talked about with the senator was that we understand that there's money that's being left at the federal level on the table because counties basically don't have enough money to pledge and to give in this process in order to get the 3-to-1 match. And so what we said was, what about a possibility of actually giving that 3-to-1 match? Taos County gave $1.5 million this year, but then that coming back to the county then to distribute back out to the hospital. I don't think Human Services was real accepting of that, but the senator actually opened his eyes a little bit and said, well, that's a possibility that they would bring up during the legislative session. So I'm not sure the federal regulations would fit into that play again, because then that money would be coming as a 3-to-1 match back to the county, which we would then distribute out on the Indigent Care Fund. Stand for any questions?
Commissioners, anything? Staff, anything? Not? Let's proceed on. Request for approval of a picnic license to be used at the Old County Courthouse mural room.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, that we'll go ahead and take that off at this point. That doesn't need to be on there any longer.
Okay.
We'll go on to the next item.
We'll go on to the
next item.
Next item?
911.
The Taos E911 Combined Dispatch. Status report on the JPA. Mr. Malone?
Want to go away for a while?
¿Qué estará left?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, since the last time I addressed the Commission about the efforts to craft a JPA, there's been a major fork in the road in terms of the town's proposal to us, and so I need to educate you about that. Mr. James has been on vacation for the last week, just came back yesterday, and he and I have only had a chance to talk very briefly. But going back a little over 2 weeks ago, we were meeting once a week for anywhere from 2 to 4 hours working on this. We were at a point where there was a difficult question, and Mr. James said, well, look, instead of addressing all of that, how about if instead of splitting things 55-45, which is what the number that we've been using since the MOU, how about if the county just paid 75% and took over the whole thing and made all the decisions? Now, the devil is always in the details. That was a very one-sentence general proposal. I talked to Mr. Archuleta, and he said, well, let's indicate to the town that we would be interested in pursuing that proposal, but we need to know details. And so that is what Mr. James and I have worked on since then. We haven't worked on the original 55-45 proposal since then. We spent our time focused on this, what I'll call 75-25. And let me try to go back a step and describe for you the issue that caused Mr. James to make that proposal. The MOU that the town and the county both entered into has a specific provision that the JPA, on 90 days' notice, could leave the Kit Carson facility. And Mr. James indicated that he wanted there to be extra provisions on that. That is to say that the 90-day decision would not just be made by the JPA for no reason. And there were a bunch of different proposals, but some were that there have to be technical reasons for leaving Kit Carson, or extending the period for longer than 90 days. At one point, even 2 years was suggested. I felt that all of those proposals were inconsistent with the MOU and inconsistent with the guidance that you as a commission had given to me in going forward. So I wasn't able to agree with Mr. James on imposing additional conditions on the 90 days. And his effort to deal with what he viewed as an impasse was this 75-25 proposal. When we started fleshing the 75-25 proposal out, it turned out that there were still a number of details that would have to be addressed. Number one, after discussions with Mr. Archuleta, I went back to Mr. James and said, without naming a number, said that we might be interested in that proposal, but 75-25 is not the right number, that it might be worthwhile to pay a larger percentage to just do away with any issues that have to do with control over exactly where it's going to be, when it's going to happen, that sort of thing. And Mr. James said, no, it's 75-25. So that was taken off the table in terms of whether there was going to be any negotiation about the number. The other issue that I think is extremely important, and I don't have an answer on this one, I just need to alert you to this. I raised the question with Mr. James, well, look, if we were to be willing to enter into this 75-25 proposal, would the town continue to run the existing 911 center until such time as the county built an alternative? And his answer was no. We would expect you to take over immediately. And I don't see that as a small matter. We have, through our technical staff, construction and IT, had a lot of very serious concerns about the technical side of the current 911 operation, and we wouldn't, I don't think, want to just immediately take over that operation without knowing the full extent of those technical concerns. Our other partners, the Ski Valley and Cuesta, were proposed by Mr. James to be included in the town's 25%. That is to say, the county would pay 75%, and the town and Cuesta and the Ski Valley together would pay 25%, with the Ski Valley and Cuesta paying a fixed amount of $10,000 each. So that is the direction. We have not further discussed the original idea. I just need to know, first of all, whether, given the additional details, not just the concept of a 75-25 arrangement, but the additional details, whether this commission wants me to pursue that any further or not. Because if it doesn't, I need to go back to Mr. James and get back to our attempts to craft what was originally proposed in the MOU, which is forming a JPA, the 55-45 split, and trying to deal with the question of this 90-day issue. So let me start with that question. I'd welcome Commissioner's comments on this fork in the road, as I call it.
Mr. Malone, is there any way we can get to this JPA? I think this JPA is what's going to find the avenue that it needs to move this whole thing forward. I mean, it gives the authority to the people, like the people that really know what the purpose of this E911 facility is all about. Is, in your eyes, is there an avenue that we can do that?
And just to reiterate, Mr. Chairman, that's the purpose of the MOU, and I'm sorry that we have gone far afield from that. We're not interested in taking over the operations, especially not as they exist today. The whole purpose of the MOU was to structure a JPA, and it seems to me that every portion of the JPA is agreed to except the 90 days, and let's let the town come back after their next meeting and tell us whether they are willing to accept the 90 days. I mean, the 90 days is just a way for the JPA to get out of the current lease that the town of Taos has entered into with Kit Carson. The JPA didn't enter into that. The county didn't enter into that lease. And so the 90 days is a reasonable way to deal with the fact that there's a pre-existing lease to the new governing entity that we're trying to create. We just want that out in case the new board comes to the decision that we need it. And so it just seems to me that we're so close to having a JPA that would allow us to create this new governing authority, and we're getting sidetracked by, you guys take it over and pay 75%. That's not where this is supposed to go.
And I can sure understand, too, how the other commissioners feel, because they don't feel that, in good faith, they move forward with with this MOU and the JPA, but yet simultaneously they figured it's not going to happen, so they've moved forward with allocating money to continue forward so that we had something to fall back on in the event this situation right here happened. So
It has happened.
And how do we move forward?
Mr. Chairman, let me try to answer your question directly, because I think it's perceptive and it goes to the heart, and it really was repeated by Commissioner Blankenhorn's comments. There are a number of difficult issues, and I'm not, unless you want me to go into those, I'm not going to go into them, because I think they are all resolvable. Mr. James and I have struggled with those issues. For example, what to do with employees. I think we've got a pretty good way of working that through, but I don't want to tell you that there aren't other difficult issues. There are, and they need to be addressed. But the one issue where the town and the county just do not seem to be on the same page, it's not just lawyers crafting, it's whether we have a deal or not. We thought we had a deal based on the MOU, which was the 90-day notice of termination of the lease, that we could move on 90 days' notice. If the town is not willing to go along with that, or the county commission is not willing to back off of that, then we don't have the basis of a deal. So I think it comes down to that. It comes down to this 90-day question.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to hear from our county manager, Mr. Bellis, and the rest of the staff as to where they feel we're going with this at this point. And I certainly appreciate your efforts in trying to negotiate something that we can all live with. But I definitely want to feel or hear from other staff.
And I think that's on the agenda as well, isn't it? Yes.
Before I personally make any other decisions on your questions, Mr. Malone.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero, County Commissioners. First of all, I just want to reiterate that Taos County has been at the table with good faith. Mr. Malone has and staff have worked diligent hours trying to craft this agreement and trying to move forward in this agreement. And the MOU basically that was signed by the town and was signed by us, and actually the partners, which was Taos Ski Valley and Cuesta, were there, had a clause of 90 days. It doesn't mean we're going to move out in 90 days. It doesn't mean that we have to move out in 90 days. That is up to the JPA or the governing board. But at some point, the town came back and said that 90 days wasn't negotiable to us, and they threw out the 75-25 to us. We didn't craft that. We didn't bring that to the table. We just tried to deal with it as it was thrown to us. We felt like we were at a standstill at that point because, one, it's in the MOU, and two, staff have received direction from this commission basically on the 90 days of breaking that lease or sublease that we would have with the town. So, I mean, at this point, we are at somewhat of a standstill. I think staff is trying to figure out how we can bring our partners together, how our partners can continue to be a part of this. I mean, we've broken down the budgets. We're going to present that to you today. We'll tell you what the operating costs, what everything's going to be on that. But, you know, we're at this standstill right now, and it's really a direction that the commission has given us with a 3-2 vote as to how we move forward in that direction. And so if the town's not willing to back off the 90-day and the commission's not willing to back off the 90-day, the staff is kind of stuck at the middle and saying we're just trying to fulfill what the commission is moving forward with, and which was signed through the MOU. And I'll let staff also make other comments.
Commissioner,
I'm actually glad that the councilman and assistant town manager are here. But when this offer of 75-25 was made, and Mr. Malone and I were discussing it, shortly after that, there was a telephone conversation, and it was relayed to the county, and it was attributed to the town manager that the offer was now upped, and it was 80-20. Subsequently, I went to a meeting of the town council, actually not in regards to 911, but there were several matters that we're doing joint resolutions on, including the renewable energy and the DH Lawrence Ranch. And when the status report came up, it was the 75-25 took a beating from the town council, but it was portrayed as though this was a curveball thrown by the county. And I was really pretty shocked because, as you're aware, you folks hadn't even heard of it yet. So I don't know. I mean, you know, we've had this problem in the dialogue between the town and the county as to who's making the offer, can it get passed, and what's real. I heard one councilman say, we're not doing anything unless it's 2 years over there at minimum, and then immediately tell me after the meeting, don't worry about that. So I think there's a problem that it's who's negotiating. I've heard the mayor say that from the podium over at the town hall. What's the deal? I mean, certainly I thought, and I know Commissioner Barone thought that when the town council saw the MOU and asked, can we have some changes? And Mr. Barone said, no, we're tired of the back and forth. This is it. It's on the table, thumbs up, thumbs down. I can't go back and renegotiate this. And the town council voted for it. And now, once again, we seem to go through another cycle of renegotiating the same things over and over. The concern that later in the agenda that you're going to have here is that staff is going to tell you that the bids that you've reviewed, those of you that were here for the Motorola contract, are expiring. Those discounts are expiring. And that could mean tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars in the cost to the taxpayers, no matter where it goes, of the equipment necessary to upgrade and fix this system. And I would definitely, I'd suggest that you provide an opportunity to the councilman and to Abigail, who was at the stakeholders meeting, because my interpretation of that meeting and the staff from the county that were in attendance is they're waiting for us to take it over. And they were looking for some sort of action from the county commission today. And we went from one position of, well, we're not sure we want you guys to run it, to when are you going to take it? And all I can say is I do think it's a good thing that we pursued the dual track and we're prepared, because I don't know, as part of the team, and then Mr. Malone has tried, you know, with the Saints disposition to try, and I've sat in on some of those meetings, and I believe that the town attorney did also, and I believe got beat up pretty bad when he presented to the council.
All right.
The same proposal.
Mr. Chairman, just, you know, all of that's just discussion at the town meeting. The town hasn't voted, and so let's let the town council meet and vote, and then we'll know where they stand on the JPA as outlined on the MOU. I mean, you know, our position has been established by the Memorandum of Understanding. We've all seen the drafts of the JPA. Everybody knows where the county commission stands. So at this point, we need to get an answer from the town, and then hopefully it'll be positive. It'll effectuate the MOU that we've already signed, and you'll be able to bring us a JPA to the next meeting that we can approve or disapprove. Everything else is speculation based on somebody saying this here and somebody saying that. You know how politicians are. Let's wait for a vote. That's my suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, but in the meantime, it's going to cost the county a lot more money if we play this waiting game and we don't act on the purchasing of the equipment that we need to build our own, correct? Any idea as to how much more it could possibly be?
Mr. Chairman, Commission, before staff answer that, I just want to address Commissioner Blankenhorn's. I mean, there's not an agreement to go to the town at this point. Basically, the town is saying that they're not going to agree to the 90 days. So that negotiation has stopped. There hasn't been any further negotiations because we're at a standstill. They threw out the 75-25, which they discussed at their last council meeting. And so there's nothing going back to the town, basically, at this point. Either we want to negotiate on the 75-25, or we want to just say no on the 90 days, and we're not going to do anything on the 90 days. So I'm not sure we're not going to get anywhere next week or next month or next year, quite honestly, if there's not some direction to staff on that. If we wait on this, we're just going to be waiting. And yes, Commissioner Romero, you're absolutely correct. I mean, there's some, you're not agreeing with me, Commissioner?
No, I'm not agreeing with you. You know, you can call the town manager and say, we need an answer. You know, we've established our position in the MOU, and we need an answer as to whether or not we're going to be able to enter into a JPA under the agreed provisions of the MOU. If not, then we have no choice. But if so, then we still have the option, the preferable option for the community of operating this under a JPA.
So then the direction to staff would then be that 90 days, we're not budging, take it back, take it to your council and decide.
I think that that's the direction
that's fine.
Commission
I'm just
has
telling you
given
that
time and again.
They've already told Mr. Malone through Mr. James that they're not willing to budge on that, and that's all I'm saying on that.
Right, and all I'm saying is that Mr. James doesn't get to make that decision, and if the town doesn't want to address that decision at their next meeting, then that's our answer.
Mr. Chairman, what is the window of time that we have to purchase the equipment? When is that estimate good?
Red.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the proposal that Motorola gave us in September was good until the end of this month. Included with that is approximately about a $50,000 discount, which is towards the consoles, and that also expires at the end of this month also.
November?
Of this month,
November. Mr. Chairman and Ms. Adame and Mayor, Councilor Peralta, when does the town meet again?
Yes, that is to execute the contract.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could address the
Please,
Commission.
welcome.
We meet again on the 12th, and the JPA will be on the agenda for the 12th. I need to set the record a little bit straight here as to what actually transpired at the last council meeting, and also that the offer that was made to the county of the 75-25 was strictly from our attorney and not from the council. And I think it was posturing in a sense. I mean, we do a lot of posturing all the time, so. But I think that that's what it was, because it wasn't something that was asked of the council if this is what you want to do. I think it was more of frustration with negotiations. And I'm not saying one side's wrong and one side's right. But I do believe that in listening to you this afternoon, that we may be able to come up with something that we both sides can live with. I can't say any more than that, but I believe that we will have a decision at the next council meeting to bring to the county commission. And I hopefully think that it is something that will be acceptable. I've had a meeting this morning with our county manager about this and had those discussions, and I think that we're going to try to put something together that I think will work, and I don't think it's going to be out of line with your thinking or with our thinking. I could be wrong. I'm only one council member, and so it's just what I'm looking at and trying to think of, because I do feel that it's in the best interest of our constituents for us to work together and try to make something happen here. And I think also very strongly that it's of the essence for us to get this done. Because it's very difficult for staff who's working in the 911 center to try to do their job when they're always thinking in the background, I don't know who I'm working for. I don't know what the direction is going to be. I need to have some support. And so this is where I feel that we need to come together and see if we can't get something done. So it's just that, we discussed, in fact, I made a comment in the council meeting last time about the 75-25 and sarcastically indicating that it was not something that we should be doing. It's not in the best interest of what we've wanted to do. It's not going to be something that would make the center operate efficiently and do the job that we asked for those people that work there to do for us. So I'll be glad to answer any questions and try to clarify.
Commissioner Romero?
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, you said the council is and the mayor are meeting on the 12th. Mr. Chairman, if we could set up for a special meeting with the commission to make a final decision on this at a time shortly thereafter. I really feel, Mr. Chairman, that we need to make those decisions fairly soon, within the next week, if at all possible. There's a lot of things that the commission has in its agenda. You know, there's the annexation issue, there's the land use regs. These are all things that have been kind of set aside, especially the land use regs, things that we should have gotten done already, but because we've been spending not only commission time, but staff time, more important than anything else. A lot of staff time has gone into this, and we haven't gotten anywhere with it. At this point, I really feel that I would hope that the majority of the commission is ready to make a decision, a final decision, so that we can move forward on this. And Mr. Chairman, if we can set up a special meeting of the commission here within a reasonable amount of time so that we can meet that November 30th deadline to contract with Motorola or whomever we have to buy the equipment, if that's what we have to do.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner.
I had some questions now for Mr. Malone.
Anything else, Counselor?
That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Peralta.
With that being said, Mr. Malone, I think we're willing, probably, I think that's what I get from this commission, we're willing that you go back to Mr. James and say it's the 90 days. If that don't work out, well, just drop it, leave it alone, you know, because this commission has already voted 3-2 that we are going to move to the planning department. You know what I mean? Thing about it is, everything over there at the command center where it's at is not working properly. I am not about to take it over and then not have communication. Something happened. I'd rather spend $1 million buying the equipment or whatever I need than having to pay $2 or $3 million to some family because we did not have the proper equipment to respond.
I think the commission's consensus is very clear on that. I think that one other point that I raised in the context of the 75-25 proposal, especially since we have Councilman Peralta here, and take that into account in what the council considers, is this question of who's going to, if there's going to be a JPA, is the town going to continue to run the operation over at the Kit Carson Center? Are they willing to do that? Because my impression from Mr. James is that they're not, that they want to stop that immediately. Because that's another issue that we're going to have to hash out in the context of the JPA. Somebody's going to have to be running this thing for a while. It's not going to be just one instance, it's the town, and the next instance it's the county or the Ski Valley or Cuesta or the town.
Well, Mr. Malone, I believe we have a JPA in place till
Through the end of February.
Right, till the end of February, and
Exactly.
they're responsible for that till the end of February. And at the end of February,
And moreover, the new JPA will create a governing body that will address that very issue. It will be able to address all of the issues, you know, the concerns that Commissioner Duran has about the way the operation is currently running now. You know, a lot of that is guesswork at this point. The governing body, along with the board of experts who advise them, are going to be in a much better position than we are to make those determinations. Fortunately, Mr. Archuleta, who will be our representative on that JPA, has gotten a master's degree already in emergency communications with all of the work he's put in the past 6 months. So he doesn't go in there blind. He goes in there with a pretty good education about how an emergency communication center needs to work to make our communities safe. So, you know, I'm comforted by that fact. And I'm confident that all of the entities who hopefully will eventually sign this JPA will go into it with good intentions to try and get this operation right for the community. It's an important operation. But we don't have to make that decision now.
I'm not asking for the decision now. I'm just saying that in light of the comment by Mr. James in the context of the 75-25 proposal, I want to be prepared to say what my feeling is, which is, no, we're not going to step in tomorrow and take it over. And I think that at a minimum, the existing JPA goes through the end of February.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do want to say, I don't want to leave this commission with the impression at all that I have any feeling that Mr. James has not been acting in good faith. He has worked very hard and has been acting in good faith. I don't think that his fork in the road was bad faith. I just think it was his effort to get over what he perceived as a barrier, a stumbling point. And so I do want to make clear on the public record that he has been working in good faith and working hard.
And Mr. Malone, we applaud you in your effort to move this forward also. Thank you. Mr. Archuleta, do you have anything further to comment on this?
No, I just wanted to, I guess, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I just wanted to state that when this was brought to staff by Mr. Malone, I basically had asked Mr. Malone to go back and verify that that was truly their stance, and we received that in writing from them before we would even have considered the 75-25. So I just wanted to add that, and I believe Mr. Malone has the email to that effect.
That is correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Archuleta, then you would, the minute we have something in writing or don't have something in writing, that we set up a special meeting to address this particular item.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, will do. I guess part of what I want to do is, while we're talking about this today, then, is have staff report back that if the meeting for the council is on the 12th of December, will we have enough time to actually get the contracts in place by the end of November in order to sign them if we need to sign them at that point? And so staff can give me a better picture of that.
I think if we need to have a couple extra meetings to do that, I think it's that important. But staff?
Will they report to us on that now?
Mr. Bellis, do you think that we'll have enough time between the 12th and the 30th to get the contract in place, is my question.
Mr. Archuleta, Mr. Chairman, we were just actually having that conversation, whether that would be possible to get everything done in a less than 2-week window. And certainly a lot of that depends on the county attorney, but it also depends on purchasing. And we do not have, if we were purchasing the equipment, we have something from Motorola. If we lease the equipment, and that will probably be the advice of the staff to you, we don't have any paperwork. So we're starting from day one on whatever day you give us the green light.
But let me ask this question. What has staff been doing since we told them to move forward? Since that vote was taken 3-2, why isn't it that all this stuff is not falling in place?
Mr. Chairman, Commission, I think that what Mr. Bellis is trying to say is that staff has been, we have those prices, we have everything in place to purchase. One of the other options that we have just recently looked at that staff will be talking to the Commission about today is the possibility of leasing the Motorola equipment. There's a couple of different avenues and reasons for doing that. One is maintenance cost that is close to about $200,000 that we could save by leasing the equipment. The other thing is over a 7-year period, we would basically have the opportunity to get new equipment over that time frame or at the end of the 7 years and continuing the lease purchase so that we're not into the situation where we have antiquated equipment or broken down equipment and then we have no capital money to actually purchase new equipment. So that's some of what staff is going to talk about today and talk to the commission about. So we do have the hard numbers. We do know what the costs are going to be, and we have all that available for the commission today, and that'll be reported. But one of the options, as Mr. Bell has said, is the possibility of actually leasing the equipment in order to salvage a little bit of the money. And so, we're just trying to take the most conservative, best foot forward in that aspect.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Malone.
Let me ask a quick question here. Mr. Archuleta, what do you think of the possibility that the town agrees to our proposal, agrees to the MOU, we come back with a JPA, we sign the JPA, and then the JPA sets up a meeting soon thereafter to address these issues? What do you think of that possibility?
That'd be great.
Wouldn't it, though?
It would be.
I got a pair of gloves.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Commissioner Duran, and I want to be very clear, the two are only tied together in a timeline, not for any other reason, but it just so happens that a major pleading in the annexation case is due on Tuesday. So I'm going to be working on that all day, every day, including the weekend between now and Tuesday anyway. So if this decision isn't made until Wednesday, it's only a one-day difference in terms of what I'm going to be able to work on. So that will not make a difference.
But the question that I have, Mr. Malone, how much time do you need to get the contract in place?
What I'm saying, Commissioner Duran, is that between now and Tuesday, I can't work on the Motorola contract anyway.
They're waiting for the town to make a decision.
And whether we can get it done in 2 weeks is, it's cutting it very close, but then at that point I put all my time on that. But, the annexation case is very important too, and we've got a major response due on Tuesday, and I've got to work all day, every day between starting, well, as late as we are today, I won't start till tomorrow.
Sí se puede.
Sí se puede.
We'll give him another hat like we did Anita today. So, okay, commissioners, I think everybody has their work cut out for them.
Just for the time being.
So are we done with this item?
There's the rest of...
Yeah, I know, but I mean, just one, status report on JPA, that's where we're at. We'll go to the status report on the stakeholders meeting.
I believe, Mr. Chairman, to speed things along, we've pretty much covered those points.
Okay. Status report on planning building renovation. It might not make a big deal at this point, but we'd like to hear it so we know what we're looking for after the 12th.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the project on the planning building, the infrastructure is moving forward. We've received several contracts that have already been signed and some deliverables already delivered. Electrical engineers already done the new line drawings, and we have drawings to submit for pricing for the actual electrical work for the generator, the ATS, and the new distribution panels. The architectural team is already on board. They've signed their contract. We've had several discussions with them. The property has been restaked so we can properly locate all the new utilities and additional infrastructure that needs to go in. The fencing contract, there was a couple little glitches in the scope of work that's just being cleaned up a little bit and will be going to contract. We have a quote for the generator already. Finance is working on the purchasing agreement, on the purchase order for the generator. IT stuff, the infrastructure backbone for the redundancy to the building. We have the quotes, and they're getting ready to go to contract also on that. I have the application for a variance for the tower height, and I will be filling that out this weekend while I'm out of town. we just have to continue, we're moving forward. That's.
And they purchased the antenna?
Purchased the antenna. Mr. Malone has looked at the contract. There was a couple little items that he wanted fleshed out on the scope. He does have it, but he has been involved. But I believe Mr. Lopez is going to pick up where Mr. Malone left off, and we do have a set price for it and the electrical work that's required in conjunction with the antenna and the Motorola equipment. So it should be ready to go for the next few days.
Anything else on this item, Commissioners?
Thank you.
Thank you. Conrad?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd also like to add also the fiber and networking portion is still in review by Finance, and once that gets done, it'll go to legal for review. But I'd also like to let you know that Steve Miranda from the Forest Service is on his way to address the commission, the body here, where they stand on their position to coming in and wanting to engage with this E911 center that we have here. So they should be coming in a little bit later, and that I'd like to let you know.
Mr. Chairman, some of the staff had a workshop with Motorola in Albuquerque a few weeks ago. How did that go? Was it with Motorola? Wasn't it with Motorola?
It was with Spillman. You want to talk about that?
Chairman, Commissioners, the county manager, deputy county manager, EMS director, Richard, Conrad, myself, we went down for a CAD demonstration with Spillman, and they actually did a fairly good demonstration with Taos component, and the other one was with Eddy County. Those were the two major invitees to the demonstration. I think everybody came away from that with a really good feeling of what that product is capable of. Because of what we kind of felt the product could deliver to not only Taos County, but the entire region, we're bringing them back up to actually do a demonstration up here, which you guys are invited to, and you guys will be getting an invitation to here shortly on December 10th, which is an off-week commission meeting, so we can put the whole day to that. But because of what we said the product can do not only for Taos County, but for the region, we're inviting representatives from Colfax, from Rio Arriba, all the public safety entities here within Taos County, state police, a lot of state representatives. Bill Range and Art Rios from DFA are also invited to come up, Game and Fish, Forest Service. So we're wanting to let everybody else who would be our partner here in the future see what this product is capable of. So later on, when we do decide as a JPA to upgrade equipment and upgrade the CAD, this would be a very good product that could deliver quite a lot for, like I say, not only the county, but for the region. So there'll be more to come on December 10th.
Commissioners, anything else? Staff, anything else on this item? And Richard, that antenna, somebody wanted to make sure that the height was all okay and that it's going to do what we need it to do as far as, interference, that type of stuff?
Yeah, we've talked to Advanced Communications, and they have given us an estimate also to do a radiography study for the area and the antenna. They believe that the 50-foot tower would be adequate, but we are going to ask for a radiography study. And the reason we're going to 75 feet, though, is because if the Forest Service moves in, we don't want to have any interference between our antennas and their antennas, and that way we'll be able to stack them on the different heights. But even because of the directional antennas to some of the repeater sites, we feel very confident, and they feel very confident, even without the radiography studies, that it's more than adequate for what we need, but we are going to double check it.
Okay. All right, anything else on this item? Not, we'll move on to the, let's see, Motorola equipment proposal, purchase versus lease decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to go through a couple of things here so you understand why we're suggesting these different options. On the handout that you have before you, we wanted to update the renovation figures. The budget, as we proceed, gets tighter, and we're able to reduce the contingency fee from 6% to 3%. So we have brought that in below $300,000. Now, that's for the site work in the building itself. Beyond that, the two big line items become the Motorola E911 and dispatch equipment, which is $977,109. And the software, which until we go through some decisions in December, could range anywhere from $200,000 to $1 million, and we've narrowed that down after a couple of presentations that it'll probably be somewhere between $400,000 and $700,000, depending on which system. That doesn't have to be done all at once. You can phase that in. It has modules and components. It's 50% up front, and then 50% when they complete the project, which would push it into the next fiscal year. There's also the opportunity to finance it. And what we're suggesting is on the construction budget, and we've listed the different options there. One, that in addition to the $297 for construction, if we bought the software and the equipment, we would need $2,074,000 in cash, and that's a maximum figure, obviously, as I just stated. And we feel that would be a little unrealistic, and Leandro is going to talk about financing mechanisms a little later. The second option would be to purchase the equipment, which we almost have enough cash in the fund for this building to do, but again, that would tax the budget. The third option would be to finance the software. There's not much difference between them. And the last, which we think is the most realistic, given that we're still coming out of an unstable economy, is to spend as little as possible of cash reserves. And that $297,024, if you remember, you approved $400,000 out of the cash left over in the construction fund for this building, not the financing and the GRTs. And we actually believe we can deliver it less than that $297, but we're still trying to be on the conservative side. So that would still leave you $15,000 cash in case there was something else in the construction fund here for this building that you needed later on. That decision to minimize what we have to pay out of pocket doesn't make those costs go away. It shifts them to the operating budget for the project. So if you go to the second to the last page, and it says sources of funding, what you see is that 297 has an expense. The source, which is the construction fund remainder for this complex, which is 429,008, and that leaves you the 131,983.69. As far as the operational costs in the budget, presuming there's a partnership, there's a JPA, and everyone pays what they've said they're going to pay. The operating budget then is $665,440, which Conrad will go over in a second with you. That comes out to us getting $265,000 annually from the partners, which would leave $400,000 in general fund expenditures to the county. And that's the design we put together, was to try to get as close to that 371 that you had budgeted already in this year's budget.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Velez, when you say that 265, you say over here partners. That's all who? BLM, Forest Service, who else?
Well, it actually just counts the town, the Ski Valley, Cuesta, and minor contribution we would anticipate on utilities from BLM Forest Service, which is very nominal. I think it's about $8,000. So yes, that would total about $265,000. from those partners.
But right now,
We don't have an agreement from anybody.
yeah, but right now, we pay 285.
288, I believe.
88, that's what we're paying the town. Whatever happened to the reserves that the town had?
We've requested that information, and I believe Abigail had sent that over to us earlier. There's 65,000 in there.
Left on the reserves, which is really Taos County's money, right?
Well, when you and the town signed the agreement for the dispatch, it was agreed that they could pay out of their portion of the reserve some bills, and I think the presumption was that there was about 100 to 110,000 remaining in that, which the majority of which belonged to the county. I believe that there was 10,000 belonged to the Ski Valley under the original JPA. Before we go on to how to finance the options on the dispatch and the software, the equipment and software, I wanted Leandro to go over the annual operating budget.
Well, before you leave, Rick,
I'm sorry, Conrad.
Real quick, it looks like we're up to 2 million here, right? Almost 2.1 million.
Total project cost, and again, that's a big range in the software between, 200,000, 700,000. And I don't know how to narrow that down for you until you make some choices after the demonstrations.
Or the JPA makes some choices. There is that possibility.
Or the JPA, someone makes those choices.
Just to leave that open as a remote possibility. But yeah, we're up to almost 2.1 million with full software. Okay. Well, I appreciate the numbers. They certainly look clear and extensive.
Conrad?
2.1.
2.1?
A life is worth more than that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'd like to have you turn to the second page in your pamphlet here. The second page and actually third page go hand in hand. The third page actually has all the footnotes, the description for the footnotes on the first page. What you'll see here is a description of the costs on the far left. The middle column is what we project if we are a non-consolidated dispatch and if we are a consolidated dispatch.
Just interrupt you 1 second. Abigail, I think, is going to leave, and is there any other questions that we have for Abigail? Thank you for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Maybe any comments she had?
Actually, if you don't mind, before I continue, I know the Forest Service is here and they'd like to speak to their position to join in here.
Please, I'd love to hear from them.
Good afternoon. My name's Steve Miranda. I'm the forest fire planner for the Carson and Santa Fe National Forests, and I'm very grateful for you allowing me some time to come talk to you about our dispatch and our dispatch situation. I'll give you first a little bit of background of where the Forest Service and interagency dispatch. It is an interagency dispatch in that we currently have the U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, state forestry, and all other federal firefighting agencies within the zone are dispatched out of my dispatch center here in Taos. And what we're going through right now is nationally there is a study that occurred, and which will follow a second study that's called the acronym is IDOP, but it's the Interagency Dispatch Optimization Program. And what it's looking at is it's looking at combining of dispatch centers, and one of the alternatives of that combination is combining Santa Fe Dispatch with Taos Dispatch. And so with that being said, in a few years, 5 to 10 years, probably, the latter, that we're looking at a combination of two dispatch centers working in one. Where that is located is going to be dependent, a lot of that dependency is going to be on facility. And I'm going to lead up to our current facility that we have now with the that is housed at the Carson National Forest here on 208 Cruz Alta. The current situation is that we're having some asbestos issues. We've had to move the dispatch center to a new location, which we call a COOP plan. We've moved them to that new location and dispatching out of that new location. What we foresee for the future and the near future and potentially the longer term future is combining our local dispatches here with Taos County, and we've looked at the planning building, and that planning building looks like it would fit our needs. We've gone through a lot of reviews and a lot of viewing of different locations, and that one has floated to the top as the best place to be. We've taken what our budget is, what we can bring to the table, and what the folks that can come and working there, and we've looked at other locations, other options, and those other options just don't fit. They don't fit the needs of an interagency dispatch center that requires, aircraft dispatching, complex wildfires, the movement into an expanded dispatch center that would support a large fire. We're moving into a time where large fires have become the norm. These mountains here are very important to the people of Taos County. They're important to us as the Forest Service. These are our natural resources, and we all depend on it. And in order to provide a better protection and for these natural resources, we need a facility that would change with the changing times, the changing fire behavior that we see now. And our current facility doesn't meet that demand. It's really not meeting that demand. So really the planning building that we've looked at is something that we have we hold in high regard and very, very interested in working in there and co-located with another dispatch location. So I'll be happy to field any questions if you have any.
Chairman,
Go ahead, Commissioner.
how much funding? Right.
At this point, the funding, it's federal budgets have been diminishing over the last few years, and we're taking another cut in our budget. As far as a flat number, I wasn't prepared to bring you a flat number, but we can provide training opportunities for the county and local governments. We can pay for overhead costs. For maintaining the building and also utilities. We can bring some. What it'll do is it'll bring resources and keep them in the area, as opposed to potentially, if we don't have something, there's potential for positions that can be moved out of Taos County. And that's one of the bonuses that we see to this is that some other larger cities and larger areas have jobs, and some like ours we're a little more rural, and those positions mean a lot to the local economy. And every year we bring in resources from outside the area, from around the country, in fact, and they contribute to the economy as well.
So the possibility of this becoming a regional dispatch for fire, is that a possibility?
The regional dispatch, that is an alternative, that the regional dispatch could be moved here. That is an alternative. But with the current state we're in with facilities, it's probably not a feasible.
No, but if we provide that facility, would that give you guys some weight then?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I was.
Absolutely.
Commissioner?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. How much space would you require?
We looked at the planning building and the current the way the planning building currently sits. If we were to take half of that facility and use it for initial attack dispatching, as well as support and logistical dispatching, that would provide the necessary space. Now, for a combination, we would require if the two dispatch centers, Santa Fe and Taos Dispatcher, to combine, and the decision is for it to come here, then we would require a little bit more space, but not a whole lot more. But there could be some modifications to that building if you were all amenable to it, that we could probably fit in there.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sanchez, Richard, I know we've had this discussion before, and it goes with how you've planned the separation of the building, correct? If you can speak to that.
Currently, the way the building is laid out, you come in the center, the front door is at the center. There would be security, card access at the front door. There'll be card access also at the gate with an intercom to both the Forest Service or the federal agencies and the local dispatch, so that if somebody were coming to service it, dispatchers would not have to leave the building to allow them to enter. They'd be able to buzz whichever entity they needed to be to. After you entered the, God bless you. After you entered the building through the foyer, to the right there would be another security door with a card access. To the left there'd be another security door with card access. On the left-hand side or the south side of the building would be the 911 dispatch with our IT room, air conditioning, security. To the north side would be the federal section to ensure privacy at the bathrooms, the common area where the bathrooms are and the break room kitchenette area is. We would also partition off those two areas. Card access would be from the inside, so you could go from either dispatch into the bathrooms or the break room without a card, but you would need a card to get into the appropriate. Federal agents couldn't get into the 911 side, and 911 staff wouldn't be able to get into the federal side unless it was a requirement of some kind of incident.
Now, a question for the Forest Service. Would you guys be able to help with, recommendations was earlier was about a generator so that we have redundant electricity, or in case of a power failure. Is that something that you guys could help with, or is that?
We would have to put that into a planning program of work for fiscal year not fiscal year 14. We would have to look beyond at fiscal year 15. We were working on fiscal year 14 program of work, and we've pretty much hashed out those numbers.
So in your present facility, do you guys have a generator backup?
We do not have a backup generator.
I'm just curious because if we do that, we're already looking at that because of our emergency management position, and I was just thinking aloud or ahead.
Understand. And a backup generator should be standard protocol. And that's part of the facility the piece that we're missing is we don't have backup. So that's why we moved to the COOP plan and moving to a separate facility. So that's why this proposed change in location for us in dispatch center makes good sense for us.
And how soon are you looking to actually?
We would have to move sooner than later if we need to be prepared for the 2014 fire season. We would need to have everything in place by April. But if not, we would be prepared to transition if this is the decision to go forward with that. Be prepared to transition in the fall, and then begin operations, our winter operations.
Mr. Chairman, I see this as a win-win situation. You hit it right on the nail when you said that there's a big interest in making sure that our forests are protected. It's the life for many, it is what we have to protect. We have it, and we're the custodians. It's a win-win situation in terms of economic development. We would lose if we didn't agree to host you here at the planning department, at the old planning department. Those jobs would go elsewhere. They would go to another community. By us allowing you to be able to utilize this particular building, then you would be able to bring those jobs to Taos County. That's the way I understand it.
It would definitely make it a real viable alternative at where we sit now. we don't have an alternative.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Commissioner Blankenhorn?
Yes, thanks.
All I need now
Oh,
from Commissioner
you guys want to go
Blankenhorn
first?
is say, forget about the MOU and move forward.
Oh, well, I just have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks. Well, we sure would like to have you guys as a partner, and we recognize the good work that you do. Obviously, the final decision is going to be made at some higher level.
Yes, it would be, the final decision would be made at the line officer level, which would be the forest supervisor.
Right. And there's no way we can determine how that's going to come out. I imagine there's a number of factors that will go into that decision as to where you're going to eventually conduct your regionalized dispatch.
The regionalized dispatch is going to be based on a number of values, and part of that value is whether we have a facility or not to house those folks. And that's primarily the one that we're running into, is that Santa Fe dispatch, an analysis was completed, and that preliminary analysis showed that there was not enough room there in Santa Fe. So we don't require preliminary analysis in our current dispatch center. It's pretty obvious that we don't have the facility. So by not having a facility, it takes the chance for the opportunity or the alternative to be analyzed for Taos and Taos County out of the picture, just about.
What would they do if there wasn't a sufficiently large space in either Santa Fe or Taos?
They would move to engineering and construction.
They would begin to invest the money to build their own dispatch center?
Yes.
Okay, well, keeping that in mind, is there any possibility that the Forest Service could help with this $2 million expenditure?
That I cannot answer. I don't know. It would have to go through the engineering shop. One other consideration to make is that this is just phase one of the study. So phase two would be if Albuquerque zone, Santa Fe zone, and Taos zone, a combination. So whoever's out of the gate first will likely have the better alternative.
But the Forest Service feels like they can handle the emergencies from a pretty wide radius of area, I suppose, if the equipment in the center was sufficient.
Well, the study says so. Now that has not been proven. The proof will be in the pudding, so to speak. It's going to be testing and running through a fire season, a wildfire season, and that's why the phased approach is being looked at to see if Santa Fe and Taos, the combination works. If that works, then the next phase two of combining Albuquerque zone would come into play.
And when does the first phase begin, to combining Santa Fe and Taos?
The first phase has begun.
So if you moved into the planning building, you would be handling Santa Fe and Taos?
No, phase one of the study, of the second study.
The study.
Yes,
Okay.
There was a large-scale study that was done. The study gave some assumptions. Those assumptions need to be analyzed to see if those assumptions are a reality.
Mm-hmm.
So we are tasked, we have an interagency task group that is working on trying to figure out what exactly will work.
So really, all the long-range plans are contingent upon a series of studies that have yet to be completed.
That's correct.
And you would need half of the building to do what you're doing now, and you would be able to contribute to utilities. Is there any consideration of paying any rent for the building?
Well, yes, there could be consideration to paying rent. I mean, we pay square footage right now, rent. We do lease in the current facility we're at, so there could be consideration in paying for square footage in a new facility.
And how would we get some kind of a commitment on that?
We would have to do that through a MOU, through our grants and agreements folks, and an agreement through the forest supervisor, signed through the regional forester.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sanchez, were you done, Commissioner Blankenhorn? Sorry.
Yes, I went. Thank you, Chairman.
I like the idea you're willing to come on and train or bring in the knowledge that you already have, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's great.
Yes. We would really, we see a relationship that with Taos County and surrounding counties that we can really serve each other in a way that benefits all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioners working together makes a big difference, don't it? Please.
Chairman, Commissioners, if I could add one thing real quick. There's already training that happens with Forest Service annually, and we go to them, and a lot of our volunteers get a lot of their wildland courses through Forest Service. One of the talks that I've had with Steve has been to expand that training and get some of their ICS knowledge, their incident command knowledge, and that's probably the next layer in the onion, kind of to say, is when we have an operation, an emergency operation that's not a Forest Service operation, we're making our decisions under the same planning, under that same ICS planning that came from Forest Service. That's what NIMS is all about. So Steve's already talked to me and expressed the ability to bring some of his people, whether it's logistics, planning, finance, to walk our people who are going to be assigned those same tasks, how to fill out the proper forms, so then we can recover as much money as we can if we have an emergency through FEMA and get all our T's crossed and our I's dotted correctly. So that's some of the additional training we're looking at.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate you coming forward and making a presentation. This will be taken on consideration.
Well, thank you very much.
Anything else, Commissioners? Mr. Bellis, oh, I'm sorry.
Just want to add one thing before Conrad comes back up, and that is that, one of the models that's been cited by the state of New Mexico and some of the federal agencies is the core team that we have. And when we meet quarterly, and that's responsible for all the grants we've gotten for the thinning, for the wildland interface, for the wildfire protection planning, the quarterly meetings to strategize when the season is coming on. BLM, Forest Service, I could go, as 14 agencies show up, State Forestry, Fish and Game, Red River, Enchanted Circle. The only one that does not participate on that, unfortunately, is the town. And they're a key fire department, but I do want to reiterate that model of the core team is what we're trying to use for the dispatch too.
Rick, what's the square footage of the planning building?
It's under 4,000. I think it's about 3,850.
3,850, and if the regionalization was successful someday, and they needed like 60% of that, then the remaining 1,200 square foot would be sufficient for all of the other entities, town, county, let's say Red River, Ski Valley, Cuesta?
A little later on in our presentation, we're going to tell you that our plan is actually a little more ambitious than that, and to try to pay for this. But we're looking at it, and when the representatives doing the study for Forest Service came to the building, we presented the package as not just that building, but the opportunity. We're dealing with the storage issues in the Grants building next to it. And also because the communications would be tied to this building, that they could use this or any of the conference rooms for breakout rooms, which was the original intention of having all these monitors. So that, yes, they could handle a regional crisis. We could handle a regional crisis. And if necessary, I think Richard and Conrad have done a great job in specifying that all the utilities, all the connections have to be stubbed out exterior to the building so that it's a modular building. If we needed to move to another building or in the future build another building there and we have the land to do that, that we wouldn't have to reinvest in all of that again. We could just detach the equipment, move it over to the next building, or add a module onto that building.
Well, I'm sure you'll share all that with the new governing body of the JPA when the time comes. That would be great.
I believe we have.
Not yet.
All right, thank you. Back to where I was, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'd like to briefly just go over our annual operating budget for the dispatch center proposed proposed across the street. Basically, what you have here are 3 columns. You have the left column, which is the description of items that we are looking at covering on this yearly operating budget. The non-consolidated fees, if we were non-consolidated, not with the town, and then consolidated. When you look at this, most of the fees are all the same, or the operating costs are all the same. We have a $533,000 annual operating budget for personnel, and on the page right behind that, it describes all of the footnotes that are along with this. This could go as high as $718,000 if we hired 14 full-time employees. This was based off of 10 full-time employees that would be absorbing overtime and shift differential. Otherwise, we would do the $718,000, which we chose to go with the lower cost. There's a $83,000 a year cost for the director. That also includes benefits. There's a $15,000 cost for utilities. This we took the historical cost for that from the previous year when there was the planning department, when they were operating in that building, was about $10,000. We bumped it up to about $15,000 to include the higher utility costs because of the higher electrical use, which would be associated with all of the electrical equipment and cooling. There's no cost for rent, property tax, common area charge, facilities maintenance, property maintenance, because we would take care of that ourselves internally. We went with a zero cost on fiscal agency in either way, whether it was consolidated or non-consolidated. Equipment replacement, we'll cover that a little bit farther down the line. We wouldn't have property insurance because it's already included with our current insurance that we already have. We didn't include a copier with this, but if we needed one, then it would obviously drive some of this up a little higher. We have a $15,000 training related expenses. That was kind of an arbitrary number. We're not really sure how hard that is. It would probably go down, if anything. Most of these numbers are on the high side. There's a software licensing, if you look at the footnote on the next page, that is really related to the CAD software, which we are planning to get through Spillman. We don't know what the cost is yet, and so that cost will obviously go up once we figure out what that is. The Motorola proposal is about $900,000, which you can see actually on the next page, which is this one here. $977,000. But we broke that out as a lease, and we'll cover that farther down the line. There's also a maintenance schedule which goes along with that. The maintenance schedule, we chose to include the maintenance along with the lease, which will be covered a little bit farther down the line. Along the way, if you guys have any questions, feel free to stop me, because some of these might not be unclear while I'm explaining it. There's some diesel maintenance costs. This includes diesel if we're running the generator at 100 hours a year. This is just a figure that we took out in case Kit Carson goes down, and this would be also including a 20-minute load test at $4 a gallon. Again, those prices can change, the price of diesel.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question real quick.
Yes.
So you've got the equipment lease in here, and then as a recurring cost, so I kind of like that, because then that becomes part of the operating budget,
right,
which would then be split by the partners, so the entire burden wouldn't be on Taos County. Of course, the new JPA governing body would have to adopt this operating agreement. And this operating budget would have to be adopted by the partners, but then it's $1 million a year, which is okay for us. I'm not sure that it would be okay for all the partners. I'm just saying that it will be an interesting discussion for the new JPA to have, but I like the fact that you're budgeting a part of this capital expenditure into operations so that it's not $2 million on the county and everybody else coming in for free.
That's exactly true, and that's why we did it that way.
Mr. Chairman,
be absorbed by all the parties.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blackenhorn, it's actually 942 under the consolidated because we have the DFA plug-in, so it's under $1 million.
And as we heard from the Forest Service, if they're interested, there is certainly a possibility. They already have these expenditures that they're having to make, so there's a possibility of another partner coming in and sharing those expenses.
Well, I think if we expand on that, Commissioner, the goal of the staff and what we've been looking at is, part of, if you build a jail, they'll fill it. Our hope is if we build a detention center, we'll fill it because then we can become more of a regional entity. It was interesting in a discussion that I had with the mayor last week from Cuesta that she had met actually with the governor of the state of New Mexico, and in that meeting she told myself and Commissioner Sanchez that even the governor in the state of New Mexico was asking what's going on in Taos and what's going on with this regionalization. But part of that is that she said she really would like to see the whole northern sector, which includes Angel Fire and all those other areas, the Enchanted Circle, coming into this consolidation if we can do that and regionalize in that direction. So I think that if we are able to do this and move in that direction, then we could also have the possibility of outside partners also coming in with us in through this whole process, which would lower those costs.
One of the things regarding regionalization also is the CAD software that we're proposing to purchase would cover regionalization much more efficiently than other vendors' software. Going on to our...
Conrad, if I could just make a quick comment on that. Commissioners, if you turn to the last page in your packet that was just handed out, those are the people that we're looking at inviting to the December 10th meeting. If there's anybody that the commission would like to add to this that we've missed or have been remiss in, this is our working document at this point, but every one of those people will be getting an invitation to actually come to the commission chambers and see this regionalization model and this equipment being exhibited and discussed during that day, which is December 10th. Conrad, is that correct?
That is correct.
Invite President Obama, maybe he'll fund the whole thing.
December 10th.
He's busy that day. He was good.
He asked if there was lunch provided.
When we go on to the next item, the E911 phone bills, here's where we see a big divergence regarding consolidation and non-consolidation. If we become a non-consolidated entity, our cost for the 911 trunk lines which come in is actually $72,000 to us. If we remain consolidated, DFA picks up all of that with the exception of $2,100. The other caveat with that is if we remain unconsolidated, that $72,000 that we start to pay will also, the town of Taos will also have to pay that for their
share.
Their lines that are going in, their trunk lines, and so they will have the same trunk lines that we will be ordering, and so they'll also have to pay a $72,000 yearly fee on those trunk lines coming in, and it could be a big chunk. There's some other expenses, $22,000 for contingency fees. When you add all of this up, there's a total, without the Motorola equipment, on the non-consolidated side is $742,000, and the consolidated side, which is $672,000. The big difference is obviously the phone bills. They're the 911 trunk lines coming in provided by our phone provider. The Motorola lease, equipment lease, which is the next line down below, that comes from the next 2 pages behind you. It's included in this Motorola lease schedule that was provided to us. The option that we took was a option to the $134,000 for a 7-year lease, semi-annual lease, payments due after 6 months. If you multiply that figure, $134,000 by 2, because there would be 2 annual payments, you would come up with the $269,000. And if you add all of this up, the total would be $1,012,000 for the non-consolidated fees and $942,000 if we're consolidated, which would have to be split up based off of the JPA, however that works out. I realize that there's a lot here, and it's a lot to digest, but if you guys have questions, I stand for questions.
With regards to the, Mr. Chairman, the Motorola lease, you said, Mr. Bellis, that staff would recommend a lease versus an outright purchase. And so what are the pluses for that to go into a lease purchase or a lease option versus a purchase option?
I'll field that one, Chairman, Commissioners. To me, there's many benefits. The main one is the cash flow. We're taking on a big chunk of money here. If we could split it up over 7 years, we don't have to take it on all at once. Like Commissioner Blankenhorn mentioned, we can maybe share the costs with partners down the road. And the maintenance. There was a maintenance contract that would have been required anyway, even if we bought the equipment flat out for the $977,000, we'd still be paying quite a bit every year on maintenance fees. This way we roll it all up into one, and we're paying maintenance for equipment at the same time we're paying for the lease. The option that we chose, the semi-annual, the first payment won't be due for 6 months after we execute the contract. So that once again, cash flow, it gives us enough time to get the equipment in and hopefully operating correctly before we even make a payment.
I have a question. Since if we go into the lease, why is it that we get free maintenance? Because it's their equipment, you know what I mean? It should work that way, you know? 'Cause it's the same thing like with a car, you lease it out, well, you get all these options. If you buy it, well.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Duran, actually, if you purchase the equipment and you look at the proposal that was provided by Motorola, it's still broken out into 2 different parts. One is the actual equipment, and then there's a separate section for maintenance, and they're not inclusive. And so you have a choice of which level of maintenance and how far out you want to buy your maintenance for.
Oh, let me see, let me ask this question. If we do go with a lease and, newer equipment comes in 2 or 3 years, well, can't we upgrade for the same price, or?
Handle the technology one. Chairman, Commissioners, if we go under the lease and say we go on a 7-year lease and at year 5, new equipment does come out and we opt to go to new equipment, yes, we have the option then to upgrade the equipment, but we would have to renegotiate the terms of the lease at that time. What Conrad was trying to say is under the lease, there is preventive maintenance, but there's different levels of maintenance. The same thing as if you lease a car, you can get bumper to bumper, you can just get powertrain, you can just get your 60,000 miles and whatever happens at that point. So it's not only what you're leasing, but what level of preventive maintenance you want over that time period. And the same thing works as if we buy it outright. The benefit to if we lease it is the exchanging of equipment to newer equipment at that time, because then we don't have to try and get rid of what we own. They just come in, bring the new stuff, and take the old stuff out with them.
Now, to be honest, to bring forward maybe the issue with the leasing is New Mexico is apparently the only state in the union that requires a dedicated revenue source for this particular equipment. We called them up and we asked them, how do you qualify the county as a creditor? And they said we need a dedicated revenue stream. The only dedicated revenue stream at this time that the county hasn't pledged would be our fire excise tax. We would pledge that, not necessarily using it to make the payment. The payments could come from the same pool of money, the construction fund that's in here, over time. So in other words, we'd make the payment from that pool instead of expending it all out right away and taking it down to a small number that isn't really a cushion anymore. We still have the money there. When it comes to the equipment and the lease too, you're not paying it all up front. So if you do have issues with the equipment, I mean, I think we have a stronger bargaining position at that time. If 2 years in, everything takes a wrong turn, we at least haven't paid for it all out front. You know, we get them in here to fix it, and we have a little bit of that.
Because the new mayor said that when he comes into office, he's willing to pay 50%.
Right on.
Thank on that.
But that brings up a good question. Poor chairman. That brings up a good question, though. Would other entity partners be able to dedicate a portion, identify a dedicated stream?
The avenue for this, the avenue to make this work and to really cover our recurring costs would be to enact the county option for the E911 tax, which generates 0.25 total if you do all 4 increments.
Right, but we already have a really high gross receipts tax, and we're not really, I don't believe the board's interested in raising the gross receipts tax even higher. So, I mean, that's something that we've resisted all along. And so, you know, aside, obviously that's the easiest thing to do, but then it puts an additional burden, an additional gross receipts tax burden, which makes it harder for businesses, harder for people who are struggling. So, as an alternative, would it be possible under state rules to utilize the JPA, the partnership, and have other partners dedicate some portion of their budget?
Well, that's what I was kind of getting at with that particular tax. There's 2 options for it. We could adopt it county area, which is just the unincorporated, or we could adopt it countywide. And therefore, then your partners are having to put it in through their municipal tax. I see your point and I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Our tax rates are too high. In this case, we pledge fire excise for a 7-year lease.
Right.
We have at least 5 years to, I look at the option of drawing down the debt that is pledged to some of the other increments, and maybe sunsetting some of these other increments that are out there to kind of wash it out. But by using the lease, we buy ourselves that time to do these analysis and to figure out. Because if we did adopt that just county area, it's still not enough to even cover operations. We would have to adopt that, all 4 increments, countywide essentially, and it would bring in just an estimate over the last 6 months, something around 1.3 million.
But as an alternative, you're suggesting we could dedicate the fire excise that's already in place?
For now, because it is unpledged and we have that capacity. That's pretty much the last area of capacity for the county at this time in terms of GRT.
But could we consolidate another pledge from another entity?
As I understand, only the county can adopt the GRT increment.
No, I'm not talking about adopting a GRT. I'm talking about another entity like, say, Taos Ski Valley could pledge some portion of their budget towards the lease also. Could it be cumulatively utilized in that way?
Yeah, I think to answer your question that way, I misunderstood it. Yes, I think that could be worked into our JPA with the partners.
Right, yeah, I was trying to get at an alternative to adopting the tax.
But as far as the pledge, it would have to be one of the county increments to pledge to lease the equipment. One of the other entities, if they decided to come in and use their pledge, they would have to pledge the entire backing. We can't split the pledge on the lease.
That was my question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Blackenhorn, I just want to make real clear that we're not looking at using the money from the excise tax. We're basically going to use the money that we have already to sort of outright buy the equipment. We're just going to spend it out in a seven-year period instead of outright spending the $1.2 million right now. But the other thing is that there's a possibility that we could look at other alternatives by sunsetting some of these other GRTs or any of those other things, having partners, getting a windfall from the federal government. I mean, there's a lot of different alternatives that come into play later on that we're trying to spell it out as much as we can. But
I get that and appreciate it. But up front, what I'm hearing is that if you do enter into a lease, if you don't purchase the equipment outright and you enter into a lease, you have to show a pledge from your budget.
Correct.
And that's unique to New Mexico, and it sounds like a difficulty that you've dealt with by utilizing the fire excise tax. Of course, if their revenues ran short, then that fire excise tax would have to be used.
Yes, and that's the other thing you need to be aware of, that if for
Sure.
some reason we didn't make that debt service payment some other way, they would
They would take
intercept
it.
and probably take it.
Yeah.
But right now, we do have quite a large balance on the fire excise tax. That's one of our larger fund balances that we have for the county, so.
Thank you.
Anywhere. Got to have the money guy here. Yeah, if you go back to that sources of funding, what we're talking about right now is midway down. It says the E911 dispatch equipment. There's the $977,000, which is the Motorola bill. We pledged the excise tax, which is recurring and has the $1.6 million in it right now. One of the things, well, let me continue for a second. So we need the 269, 917.60 below that as the annual. So where the money's really coming.
What page are you looking at, Rick? I just want to make sure.
It's the second to the last.
Oh, second
It
to
says sources of funding.
Okay.
So what we're really paying it with, even though we've pledged the one on the top, and we'll come back to that, is the 1.5 million, and it has increased up to that in the GRT surplus. So again, keeping consistent with what we've represented to you before, we're subtracting out the $770,000, which on January 1st, if you wanted to buy the Paravich property, you would need. And we're not touching that. And that leaves $730,000. Now, that's just about 3 years, and at the end of the second whatever, there should be enough to get 3 years out of that. But after the third year, we're going to have to do something. Now, one of the things we're suggesting is in that 1.6 million, and that's the fire excise we pass through to the fire departments directly. There are some fire departments that are rolling over money and have substantial balances and just buy, and instead there's a second fund which has a fire excise, which is the counties, which is 300 and, state, 380, the one we split between EMS. And
Oh, yeah, the county, the fire excise tax generated about $388,000 last year. We put half of it straight to EMS, and it helps fund most of the EMS. The other half is split between the 12 fire districts. Across the board, they all get the same amount. The smaller districts tend to bank it and tend to carry it over to try and buy the equipment they need. Some of the larger districts, it seems like they spend our money first and bank this fire protection money. We want to try and change that around so that they're banking the fire protection money and spending that first, and spending our fire excise tax as essentially we're only having to fund the gap, the difference.
So one of the things we're going to suggest in that money is that we look at that, and instead of just passing it through to whatever the fire departments want, make them, like any other department, submit a budget to you at the beginning of the year and justify those expenses. And we have a fire department we're looking at right now that wants to expand its firehouse. The firehouse spans 3 lots. It doesn't own 2 of the lots it's on. So we now have a county fire chief, and we have a finance department able to regulate those. So what would happen is, think of it as being granted to your departments, like any other department, the operating expense for that year for the number of people and whatever their overhead is. But anything in excess of that would become a revolving loan fund. So when a firehouse, we did need a new firehouse in Lama or San Cristobal, the money would be there that the county could match that. If the county needed to make an investment, it could borrow against that fund and repay itself into the fund. And again, it's a self-replenishing fund. So what we're looking at is finding a way to add more accountability to how we pay out this money, and then use our money last. If the fire department doesn't need the half we're not giving to the EMS, why are we giving it to them and just letting them bank their money? So again, this is a potential source that we're going to have time to take a look at and see if there's some money there we could do that. And I know the commission, again, is opposed on the GRT, but for example, in the indigent care, we're paying $70,000 out of that. And then, in addition, half of the fire excise GRT. If we sunsetted the indigent care GRT, if we find out after January that because of the insurance reform, we don't need that or the state's going to take it, and that does appear to be what Rio Arriba is planning on doing right now, is sunsetting, closing that out. Again, we're not saying go create a new GRT on top of existing GRTs, but if you passed this, then you wouldn't need that $70,000 from the indigent care, which you just sunsetted, and you wouldn't need this money from the excise tax, because there'd be more than enough in the emergency 911 tax to pay for EMS and pay for all of this. So we're trying to work on complicated solutions for you, and at the same time build a building. And Commissioner Duran, I really appreciated your question about what have you guys been working on. The problem is, normally you spec a project and your bidders come back and tell you what it's going to cost, and you know whether you got the money to build it or not. In this case, we don't know how much money we have because we don't know who our partners are, but we're trying to make it as cheap as possible to the county and meet the deadline of getting it up and running, and anticipate that at some point we're going to have future partners. Now, as the county manager said, when we were at the conference in Albuquerque, we were told by Advanced and Spielman and other folks that Rio Arriba is not happy with Espanola running their dispatch, but they can't afford to build their own center, and they can't afford this software. And the same is true for Colfax, and there are other jurisdictions out there. We were also told that if we built certain components into this, and they showed us how it worked, that the courts would be able to use this system, the DA would be able to use the system, and we could do licensing fees. So we might spend a little more on software up front and then be able to market this as a product to these other partners and generate more on the revenue side, or make them partners in this JPA at some point. But we've got to find ways to come back to you and show that on the capital side and the operating side, this is not going to be a burden to you going forward. And so we're trying to find the income and the ways to finance this at the same time we're trying to keep the construction moving.
Yes, Bob. Mr. Malone.
Leandro, have you had a detailed discussion with Motorola about what, if any, kind of limitations they would impose on what we could do? You mentioned, for example, that we normally pass through the bulk of the fire excise tax to the departments. Is Motorola willing to allow us to continue to do that?
I didn't get into the details, but as I understood it, the pledge is all they need to do the lease. They don't care. They don't necessarily even intercept the money. They would probably still work out a payment plan with the county, and we could pay for it from any source that we so choose. The pledge is there just as their safety and their protection if we were ever to default and not make a payment. Then they can go after that revenue pledge.
Just thinking down the road on the timeline question I was asked, if starting Wednesday I'm negotiating a lease with Motorola, I'd rather not learn for the first time that they're going to impose restrictions on that. So if you could go over that with whoever you've been talking to with them and pin them down on that. If they don't require us to segregate that money or for it to be intercepted, and we can go ahead and use it like we normally do, then that's fine. But if they're imposing restrictions, then that creates a whole other set of issues.
I'll look into that and clarify. And also, I'd just mention on the emergency E911 tax, it's 4 different increments. So we don't have to enact all 4 of them at once. So in 3 years, if the need be, we're able to sunset one, you may be able to enact one. Maybe at that time we'd have partners like Colfax that also has the ability to enact that same pledge. Reba hasn't enacted it yet either. If we did get regional and we truly brought in other counties as partners, that they could also do the same thing we're doing, and we could all enact one increment together, and we cover operating and future needs, future capital needs. But this is just, like Mr. Bella said, a way for us to, by the time, get us 2, 3, 4 years of operating and then figuring out how to pay for it over the next 15, 20 years, which I think is the most important thing, especially if we get to that point 7 years later that we're operating it. We've been doing it. We've been supplementing it with general fund, which even with this lease and the pledge, we still are going to have to make cuts other places in the county to supplement some of the operating. I mean, that's just the other truth, is we're paying we're paying 288 now. We budgeted 371. Even if we don't get any partners, we have 700,000 in just operating. So we will have to find other places to.
Got a partner already?
I just wanted to, all full disclosure, either way, next budget year, we are going to have to go back to every department, every elected official, and once again ask to please cut again. And that's the truth either way. No matter how we go, even if we have a partnership, we're still going to have to come up with a little bit of the gap. So.
Right. Plus, we're using a big chunk of capital that could otherwise be used on other things. So it's a huge and expensive undertaking, and I'll personally be happy when we have a JPA and we can get some help from other entities to make these really difficult fiscal decisions.
And Commissioner Blankenhorn, that's a nice segue to say the last part of this is we tried to show you the worst case scenario for financing it and carrying it out on our own. But Commissioner Romero, as you're aware, and going to speak about a little later, that the Intergovernmental Council is going to have a legislative breakfast and present regional priorities to our legislative contingent in the January session. We will not have made any of these investments to Motorola yet and to Spillman, to whoever the software company is. But we definitely want those legislators and representatives of our federal delegation to be here for that presentation. And if we can show that we're partnering, as the county manager has said, to impress the governor, she has stated infrastructure as a priority. We know that Mr. Gonzalez said, show me a project that everybody agrees on so I don't have to fight over who gets what. Providing public safety software that would go all the way down from the dispatch center and handling the 911 calls to be able, for Forest Service, to be able to put a GPS unit on a guy that's going up into that fire and gets lost, and that we can see him at the center. Or to be able to save money on patrols because we can get more time on the road, increase it by 1/3 for the officers we have, rather than hiring new individuals to do that and get better bang for the buck. These are kind of things that appeal to every public official, and we're hoping that demonstration to those folks on that list will get us a legislative appropriation. And to do something that would affect this many municipalities and counties and show the buy-in of the federal agencies, asking for $500,000 is not outrageous. I mean, that's a routine amount for a CDBG or a legislative appropriation. And getting that would really make all the difference. If we could pay for the software or the equipment, that would really bring this budget back down to what we thought it was going to be. So, Commissioner, this is something we're going to ask you to carry to the IGC and ask for their buy-in as well, and they're all invited to that session.
It's actually a luncheon.
Well, breakfast is cheaper, but
We'll change it to breakfast at McDonald's.
Says here. So, Commissioners, we've heard from our staff. We have all good ideas.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that if I would have had my way, we would have been partially in that building already in operation. I think, Mr. Chairman, that, we have the safety of our constituents, residents, the taxpayers, the visitors of Taos County, who need to be assured that they're safe, and that if they ever have to have 911 service, that they are going to be assured that they will get quick, competent help without any fear of their call being ignored or not going through. And to me, there's no amount of money that could be on the table. I would rather have a life saved and protected, our children and our whoever needs 911 service. I'd rather have them protected and assured that they're going to be safe when the need comes. versus arguing and squandering over, $1 or $2 million or $3 million. And the way I see it, I really don't think we'll ever move forward with the town of Taos. We've tried for 9 months. We've argued, and it just hasn't gotten us any closer. There is, in my opinion, no interest from the town of Taos to work with us on this. We just need to move forward at one point or another, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners, I think you guys have been very generous in allowing this to be a collaborative effort between the county and the town. We have a deadline of the 12th. They don't move forward. I believe the other two of us are ready to just hang it up and I'll.
But, Mr. Chairman, do you people need a decision today to whether you're going to lease or purchase? Because I agree with Commissioner Romero, we ain't going to get nowhere. No JPA is going to happen. You know what I mean? So do you need a decision today whether we go lease or we go?
I believe.
Anyway, it's going to happen in reality. With this commission already stated, we are going to the planning department. You know what I mean? So do you need a decision today? So Mr. Malone and then I'll make sure, Mr. Malone, I'll give you a week off after everything's said and done.
Commissioner Durant, I can't start till Wednesday of next week anyway, so.
Give them a vacation during the Christmas holiday.
We cannot, for in case that we don't meet, the decision's already been made whether we're going to buy it or we're going to lease it. You know what I mean? And I think that's a decision that should be made today.
And Commissioner, if you're going to make a motion, I would suggest you make the motion contingent on the decision of the 12th from the city council, from the town.
Mr. Chairman, could I suggest that motion might be two parts? The first is, even if you decided tomorrow we were going to kick Carson, everybody agrees that equipment and software has to be replaced. So we know we're going ahead with Motorola. In the meantime, we know the county attorney who would be working on it can't do anything till Tuesday, but our staff can go back. We have everything in that Motorola book for a contract for purchase, but we could go back and save time for the county attorney by having them revise that proposal as a lease agreement based on the 7-year payout, including the maintenance that we've suggested. So that would save time. And number one, we need a decision, purchase or lease. And I don't think the JPA holds that agreement up. Any of the other partners, Cuesta, Ski Valley, that have seen it have said, we need new equipment, we need new technology.
Okay, so I make motion that we move that staff makes an agreement for a lease with Motorola on the decision of the 12th.
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
That's based on the decision of the 12th. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Well, the proposal that Mr. Bellis just made was that they would change the contract from purchase to lease. Yeah. And then, of course, that would be subject to review of the legal department, and hopefully it would be something that would be adopted by the JPA, but that is what the 12th, that's what we're waiting to find out. Because really, what staff has done here, one of the things they've done is they've given us an option that defers the cost into operating expenses. And so if we do get partners, those partners are going to have to weigh in because they're going to be paying part of those operating expenses. It's a win-win situation. I hope I'm a little more optimistic than some of my compadres here about the possibility of a JPA. I really believe that the town understands that this is it, and the town is going to pass, it's going to agree to all of the terms. Well, I really believe that. And I'm hopeful it happens, and I'm hopeful that that's the way it all turns out.
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is it. We've given them a deadline, and yeah. if they don't pass anything on the 6th or the 12th, then we go on our own, the way I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good deal. Gonna make a bet on that there. How much money you got?
Be a side bet. We'll talk about a side bet. I'm feeling pretty good about it. We'll see.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, was there anything else that we need to do with regards to the equipment?
I think that's it, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Romero.
The building, everything is covered as far as the building construction and all that? Okay. At what point will we make a decision with the Forest Service? With regards to the Forest Service?
Do the tag team thing. In speaking with Forest Service, they're kind of running on two parallel tracks as well. First off, in the short term, they need to get out of the facility they're at now and get into a new facility before fire season. And I think Steve Miranda stated that very clearly, that they would like to be in there by April. They would like to do it off-season because they can get then hot shots to move their equipment over and save some cost and do some cost savings there as well. So I think the sooner that we can get the infrastructure in, we'll have them in. Right now, if we can get all the contracts in place and start breaking ground on some of the things, I'm being optimistic that May is probably going to be our month that we are ready to go and occupy the building, just because we've had some delays with some of the contracts and getting some of the hard numbers.
And Mr. Chairman, right now, the way it sits, there's an agreement between all the entities where it ends on February 28th, 29th, whatever it is. But the fact that the town owns the system and has been the operator of it, technically, and they've gotten funding from the state to operate it, they are responsible no matter what happens at the end of February, correct? They will have to provide the service, the 911 service as it stands today, with any improvements that they might want to consider making.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I believe that's true because they are the recipient of the PSAP and the PSAP equipment at this point. But I also want to state that part of the MOU, I believe that there was a 90-day extension on that MOU that was written so that there's, if we don't hit that February timeframe, that it still would take us out to May. In discussions with the mayor, referenced that, no elected official is going to turn their back on their community, so they can't really stop that service per se, but we may need to go into another contingency mode, which the staff has already talked about and has a plan in place for that if that becomes the case later on down the line.
Keep that in mind, Commissioner Barone.
Yeah. Also, staff should keep in mind the fact that Mr. Miranda said that they would be open to a memorandum of understanding that could include payments for rent. They already have that money in their budget. So a memorandum of understanding with Forest Service would be great.
I don't know if Mr. Malone had something that he wanted to add to that. Or...
No, you mentioned, Steve, the fact that the MOU extends, if we don't get a JPA, the MOU extends the service provided by the town for 90 days beyond the February 28th. Now, whether they honor it or not, who knows, but that's what the MOU provides.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, before we get off this subject, I personally want to thank staff as what you have seen here today or witnessed here today. Every question, every thought, every breath that I think that the commission has taken, staff has thought about. We sit every Monday at 9 o'clock and we go through these numbers, we go through situations, we go through scenarios, we go through every contingency that we can think of. And I would invite again the commission to please join us in those meetings at 9 o'clock to keep updated as to what's going on and how that's going. But I personally want to thank the staff for their dedication, their hard work, their diligence. This happens at 12 o'clock at night. It happens on Saturday and Sundays. As what you've seen here today, they've turned over every stone that they can possibly think of and updated me on that all along the way, and I do want to thank them for their diligence and hard work on that.
And Mr. Chairman, to add on to that, that's why I feel so confident in my decisions that I have made, because of the quality of staff that you've been able to put together on this project, and really appreciate everybody. Thank you so much.
Same here.
What a great team.
Great team. So we'll go on to the last item under the manager's report, which is the crosswalk and road signage for New Mexico 68 located ranchos. Commissioner Romero, along with Mike Trujillo, attended a meeting with Mr. Bill Thomas, David Quintana, and Ms. Gerphart, I believe? Gephardt from Martina's Restaurant. And basically, what you see in front of you is actually a draft of a letter that we would like to send to Mr. Garbadon, and I'll let Commissioner Romero talk a little bit more about this from that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Archuleta, last week I was able to, through Mike Trujillo's assistance, put together a meeting with parties interested, making up pretty much individuals that are affected by or use State Road 68 on a day-to-day basis. Martina Gephardt, owner of Martina's Restaurant, and Mr. Bill Thomas, who's president of the Vista Linda Neighborhood Association, the golf course area. And both of them have had concerns. Martina has had the concern of some sort of a crosswalk and road signs as you approach the old Martina's Hall, making sure that her, not only her customers are safe, but also she has a joint agreement or a written agreement with the parish of St. Francis of Assisi to be able to utilize parking at the church whenever there is an overfill of the parking lot that she owns. And the same agreement is in effect for parishioners of the church. When there are weddings or big masses that are celebrated, they have the opportunity to park their vehicles across the highway at the restaurant. And so what this has done is it's created a lot of walking traffic that goes from one parking to the other, and from the church to the restaurant, and vice versa. And so she wants to make sure, as well as the membership, the leadership of the church, they want to make sure that pedestrians are safe when they're walking from one side to the next. And so we addressed this issue. We met with an individual employee of the New Mexico Highway Department, and they've agreed to start off with create a crosswalk. They're going to paint a crosswalk on the road, on State Road 68, and they're going to set up some road signs. There are a lot of other issues with regards to Highway 68. From intersections and lighting of intersections, all the way from the Y intersection to the intersection that leads to the golf course, UNM, and the National Guard Armory. These are all places, intersections that see quite a bit of traffic accidents. Thankfully, no fatalities, but we want to make sure that the safety of not only pedestrians but motorists is there. And so what we have done is we have asked Mr. Gabaldon, and there is a letter that Mike kindly put together that I hope will get approved by this commission, so that we can send off to the New Mexico Department of Transportation, so that they can bring back that study of that entire corridor and look at whether or not we can fund it sometime in the future. As you are all aware, about 8 years ago, that whole corridor had been funded by the state and the federal government for some improvements, and there was a small group of people who fought it. Unfortunately, the small group had an attorney, and they were able to push the highway department away. And as a result of that, we see a lot of accidents on a monthly basis on this corridor. And so this group, with the support from the restaurant, the Vista Linda, and other residents of that whole corridor, feel that there is a need again to bring up the issue to make those improvements to State Highway 68, at least between the Y intersection of 518 leading up to Talpa and the UNM intersection. So Mr. Gabaldon this morning did say that he was going to dust the study, he was going to bring it off the shelf and revisit it and reintroduce it so that we can put it back up on the list for potential funding from the Northern Pueblo Regional Planning Organization. And so hopefully it doesn't have to go through those long steps. Hopefully it's something that can get funded a lot sooner in the name of being able to provide some safety to motorists and pedestrians using State Highway 68. So there is a letter. I didn't find it in my agenda, Mr. Chairman, but I would really appreciate for this commission to pass it and approve it, maybe make any other suggestions if you need to, so that we can send it off to Mr. Gabaldon. That way they know that Taos County is also interested in making these improvements.
So move to have then the county manager sign it.
Second.
It's got his name on it, and to send it off to Mr. Gabaldon.
We have a motion, we have a second.
Thank you very much.
Discussion, Commissioner. You know, there's some nice new equipment that they're using. I know in Pagosa Springs, they have a crosswalk that is a lighted crosswalk. I mean, you step in it, it determines that there's somebody in the crosswalk, and it actually puts a signalized crosswalk for pedestrians. And I think it's not and it really works well in that area. I don't know if you've been up there and seen it, but it really works well.
And Ms. Gebhardt made exactly that same suggestion. Right now, this will be a temporary crosswalk that will be effective, but in the future, once these studies are complete and hopefully funding does come in, Ms. Gebhardt promised some of her own personal money to make improvements as far as lighting to this area in front of her restaurant. But the State Highway Department is also aware of this particular crosswalk, Mr. Chairman, that you've just mentioned. And from what I understand, it's a very common type of crosswalk in Europe and other places where it doesn't waste electricity. It's not on all the time. A pedestrian knows that it's there, and once it gets there, I guess it's got sensor lights or something, and it goes on, and it automatically stops the traffic so that individual can cross the highway safely.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, also Commissioner Romero. That's the way I felt up in the Costilla-Amalia intersection, and I agree with you. You know, it's the safety of our constituents. That's why, and just seeing that Mr. Gabaldon supported me on that, it took a while, but he made it happen. And my constituents are happy in that area. So I'm glad that I supported you on this, Commissioner. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez.
Any further discussion? If not, call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I hope the shelter's open tonight.
They are.
They're all going to be.
They turn the heat off at 5:30.
Whole night.
Well, I'm sure they would welcome this individual. This is such a cool thing. I mean, it's like, you would never tell.
Commissioners' report matters, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following. Intergovernmental Council Enchantment Circle Legislative Luncheon or Breakfast. Commissioner Romero?
They might have changed while I was gone from a luncheon to a breakfast. I'm not quite sure. And I think Mr. Bellis had the, I don't know, Steve, if you've got the numbers for this. I know that there was a budget that had been created. I believe this breakfast or luncheon is going to take place. It's scheduled for December 11th or 12th, one of those days, and we have been assured that Representative Gonzalez and Senator Cisneros are going to be attending. I believe there are other Senator Pete Campos and who's from Rio Arriba, Rodella, I believe.
Correct.
Are also going to be present at this. And the reason we brought this forward, or we're planning this, is because in the past, the Intergovernmental Council was very instrumental in being able to bring the various governmental entities and the schools together. And we were very successful in being able to put not only lobbying efforts throughout the year, but especially during our legislature, being able to set up an overall package of all the entities to give to our legislative representation as to what the needs are of Taos County and parts of Colfax, including Angel Fire and Eagle Nest. And so that is the purpose of this luncheon, is for every entity that is interested, including Taos Pueblo and the schools and the county government, Taos and the municipalities, to be able to present their packages to these folks so that they can work for us at the legislature in January. Part of the other plan is to also utilize the Enchanted Circle Marketing Co-op group to advertise Taos County in various sectors. I believe the last time they did a small advertising campaign for the Enchanted Circle area where they advertised Angel Fire, Eagle Nest, and Red River in some markets in Texas, and it worked out quite well for them. And so now they want Taos County and the town of Taos to take place or participate in this marketing plan as well. But this would also allow us from that budget to be able to put together Taos County or Enchanted Circle Day at the legislature. And I believe that's been scheduled already. I just don't know what the date is.
Chairman.
Commissioner?
Yes, Commissioner Romero, this Enchanted Circle Marketing Co-op, would this be something that I could have Rio Costilla Livestock come in and kind of bring in brochures and show people what's out there?
Absolutely. It's all a strategy to be able to bring in more people to visit the Enchanted Circle.
This is on the 11th and the 12th, is that?
The luncheon is scheduled for the 11th or the 12th. As far as the marketing co-op, that is something that would take place throughout the year, where this area would be marketed in various markets, primarily in either Texas or Colorado, to bring in visitors to the area.
And Commissioner, I think you might be making reference to, I think they call it Enchanted Circle Day at the Roundhouse.
Right.
And I think, yeah, I think that'd be the time that
okay.
You could do that at that point as well.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Commissioner Romero, does Taos County have a particular packet that we're going to be bringing before the Intergovernmental Council?
That would be the responsibility of our staff to be able to put this packet. We've done it in the past for the legislature. Right. Basically, it would be that same package, Mr. Blankenhorn.
And I think that would probably be the responsibility of the new person that we contracting with.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. So the Enchanted Circle Marketing Co-op basically would allow us to do this luncheon, but also And above that, it really, what it does is it includes membership in to help link to their website. So Commissioner Sanchez, if there's something that you would want on the website from Rio Costilla, that would also be in there. It also includes the marketing campaign that's about $20,000 that they put towards a marketing campaign. It's also under the enchantedcircle.org, and it really has targeted the visitors to Taos County from the Texas and Colorado area. And so they've done their homework also in making sure who's coming here and how can we market those people to come into this community. And so for Taos County, what we're asking the commission today is to approve a line item for Enchanted Circling Marketing Co-op dues for 2013-2014 of $1,000. That is within our budget, and we could move forward with that if it's the will of the commission.
So vote to approve.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second and a second. Any further discussion?
Get this back to Studio, correct?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Call for the vote.
Yes, and thank you.
Yes.
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 Yes, ma'am. So we'll go on to the November meeting calendar. Commissioners, I don't know if there's anything that you've heard of out there that we should, go ahead, Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, talked to our manager. I know that we're having Senator Martin Heinrich's office coming in. I'm not sure on Friday. I don't know what time. Do we have a time on that?
We do have a time schedule for that. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can get it from upstairs and let each one of the commissioners know. Yes, sir.
And that would be Friday, the 8th?
That's correct. The other thing that I wanted to alert the commission on, reference the November calendar, is that we were just notified that the audit outbrief will be on November 14th. I don't have the time yet. We were just notified today of that. And so we will notify the two commissioners. I believe it was for the in-briefing was Commissioner Baroni and Commissioner Romero. So we'll have the same two commissioners for the out-briefing of that audit, which is scheduled for November 14th.
I went to campaign day too, you know what?
Is that a problem with either one of the commissioners? Are you guys okay with that date? Or I'll just get the timeframes for you as soon as I know what time those out briefings are going to be, and then we'll make that audit available once that's published to all the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, the New Mexico Water Conference, Mr. Archuleta.
Yes, sir. The New Mexico Water Conference is scheduled on November 21st to the 22nd. It will be in Albuquerque. I sent out an email to all the commissioners last week seeing if anybody's interested in that. The only one that I've got feedback from at this point is Commissioner Romero. If anybody else would like to attend that, please let me know so that I can get Renell to schedule commissioners for that. Rick, I don't know if anybody if Nathan or somebody from the planning staff also would like to attend that, but that'll be the 21st, 22nd, and I believe it's at the Pyramid, off the top of my head, I believe it's at the Pyramid in Albuquerque.
I'd like to go. I just have to try to rearrange my schedule, but yeah.
Okay, so you want us to schedule you? At
least for one day of it.
Okay.
I might go also, but I'll email you.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Commissioner, unless you have other questions or anything else reference the calendar.
Okay, anything under other, commissioners?
I got a question under other. Do I need to bring a specific item on an agenda to get dues paid for the Regional Coalition of Llano? Because I'm going to start really promoting, trying to get some money back up here, and I feel uncomfortable with Taos County being the only member who hasn't paid.
Commissioner Blackenhorn, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we are actually working on that already. I should have an answer for you. Hopefully tomorrow morning. Renell has been researching that and getting that documents that we need to make sure that that gets paid. It was put in the commission budget for that. And so we're in the process of doing that. I can update you on that tomorrow. I know you had another question also about the homeless shelter, and that's also being looked at. I don't know if the legal has any input into that. I know they were also involved in this process.
Yeah, I think that contract's covered.
Okay.
There's a regional Llano meeting on Thursday. that I'm going to be attending in Espanola.
Let's touch base tomorrow morning, and I can let you know what the outcome of that is.
Thanks.
Okay, Commissioners, with nothing else under other, we'll go on to personnel matters, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the following executive public session, informational items, action items, discussion, consideration, decision regarding an employee at the Adult Detention Center. This item may be discussed in closed session under Open Meetings Act, exception 1015-1H2, which allows for discussion of limited personnel matters. Also under B, discussion, consideration, decision regarding the Deputy County Manager. This item may be discussed in closed session under Open Meetings Act, exception 1015-1H2, which allows for discussion of limited personnel matters. Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion, and we have a second.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes, ma'am. For the vote, please.
Vice Chair Meadow.
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Chairman Brody.
Yes. Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to direct our attorney to draft a contract for Mr. Bellis that includes, that is basically the same contract that was originally drafted for the position of Deputy County Manager, but it includes a 2-month severance pay and an adjustment in compensation, which includes the base level of $91,790.40, plus the 16% increase from housing for Mr. Bellis's additional duties. And that total is $10,476.86. So whatever that total comes to, please draft the contract according to those figures. And that's it.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner, could I ask for a clarification on that?
Yes, you sure could.
The additional 16%, is that for any particular period of time?
As long as Mr. Bellis handles the duties as Director of Housing. But in the event that those duties were no longer necessary because housing went to a regional situation, then he would not be compensated that amount.
Clear enough?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Vice Chair Meadow.
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Chairman Brody.
Yes. So, Commissioners, do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Vice Chair Meadow.
Yes.
Commissioner Blankenhorn.
Yes.
Chairman Brody.
No.
Motion carries.
Motion will still carry.
Commissioners, can we have a motion to come back into session?
So moved, Mr. Chairman, and the point is that we have to come back so quickly as to clarify the last motion that was made with regards to the rehiring of the Assistant County Manager.
I'll second that motion. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Blankenhorn, do you want to read?
Thank you, Chairman. Just amend my motion to include authorization for the chairman to sign the contract as described in the motion to put it into effect. And also one brief clarification that the contract does not include any raise in salary for Mr. Bellis, but it does give him the contract and the 2-month severance pay. So it is not an increase in salary. That was a motion. That was an amended motion.
We have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Any discussion? Does that clarify the motion?
It does clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We have a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
And a second. Call for the vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, this time. See, I said no for a reason last time.
Last time.